Yo, 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 yo. Yo. What up? I know I'm late. 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 I'm sorry. I'm deeply sorry. I will cut off one of my pinky fingers later today. Okay? But we've actually got the Mrbeast interview to go over today. I'm a little bit excited. Right, let's jump straight into it. So, as you know, give me a second. So, as you know, Umperville was hyping up this Mrbeast interview for quite a while. You can see it there. There it is. Mrbeast's response, obviously stolen from my response, uploaded by Pyro in December 2020. Obviously stolen. But yeah, this is a really long video. This is crazy long. So I reckon we kind of just jump into it now and see what it's like.
30 minutes late for the slop, overcooked and inflated.
Thank you, Gordon Ramsay, for the 10. It'd be interesting to see what the takeaway is, because I've seen that the YouTube drama subreddit is like, they're kind of cooking Umperville a little bit, but I feel like they will just hate Mrbeast regardless of whatever happens. But yeah, I actually have not watched the video yet, so let's get into it.
Are you going to sue Dogpack? Well, Mrbeast is currently on a private jet on his way to
Pyro.
where I live in Central.
I hope you have fun playing Stalker 2. In the future, I was wondering if you could react Andy to or do a video on fake documentary Q. They're a channel with a series/anthology of horror ARG and superstition-like stories in Japanese history. THX.
Fake documentary Q. All right.
Texas to have a conversation with me with the intention of addressing the controversy that he has been involved in over the last few months. And I think that it is important for me to document my intentions before embarking on this risky and difficult task. I am not Scott Pelley. I am not a hard-hitting genius investigative journalist.
I know that, like, I could definitely tell that Umperville was a little bit spooked uploading this. Like, definitely, like holy views. But at the same time, I think he's definitely reiterated multiple times that he is not like a professional interviewer. So I kind of wonder where the dialogue's going to go. I feel like there won't be too much pushback on whatever he says. But I think both of them have a lot to say to each other in the sense of like they've both done their research. As in like this allegation, that allegation. Thank you, Ashley, for the 4 months.
I'm a YouTuber with a medium-sized platform. I am currently doing journalism, to be fair, but I am goofy, all right? Also, back in August, I platformed Dogpack, and out of fairness, I feel that it is important to do the same for Mrbeast. Mrbeast has agreed to keep an open line of communication. He'll only be here for a little bit, which is crazy because he's flying halfway across the country. And he and his team have agreed to provide us with evidence and information to give proof to claims so we can actually be as transparent here as possible. The goal of this video is not for it to please everyone.
We're officially over a quarter of an hour late.
Thank you, Adam, for the 10. I know I was late. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, Plusup, for the 4 months. Yeah, so he flew from a private jet just to go to Texas for like a couple hours for an interview. That is crazy. But I assume when he said open line of communication, they probably have like a phone call or something afterwards anyway.
One or gotcha somebody. It is for this video to be a meaningful source of
You can definitely tell, like, you can definitely tell that Umper's trying to cover all bases here as well, because platforming Mrbeast right now is one of the most dangerous things you could ever do for your career. I mean, again, holy views. You will get insane amounts of views, but at the same time, he's probably one of the most disliked creators on the platform at the minute. So yeah, like you can definitely tell he's trying to cover as many bases as he can, you know, so it doesn't kind of like blow up in his face.
Information. So to future me and you currently viewing, I'm sure I missed some questions, but I absolutely did my best, and I stand behind the result, maybe, and I look forward to seeing the comments and criticism. Firstly, would you be willing to put your hand on this Bible and swear?
Oh my gosh, you actually have a Bible?
I have 2 Bibles.
Are you being serious?
I am being serious.
Okay.
I'm swear. We're both from the South. This will be an honest video.
Oh, your laptop's blocking it.
Oh, whoops. This will be an honest video. You're a man from North Carolina. I'm from Virginia.
The Bible Belt.
The Bible Belt,
Yep.
exactly.
I know what this means.
This means it's legit.
Yes. Okay.
There we go.
I was not expecting that.
I like how Umper always has a Dr. Pepper like anytime he's in shop.
Okay.
This is like legal now.
I assume the reason why he's doing this interview is so he doesn't have
When
to do
I
a video
saw
response.
Mrbeast Interview, I immediately thought you were talking about the Cold Ones interview that just dropped. Have you seen it? It was
Thank
filmed
you.
before the allegations came out and is dripping with irony.
Thank you,
Please
Coffee.
watch it after if you have time.
I went through the Cold Ones Mrbeast interview, and I'll be honest, I thought it was really mid. I watched about 10 minutes of it on stream, and I just really, I don't know, I just wasn't really feeling it, honestly. I felt like it was kind of, the atmosphere was a little bit eh. But I feel like Mrbeast isn't really someone who's like a huge, I don't know, he's not like a huge extroverted person anyway. And obviously on top of the allegations as well. And keep in mind as well, that was recorded before everything dropped about him. So I don't know, I kind of just went through it on stream for like 5-10 minutes, and I just thought it was a little bit of like a nothing burger, like not really much happened there.
It is. I can go to jail.
But yeah, I got a feeling that like he's doing this interview with Umperville to basically not have to make a response video on his channel. I think that's why he's doing this. Honestly, I think this is probably the last time you'll see him publicly talk about this.
First biggest question for me and a lot of people that I've spoken to over the last couple months is like, why were
I'm currently
you
working
so
in a
silent?
primary school ATM, and I swear those little rat bastards plague carriers have already been affected by brain rot. Mrbeast this lunchly that like how they got me violently sick right now, and I'm forced to watch more slop forever.
Thank you, help me for the 10. Did you just call the kids that you work with little rats, by the way, as a school teacher? I mean, that's kind of based, if anything. Hang on, I just got to send a file over. There we go.
Unban me, you coward. Accept your fate. Inflation man. It's okay to be bald.
I'm not bald. I've got a perfect head of hair. Thank you. No hair, no bitch, no views.
Especially off the bat, like you did respond to the Ava Tyson stuff immediately, but like, you know, right after that, a bunch of other stuff came out, and Dawson's video, his first video, gained a bunch of traction. What was your reasoning for being so silent immediately?
Yeah, it's a great question to kick it off on.
I'm guessing he had a PR team that told him to stay silent and not address stuff. Because if you think about it, this is the first serious allegation that he's ever been through in his career. He's had like a couple of edgy stuff in the past, like, you know, the whole Chris Tyson before she was Ava, the whole attack helicopter gender thing. But this is like, yeah, he's never been through anything like this before in his life.
You actually kind of laid out the timeline there. The Ava stuff came out, and I put out that tweet. We hired the investigators to go look into it. And part of that investigation is they recommended that I not talk about drama or really do anything online because it might influence, you know, witnesses or any people they might interview or ex-employees. So it's a little unfortunate because I had told them, okay, I'll wait till the investigation is over. And I believe.
Well, that's one thing you'll notice as well. Like when YouTubers get into hot water, genuinely the best thing you can do is just to say nothing, like radio silence. Like even when I went through the whole my response thing back in 2020, like I just didn't. I just stayed off the internet and I just worked on that response video like straight away. because I was like, there's nothing else I can do. Like until I put like a video out, like putting everything on the table, there's like nothing, like me checking Twitter, me posting stuff, me arguing like a random 2-follower person. Like it's not going to be productive at all.
I believe that was literally like a week before the dog pack video came out. And then truthfully, just in transparency, I've never done one of these like big investigations before. And in my head, it was going to last like 2 or 3 weeks. It ended up taking a couple months, apparently combing through all the documents and doing all the interviews and everything. It just took way longer than I thought because I've never
turned donos off. Slop, 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 slop.
Thank you, Nick, for the 10. I'm not going to say the second bit because you're trying to make me say the M word. Unlucky.
Bring in a top tier law firm and a former federal prosecutor and let him, do this really big thing. And so that kind of concluded a couple weeks ago when I put out the tweet of the follow up. Like that was the day I got the conclusion of it. And I was like, okay, in transparency, I'll throw this out. So up until that point, it was, I had told Quinn Emanuel that, to protect the integrity, I wouldn't do anything or engage in any of this drama. And then after that, yeah, like you said, a lot of stuff had come out between when the investigation started and when it ended. And I was just kind of like, whoa, I don't really know how to like hit this stuff. And I made like a little response video, but that's just kind of not my style, where I just kind of like put a lot of the information that I assume we're going to talk about here out. And
yeah, he just said he doesn't like doing response videos.
Notice how my beast has his legs in a triangle point towards his penis. He is actually showing us how manly he is. He is also on a relaxed position, showing how he is the best and why you need to be looking at his willy like he is showing everyone it.
Thank you, Body Analyzer, for the 10. Appreciate that. Thank you, Tunk, for joining. But yeah, he literally just said there himself he had no plans on doing a response video because he just said he prefers like an actual dialogue with someone, which a bit of a cope. I feel like if you did like a response video, you'd be able to like just nail everything on the head. But I feel like he doesn't want to do like, he doesn't want to put a response video out on his main channel because that could damage his brand. So he'd rather more like go to commentary channels and have them, spread the information around. So,
and it just felt weird. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, I've never been in a.
He said he made one, but he didn't like it. I mean, they are very awkward to make, because if it like for a lot of them, it is just like it's the difference between like you still having a career or you being like ran off the internet.
Situation where people have thrown this much stuff at me, and I definitely could have handled it better. Like I probably should have. Like the second I could have talked, like I don't remember the exact date.
Are they doing a community notes on Twitter in the video? There's a doc in the description. Okay, we can check that out afterwards.
2 or 3 weeks ago when we put that report out, probably should have done something like this right then. If I could go back in time, I would. And yeah, that's kind of like the brain dump. And then here I am.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, you answered it towards the end, but like, do you regret that, obviously?
Yeah, if I could go back in time, I would do what we're doing here because I assume this is like the correct format. It's going to be a little bit more free-flowing and natural. And I wouldn't have wasted so much time like trying to do a response. It's just not my thing. I like so much better. Or I'm assuming, we just started, but I think I'm gonna like so much better being asked the questions and answer it instead of just like sitting in a chair like this, answering it. It just feels a little more natural.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean that definitely, that does line up obviously with what's happened, and it makes sense. And I definitely, I feel like, before talking to you, I definitely would imagine that you would regret have not making a response early.
Oh,
right?
100%.
Like that, because that you could have just immediately, if there is information to debunk Dogpack's his first video off the bat.
Yeah, which obviously had so much disinformation in it. If anyone saw Sagi's video or any of the newer videos now coming out, like you would see so much. Yeah, so much of it. So it's it's unfortunate that it happened on the back end.
Yeah, I reached out to Soggy. I reached out to him about the whole Mrbeast stuff, and he told me he was like pretty beat up over it. Just saying. I mean, he publicly said this on Twitter. It's not like I'm leaking anything. But yeah, he just told me like he was pretty beat up over it. Just the fact that he felt like Mrbeast was using him as basically like a shield. Because obviously Mrbeast went around and reached out to other creators. There was a guy on Instagram. He reached out to me. he might have reached out to other people. I don't know. The only one I can confirm is like one guy on Instagram that was like instantly talking about it. And I like how this guy was like showing the DMs without asking permission as well. Because I remember asking him, I was like, can I show these DMs? Like, if not, it's fine. And then he said to me like, I'd prefer if you didn't, but if you feel like you have to. Because I wanted to do that to be transparent. I've said that before. Because I had the feeling when he messaged me, he definitely would have been hitting up other similar channels as well. And I thought to myself, if one person leaks these DMs and I'm reacting to this video on stream, there's going to be some weird schizo theory going around that I'm part of this like group that's trying to like save his career and we're all like paid off. So I was like, no, Pontius Pilate, I want nothing to do with that. I need to show these DMs just to make sure everyone knows we're all on the same level. Thank you, Miles, for the month.
End of when I was said I would not talk about or address drama and things. And I mean, there's obviously, yeah, should have done this sooner. Whoops, but hey, better late than never.
Yeah. Did you think it would get this big?
No, I mean, truthfully, I thought like if you watch Soggy's video or any of these other videos that are coming out now showing all the discrepancies, I honestly thought a lot of people would find like the information proving the dishonesty earlier.
The Google.
Yeah, like because a lot of this could have been just figured out Google. A lot of this could. And now I also have to be clear, like I'm not perfect, and I'm not saying I've never done anything wrong, and you can't criticize me. Like there are things I deserve criticism for, and I'm sure we'll get to some of those things in here. But there are a lot of things that are just not true, and on those things, like, I mean, we'll just get to it throughout this because I'm sure you're gonna ask me the questions. But there's just a lot of disinformation that was easily proven. Like the big one that videos with tens of millions of views collectively, claiming I called a guy Delaware because he committed a crime in Delaware, like. That is not true. His name was just Delaware. I didn't, call him Delaware to make fun of him or anything. And, I'm sure you're going to ask him about it later, but there's literally, he was in a video before I hired him working at Best Buy wearing a name tag that said,
yeah, he's got the Delaware name tag on him. Thank you, Stokesy, for the $30. Do you think he will talk about Ava or nah? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else there is to be said about that. I mean, he kind of kicked her out, but yeah, they probably, if it's a 2.5 hour long video, they probably will talk about it at some point.
Delaware, and like that was public information, and like anyone could have saw that. Even during when that was like getting shared a lot a couple months ago, I even sent that to a couple of YouTubers. I was like, hey, just so you know, like I didn't call him Delaware because of this messed up thing. Like that was just his name, and here's proof. And I guess I probably shouldn't say the name of the creators, but like one of them literally just said to me like, well, it's not really cool to like you or defend you right now, so I don't really care whether or not it's true, or I don't want to take the video down because then people are gonna think I'm controlled opposition. I was like, whoa. And then also like that same photo, are you gonna like throw some things on the screen for them?
Definitely.
Yeah, so throw it on the screen. That same photo, right after that second dog pack video, started to get traction on Reddit and saying like, hey, this is a lie. Jimmy didn't call him Delaware to make fun of him, committing a crime in Delaware. That's just his name. And it got taken down by the mods on r/YouTube drama. And that's when I realized like, oh, anytime there's a post proving like that I'm not evil, they were taking it down. So it was a little unfortunate too, because I wasn't saying anything. And then on Reddit, anytime something was proving that I wasn't evil or, contrarian
Pyro,
to what everyone was saying, they were suppressing it. Or
I am just wondering how the job search is going. We just want to know that you're spending too much time talking about the computer people, and I don't have much time left to be your grandma, so can you give your mom one wish?
Thank you, Mother, for the you called yourself Mother, but you used the Grandma TTS. Yeah, I'm actually seeing my grandparents in I think I'm seeing them in a week. I think they're going to stay with us, which is kind of based.
Censoring it, not trying to sound extreme.
So you're saying it's like a
Anyone watching this stream, spend more time with your family. Especially grandparents, if you're still lucky enough to have them.
Echo chamber, which Reddit r/YouTube drama is.
Yeah, I know, but it's unfortunate when there's a post with 10,000 upvotes claiming something false about you, and then then a couple people are like, wait, that's not true. Here's proof, and then they delete it every time. So then everyone's like, okay, well then that must be true because they're also deleting the comments on that post that prove it's not. And so then then it's just like now. Again, I'm not trying to sound extreme, but it's just like, oh, you're censoring information. And then that paired with other YouTubers, when I would call them and share it with them, they'd just be like, well, I don't want to be a Mrbeast Glazer, so I don't really... they wouldn't say it this direct, but they would just essentially say like, I don't really care if it's true or not. I'm just going to say what other people say. Like, sorry.
Do you have evidence of like people their
I mean, I will agree it was very easy for Mrbeast to, like, you could basically, there were so many rumors going around that just weren't real. Like, for example, Carl Jacobs being arrested for having, like, cheese pizza. Like, there was a lot, it was much easier to hate, to run with something that wasn't true against him than to support him. But I feel like Umpa could have kind of pushed back a little bit there, just being like, I mean, you know, the internet does usually sway one way or the other, but at the same time, like, maybe, you know, some of the people were kind of valid. Like, one point being made against someone that is proven to not be true, that doesn't dismantle everything. Because even if the Delaware stuff got debunked, you still have, for example, the Jake Weddle stuff, which was, I guess, so bad that Mrbeast had to reach out and actually apologize to him for.
being posts that existed and then didn't exist on Reddit that got.
Of course. Yeah,
Okay,
I can
cool.
send you.
Yeah, if you'd send me anything,
you could throw it up
that.
on screen. I mean, that's not like a conspiracy theory. That's
Yeah,
just,
of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just, you know,
we can find quite a few.
I'm not that good at using Google. So
Yeah.
I'll need you to help me with that. Yeah. So to circle back to the Quinn Emanuel
Pyro.
investigation.
Oh my God, Annan, thank you for the 100 $100, bro. Thank you. Okay, W's in chat for anonymous. Holy, thank you, bro. Thank you so much. That's crazy. What was that? All Mrbeast was saying was that people refused to acknowledge the Delaware stuff. I mean, yeah, if it was just that, you'd be brain dead. But there were so many other allegations as well. And yeah, I mean, I do understand where it's coming from to an extent, where it's like people will naturally be cowardly and they will try to follow like whatever's popular. And it's like, well, the Delaware stuff got debunked, and it's like, well, you know, it's like how, I mean, I saw one example of the Pegasus guy, more Pegasus. Like, no hate towards him. I've never spoken to the guy in my life, but I noticed that he tried to set up an interview with Mrbeast. It didn't happen. Mrbeast pulled out last minute. I think his team told him to. And then he just uploaded a video like the day after saying like he's over or something like that.
The big thing on the internet, on Twitter specifically, was that you found yourself to be innocent. Of course, you paid a law firm to find yourself innocent.
I saw those memes, yeah.
That is the big meme. How would you respond to the allegation that the investigation was biased from the start?
Yeah. So, first off, to just set the foundation, I think a lot of people are saying, oh, of course, Jimmy did an internal investigation, found himself, you know, they didn't find any wrongdoing, which is also not true, which I assume we'll go into that more later. They did find some wrongdoing, just not in regards to like the serious Ava allegation. So that's a, you know, false truth. And then on top of that, it wasn't an internal investigation. It was an external investigation, which was clearly laid out in the things we showed.
Yeah, a third-party investigation.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, it is a little bit of a, like, you know, a lot of people I saw were saying like, well, you paid them. And it's like, well, yeah, top tier lawyers and federal prosecutors don't work for free, so I have to pay them.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how to debunk that one. I mean, it just is what it is. But yeah, we hired Quinn Emanuel, which is one of the top law firms in the world. Like, I mean, it was very expensive, but I intentionally picked them because they have a reputation and they're not just going to destroy their entire business to be biased towards me, you know what I mean? And then it was led by a former federal prosecutor who did the whole thing. I mean, it was pretty intense. I mean, they did tons of interviews. I mean, transparent. They even like scanned my phone, dug through, like they have messages I sent to my girlfriend, and I'm like, why is this even relevant? They're like, I mean, if you want a thorough one and you want us to like be confident in what we're saying, we need to see everything. Like they went pretty hardcore on it, which is why it ended up taking a couple of months. Because truthfully, when I started this process, I didn't realize like how intense it was. But you know, I gave them the reins to everything, and yeah, it took longer than I thought. But
yeah, that's crazy. Dude, if I got my phone scanned, it'd be over. Like, I swear, they would just have, like, a compilation of, like, 30,000 commissions and nothing else.
I don't know. I mean, is there any, like, how else do I prove it besides... I mean, I think another thing that missing context people don't have is, like, if they found anything illegal, they're obligated to report it to the police. Like, this like, that's how these things work when they do these investigations. It's not like they could be like...
It definitely makes sense, though, what he's saying about how long it took, because obviously all the messages would have had to been downloaded. I'm assuming in every single employee as well, and that place is a mega complex. And then you've got to get a human to read through all the messages to find anything like illicit.
Hey, Jimmy, we found this illegal thing. We'll just sweep it on the rug.
But it's all right, because you paid us.
Yeah, like, so it's just in every way. I just don't think people understand. Like, it's, yeah, it was obviously... Quinn Emanuel, that's why we paid them, and it was pretty thorough, and
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, those are two things that make sense, right? We just covered two back-to-back things that make sense. A, you waited a long time for the investigation, and B, you paid like a very reputable law firm, whatever, to investigate. Both of those things make sense logically from your perspective, but also optically from the outside looking in. For people who are just seeing the allegations, they're like, "Oh, this guy looks guilty."
Yeah.
You know, he's building this big sort of law team, and he's not responding, and he's like it. So it's kind of bizarre and unfortunate because like it does make sense, like from a logical
I mean,
perspective.
because there's two things I could do. I could do an internal investigation.
Yeah,
but that's
great
dumb
idea.
because I don't want to audit myself.
Let your mom do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Beast is now you either defend him of all wrongdoings or you just call hate him and call anyone defending him a glazer. Yeah, I think there's more of a middle ground to that, definitely. I mean, in the Soggy video, a lot of the stuff was debunked, but it was some of the more serious. I mean, the Delaware, we talked about this in the Soggy video. The Delaware thing was pretty much debunked because that was like a decision he made when he was 19. He was a kid. That's obviously like, it was a really dumb, immature, irresponsible decision. But it's not like malicious. Like, it's not like he knew and he was actively taking on a registered SO. So...
Exactly. I'll have my mom do it, or I could do an external.
I do wonder if they'll talk about the Jake Weddle stuff on here, because that's I feel that's one of the big elephants in the room at the minute.
And that's what we did. And again, it's like, because I didn't have control over it, obviously, if I did, I would have been like, bro, do this in 2 weeks so I can get this out there. Like, I didn't want it to take months, but I mean, that's part of an external investigation. You don't have control over it.
Now, would you consider, so you obviously regret the remaining silent, would you consider that the third-party investigation as a whole, in looking back, would that have been, would you say that's a mistake?
Was Ava Tyson innocent on what happened in the end? She still got fired, so probably not.
No, I just think I would push back on, like, do I really have to be silent? Like, can I just, like, do this thing? You know, like, go clap back on some of these things. But, you know, like, some of these things, people were apparently talking to ex-employees or whatever. And so it just gets muddy because I really didn't want the integrity of the investigation to, like, you know, be in question or anything. So I was, like, super paranoid where I was like, okay, this is what they said. I don't want to push back or anything. But, yeah, obviously, in hindsight, like, I mean, a lot of these things that were just blatantly lies. Like, if I just clap back instantly, people were just like, okay, cool, and moved on.
Would you consider making some details of the investigation that have yet to be seen public? Obviously, there's like
Grab
a
your
level
popcorn,
of
kids. It's
confidentiality
time for the Mrbeast movie.
The Mr. Beast movie. Thank you, Adam, for the 10.
that is required legally.
Exactly, yeah.
But like, is there anything?
Well, that's the thing. Like, what we put out as much as we could, but I mean, obviously, they did dozens of interviews, including, you know, alleged people who were victims. And I mean, like I said, my message to my girlfriend, like they gathered a lot. So I don't really think I can. I mean, there's a lot of sensitive data and information in there. You know?
What about like a just to back up your claims to their
oh, but things on like how like they did it independently and they weren't biased. Like that side. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I don't really know what people would want to see, but yeah, I mean, we can figure it out.
Just from what I know about like retainer contracts with lawyers and working with, you know, third-party investigations, things like, which I don't have any experience with anything that big, obviously.
Yeah.
But maintaining a level of compliance, like, I mean, if there's like a retainer contract, something showing that, you know, you shouldn't.
Now, this is where I'm ignorant. Like, I don't even know really what a retainer contract is. But
yeah, I mean, like
if there's any way I could, of course.
Like your third party saying, Jimmy, don't talk, like just basically giving credence to what you're saying even more.
Gotcha.
So more evidence of what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
Have you reached the 27 months?
That would be something I'd have to like,
27 months, bro. Thank you so much. Jesus.
on,
Yeah,
I mean,
that would help
if
me.
that's something where people desperately want transparency, I mean,
Yeah.
we can figure something out.
Yeah, that would just help me. I'm not sure if people.
I do want to look at the doc. I feel like it's probably best to go over it afterwards.
Mr. Crones.
Yeah, let's go on this afterwards, I think.
Well, honestly, I don't
Thank you, Adam, for the
know
10.
if people would give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I would
because
appreciate
if people
that.
are like, we think Quinn Emanuel's biased, like even no matter what I show them, if they think a top tier law firm would willingly potentially tank their rep for me, like I don't know if there's anything that's ever
it's
to
foolish,
convince them.
right?
Yeah,
it is foolish, and it makes sense. But once again,
Pyro,
it's
I
like,
need Subway Surfers or Slime making in the corner. Please add it. I have ad hit or put it to 1.5 speed.
Actual ADHD that you can't sit through a whole YouTube video.
optically, there is a very easy, lowest common denominator way to look at stuff.
Yeah.
And
But also, what I would say to those people is I'm here, so it's not like I'm like maybe that argument would work if I just never did anything, but I'm here, so
in the lion's den.
Yes, controlled opposition towards me. Hey, also, I'd love to say I don't know if he's posting this chronologically or whatnot, but I mean, he also did interview Dogpack multiple times, so it's like
multiple times.
because I could have done this with anyone, but I think this one makes sense because you've literally had the other side on here. So
yeah, and also to be clear as well, I have not signed like an NDA or
fuck.
I mean, there's genuinely nothing that's been signed. You haven't given me $1 million.
That was like the most rich people joke I've heard in my life.
No. Hey, you should say I haven't given you a penny.
A penny. Okay, yeah.
You gave me 999.
Nothing. You've given me nothing, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually just, it's kind of interesting. It really is interesting. This is a bold move, I would consider. It's quite a bold move.
And it's even more bold because I'm never vulnerable on camera and like.
Yeah, it's from a lot of perspectives. It is quite bold, and it's not like I haven't been critical. I feel like I've been fairly critical. I feel, and it, like talking to you, I feel bad. You know, obviously because I'm a person. There's different levels to how much you care about shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is. If there were a testament, it would be that would be a testament to this being being a meaningful source of information. This video, I feel like. I hope.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be different as well for Umper because it's like you're actually speaking to the person. Because I feel it's so much easier to throw stuff out online when you're sat behind a computer, but then when you actually see them face to face, that's when it's like, oh wow, this is like an actual person. And then like maybe like sympathy kicks in and it's like, oh, well, did I say the right thing?
This is definitely outside my comfort zone, but I think it's important.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so that's kind of past like the main initial allegations. We can move on to sort of corporate culture and HR practices. That's been a big sort of point that a lot of critics have hammered home.
Yep.
Yeah,
we're just getting right into the hard hitting stuff.
Hell yeah. So there have been a lot of questions about...
in the chat do realize you can just play Subway Surfers yourself while watching the stream, right? Stop asking Pyro to do your bits for you.
They're lazy. They're lazy. They can't do that because that's burning calories.
Your workplace culture, such as a lack of diversity or also HR problems.
Yeah.
What, if anything, have you done to address these concerns? How have you handled it since information came out, and how do you plan on handling it in the future?
Okay, so we'll start with the diversity one. If I forget the HR one, just bring it up when I finish that one. Diversity, I have seen a lot of people mention that about our company, which, I mean, that one's just not even true. Like, I mean, Feastables, for example, a couple months old, but like almost 70% of our company is women. We actually, because we do dub studios around the world.
70% of the company's women. How the... Dude, my audience right now, if I go on my analytics, it's a sausage fest. It's like 91% male.
Now, zooming out of Feastables over to content, I mean, we actually have pretty crazy amount of diversity in our company. So because we have 400 people that work for me. It's not just me and the boys on the camera, which is the 5 you see. So that one, the few people have claimed that like they don't have any data to back it up. So
chat's calling it woke. That's crazy. Grow up.
I guess I probably should have brought some data here. I don't want to just say percentages off the top of my head.
If you have, I'm sure you've got some kind of
but I really that one. I just don't think it's rooted in anything. And then what was the second part?
HR, yeah. How have you handled HR problems? What HR problems have popped up?
So that one, I mean, it's a little bit of a general question, but yeah, I mean, obviously, in general, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of things about, HR stuff in my company. And I think one thing people don't have is just the context. Like, I think they think my channel is just like 5 people or 10 people or 20, whatever. Like, they don't realize the size of it. Like, specifically because our videos have gotten so big, I mean, I'm gonna give a little range because depending on how many people we've hired in the last month, it's somewhere between like 250 or 300 people work at my production company. So this is a big company. There's a lot of people, and then on top of that, when we do like bigger videos where we need to build big sets or whatever, sometimes we bring in hundreds of contractors. So there's a lot of people that work here, and like I just want to blanketly say, like, companies at this size, like, you can't ever guarantee that every interaction everyone's going to have is always going to be positive with each other. You know what I mean? That's just impossible. So I want to start off by just saying that because I don't want people to watch this and then like a year from now, like hear some rumor and be like, oh, Jimmy didn't learn. Like any company of this size, there's always going to be some problem someone has. Now, having said that, I'm not trying to use it as like a blanket of like, see, and shield myself. There are two things that are like someone in my position who runs a company like this is in control of. One is, making sure we're not fostering anything inappropriate and, allowing it. And then two, when it inevitably happens, because it just will in a company my size. And I'm trying to be transparent here. Like it's, how do you respond to it? And then and the making sure you're not fostering it. Part of Quinn Emanuel, when we had them do their investigation, is I had them look at every system in my company. I had them talk to my employees and see if there's anything they could bring to Quinn Emanuel's attention that they could make me aware of. And I think it was in the report, is like we established
Personally, I find Subway
hotline.
Surfers kinda cringe. I would rather just work while having Pyro stream on my phone while they're getting told off about their average Twitter commission by chat.
Thank you, Juby, for the 10. Yeah, it's so weird when Mrbeast talks about his company, like just how monolithic it is. Because I thought I had a lot of employees compared to... Because when I first started YouTube, it was just me and Ramska. That was basically it. But now it's like... We've got a lot more people on team, but like it's nothing compared to... I remember seeing Mr. Who's the Boss, the British tech YouTuber guy, and he got invited to like the Mrbeast compound and he did this whole video. And it just shows like how much money they're making. It's insane. And how many employees they have.
Because Quinn Emanuel was showing me data that like sometimes people don't feel comfortable talking to HR or their boss, and like if you have an anonymous hotline that goes to someone outside the company that can hear a complaint and then beam it into you without disclosing who it was, like you'll get more honest feedback, because there's so they showed us a lot of things like that. Also in making sure we're not fostering it. Like I think it's also in there as well. We leveled up like our C-suite, because I've had a lot of people that have grown with me, but like me, they've never ran a company that has hundreds of employees before. So I actually just hired a couple of people who have worked on Fortune 500 companies, who have actually ran companies of this size before. And so, they've shown me lots of things that bigger companies do that obviously I'm just ignorant on, because I'm a YouTuber. You know what I mean? I spent my life staring at retention charts and CTR, not how to structure a business. So just that's phase one, is making sure you're not fostering, a culture that supports that stuff. And then inevitably, like I said, you can't ever guarantee when you're working with hundreds of people full time, and then when you add part-time people, potentially over 1,000 sometimes, you just got to make sure if there are issues that, actual real issues, like if someone complains because someone peed on a toilet seat, like I'm not, but if there's an actual serious issue, then, we'll bring in professionals who experience and, getting down to it, interview them.
I mean, this sounds like a cope, but if someone is like pissing on the toilet seat multiple times, I think that's fair to bring up. I saw this one TikTok of like a guy in a school that was like shitting in sinks and stuff like that.
The information, I'll recuse myself. I don't want to be the arbiter of truth. And then, those experts who are experienced in handling those things, they'll tell me how to handle it. If they tell me to fire someone, I fire them. If they tell me to whatever, I'll do it. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the one who makes those decisions. So, and transparency, that's kind of,
So I think this is one where a lot of YouTubers, people who have covered this type of thing, don't really understand that HR is a real living and breathing organism in business, and if you don't maintain it, it can become a problem for a normal business. But when your business is someone like you whose reputation is on the line, I also have a bunch of businesses. I've got 60 employees, and we have an HR department. And something happens once a month where someone gets an anonymous report, and then we have to solve that problem, and then we actually
You're evil.
Yeah, and that's that's how it feels sometimes. Yeah. But I'm not involved, obviously, in that stuff, and my YouTube side is very compartmentalized. So the way that I do that, it makes sense to me. I want to be as detached as much as possible from the day-to-day operations of like the actual business. You're saying you're running the company. Is there a world in which what is your job title? Is there a world in which you step back and you are just like not an actor necessarily, but you're the guy, you're Mrbeast, and you let the business be operated by an entity to where you can stand beside it essentially, instead of being at the head of it?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's my channel, it's my company, so I wouldn't take it that far. I think like the big thing is just bringing in people who have actually ran a company at this size before, because eventually I will be more educated and knowledgeable.
Yeah, because obviously Mrbeast has this monolithic company, but also Umpa has multiple projects, right? He's got his YouTube channel, he's got the suites, that I think he said in a video he ships out 10,000 a month, which is crazy. And as well, on top of that, he's got the video game studio as well. So there is a lot to manage. Thank you, Glenn, for the 5. When are you going to play the man in the suit? Eventually.
Like every day, I'm learning more on like how to properly run a company with hundreds of people and better do it. But I'm still very ignorant. Like I probably crossed 100 employees like 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago, and but it's still just growing. So like, because across everything, you know, if you include Feastables and ViewStats, we have over 400 employees. So it's a learning thing. But that's the thing. While I'm learning, I need to bring in people who have been there and, you know, learn from them.
Yeah, because I mean, there's no replacement for just experience, right?
Exactly.
Like, you can be as smart as anybody, but if you haven't been able to go through the things you've gone through and like things just personally that I know that I've gone through and learned from business, it's not possible to know. It's not possible to know how to react to those things, or you know, that's why I sort of try to do my best to compartmentalize my business. Obviously, different beast than what you're
paying
operating.
for the non-stop videos with this interview, or your next commission. Win-win in my books.
Like you paid the rent for 10.
But it just, you know, it's just, you know, it's difficult, and it does make sense. And you've used the word ignorant a couple times. You know, I'd be interested to see how
Pyro hitting the
sort of how changes are made.
JK love you, Pyro less than 3.
It's not a vape. It's a sight for an AK, like a toy AK that fell off. So I'm just like fidgeting with it like a moron.
After this, which you've already made a lot of changes, obviously, the anonymous reporting is the biggest one for HR.
Yeah.
That's like been a
and it's like, that's one of those things where, you know, like, it's not like I was like, oh, we don't need, I just didn't know. Like, I never seen the data they showed me. And like, if any other people have this kind of stuff, like, I'm always open to learning.
Of course, yeah. And I think the most important thing too is like, at the end of the day, you've got
some
the most
mushrooms
to
at
gain
8 a.m. and I'm regretting it heavily.
Why are you taking shrooms when watching a Mrbeast video, by the way?
Exactly. I want my employees happy. I gain nothing out of them not being happy. Like, it hurts me. It's like I have a monetarily incentivization to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like the criticism of entities like yours and even mine.
I'll be honest, I'm going to play armchair psychologist a bit. A lot of people say that Mrbeast is like a soulless person, only orientated by money. I don't think that's true. I just think he genuinely has like a very analytical brain to the point that he might come across as a bit of like a sociopath, because he just mentions like numbers and analytics and how to improve and retention just all the time. So it's like an onlooker, because I watched him for the longest time in interviews and I was like, he doesn't actually speak like a normal person. Like it's like Patrick Bateman stuff. But then you kind of realize like he is like an actual person that can talk to you, but it's more just like there's a huge focus on numbers and stuff like that.
With truth, obviously, and like logic, and there's a real basis of rationale that makes sense, that's centered in reality.
Yeah.
I feel like that's super important.
Awful take. I mean, to be fair, anything that isn't just like completely shitting on him will be marked as an awful take.
Because once again, you have so much to gain, and like you spend less, you make.
He talks like Elon Musk. I mean, that's how most rich people speak, honestly.
A little bit less money, but your employees are.
He's the real good doctor. He just stands up and he says, I am a YouTuber. I am a YouTuber.
Substantially happier, and they feel, you know, safer or just more confident in you as their leader or their boss. So it's like. It's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how all this kind of goes from here after this point, especially.
Yeah,
because this is a big moment.
I know the interview, the day of the interview.
But that makes sense though. I mean, and like I don't want to continuously interject my own business experience, but I think it does set me apart from other YouTubers who are involved in this, in that I do have business experience. From it, sort of the same thing. I just fell into running actual businesses and having to do payroll and HR, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
I had no idea any of this stuff existed, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get fucked. Your mom was previously head of your HR department, and
I'm surprised how well Sour Boys does for Umperville, because it's not really a brand you ever hear about, but they're always selling out and stuff. It's insane. I mean, if you think about how much...
You should have saw his face when he sawed a giant. You should have saw his face when he sawed a giant. Can you say, Mixer, thank you, Mr. Leathershoe?
Leather belt. I give it a 10. Mixer. Yeah, like if Umperville is clearing like 10k sales a month, like imagine how much like Ryan Trahan is making with his gummies, because that's stuff that you actually see like everywhere.
Some people have criticized that as a conflict of interest. Did you personally at the time even consider that? And do you now also acknowledge that that is a conflict of interest?
Oh, I agree. That's a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
I do think context matters though, because like this is where a lot of these things that I assume we're going to talk about is like people conflate current Mrbeast with 400 employees and spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year with Mrbeast when he's a teenager and starting. I mean, when I first started hiring people, it was like, oh, we went to high school together. You want to help me make videos? And I hired a couple of my friends from high school. So, and then I was like, how do I do taxes and this kind of stuff? And I was like, Mom, help. And so,
Okay. I relate with him here. This is exactly what I did. Because my parents used to be teachers, and now they just work for me. Well, I don't like saying that because that sounds a bit gay. They work with the company. So, yeah, like my sister went to uni. She works for us now. My parents used to be teachers. They help with the merch, with the packing, because most YouTubers have people that do the merch for them, merch fulfillment, and they take a disgustingly huge cut for basically doing nothing. So we just got like, I just get parents to do it. They do all like the heavy lifting and stuff. And it keeps them like, it's like a good example is like with my dad. Like he likes to be busy with his hands. He likes to always be like moving stuff, lifting stuff, you know, because you can take your parents out of their job with money and then like retire them. But like, I don't think people realize like you fall into depression very quickly if you're still not doing stuff. So yeah, I think it's the best of both worlds. Like they're still able to do stuff. And also, they're out of working in teaching, because working in teaching in the UK is an actual meme. You are underpaid and absolutely rinsed.
I mean, I wouldn't say she's head of HR. I mean, she was, I guess, but she's also running finance. And, you know, it's not like a real company. We just get in this like little 700.
I need to know if I'm cooked. I need to know if you'd hypothetically commission something like my OC. If so, I've already crossed the Rubicon.
Would I commission something like your OC? Thank you for the 30 frenzied. I have no idea who you are. I'm sorry, but thank you for the 30, man. I really appreciate that. Wait, who is that? Okay, I looked up your name and nothing comes up, by the way. It comes up with a Facebook page. Anyways.
No, actually, that one was $1,080 a month office I was renting. And I'd just be like to this one guy that I knew from high school, all right, today you're going to go paint this thing. Today, you, friend number 2, you're going to like...
Your hairstyle reminds me of Control+Alt+Delete. Loss of hairline.
Thank you, Lima, for the 10. I'm very happy with my hairline. Thank you very much.
Me edit this, and you, friend number 3, you're going to go to the store and buy 1,000 chickens that like scream when you press down on them. And Mom... I don't know. Just make sure the IRS doesn't sue me. Like that's the time frame we're talking about here. But yes, I agree. Like it's stupid. Like you definitely shouldn't have your mom as an HR person. You should just hire someone who was educated in HR, which is obviously what we have. We have an HR team now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think, and that's sort of like one of the weird things from just a business perspective. Once again, it's like someone becomes HR by default. Yeah. Even if you don't say, well, this is the HR person, this is our contact.
I mean, because like back then, it's like, I mean, if you had a problem, just tell me. There's like 5 of us. You know? So,
that's true. Yeah,
but yes, but still, I'm like,
yeah, like I've got a lot of employees, and we don't have a HR department. You know, I've got like 2 managers. I've got like an actual YouTube manager, and then I've got like a content manager, and I guess they kind of fulfill that HR a little bit in a sense. But yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I've had like a lot of editors, and I'm like, one thing that we've done is actually keep a good track record of like never ending on like a bad situation. It's always like, if I've had to let people go, it's always been like amicably, you know, as opposed to, you know, you get like a twit longer made on you or something.
In this, I'm not trying to like deflect everything. Like, I mean, yes, obviously you should hire an actual HR person. Agreed.
That's good advice.
Yes.
That's sound advice. I do agree with that.
Shocker.
Yeah, crazy. The no doesn't mean no policy that was criticized. That was.
Do you actually care about this? I think a lot of people are definitely getting the fatigue on this now, including myself. I'm hoping that this is the last time that we're reviewing anything related to the Mrbeast situation. Like, I am giving it full attention. I'm obviously interjecting when I can. It's kind of hard to, because it's like I feel this interview could be a little bit one-sided. But yeah, I think after this, we're not going to talk about Mrbeast anymore, because I even think with him, like, this is his idea to basically change the narrative, because he's not going to do a response video. He's basically said himself on his channel, like, he's not going to do a response video. So I think he's going to use Umpa's platform to basically spread his own response out there.
Was crazy. I mean, when I first saw that, I was like, what the fuck?
What, you're answering for me? Let me answer.
Hold on. It was criticized, especially by Soggy recently, of having been taken out of context. Can you explain what the no doesn't mean no policy was and why it was in the...
Yes. So, yeah. So, it's funny, even the word, like, policy, it's like, so when we started hiring more people, I wrote this little, I almost like advice book just for a lot of employees, because I wasn't able to talk with.
I like how he's not looking at Umpa, he's looking at the camera, like he's recording. He's recording an actual Mrbeast video.
People as much as I was early on, and one part of it that people, when this thing got leaked, and I wrote it with some other people in my company. It wasn't just me, but when this got leaked, there's a section that said no does not mean no, and then they just like cropped.
That was really bad, by the way. I did go over that in the Soggy video, and they did interview the woman that co-wrote it with Jimmy. But I still think the way it was worded was just awful.
That out, and they're like, look, this is...
It was basically just like, no means no doesn't mean no. Obviously, a lot of people spun it into like a rape thing, you know, like an unconsensual thing, which I don't believe. But yeah, I just think a lot of it was kind of like, oh, well, if someone says no, it doesn't actually mean no. You know, this was in the context of them trying to film inside stores and stuff like that. Like, you know, try and find someone who's a fan, you know, just try and like 100 speech check.
Proof Jimmy's immoral and evil, when obviously, like you were saying, if you read the context below, it makes sense. The gist of why...
I think titling it no does not mean no is really bad. Especially with the whole conversation right now about, like, you know, like, this sounds like a reach, but the whole conversation about like women and their choice for like abortion and stuff like that, like my body, my choice, you know, it's like no does not mean no could be applied to so many things in a negative connotation. It just looks really bad to read. I know that was meant for like internals and just like between a few dozen people to read it, and it was never meant to be leaked online, but yeah, it's just not a good look at all.
Why we had a section that said no does not mean no is because we do, I don't know if anyone's ever seen our videos, crazy things that have never been done before, right? No one's ever, on YouTube at least, buried themselves alive for 7 days. No one like tries to dangle an obstacle course from cranes. And it's like, the problem I kept running into early on when I was hiring people is...
You look terrible. Your eye bags and your attempt to try to hold back your yawn is obvious. You need to take a day off. No, I need to take heroin.
I'd be like, hey, I want to do this. And then they would go call someone. So like, let's say the obstacle course in the sky, where we had like these obstacle courses that Mac did, held up by these cranes, weighed like 100,000 pounds or whatever. Like, they would call crane companies and they'd be like, no. And then they'd be like, okay, hang up. And they'd come to me and they'd go, Jimmy, they said, no, we can't do it. The video's not possible. And it's like, okay, well, of course they're going to say no, because everything we do has never been done before. But like, ask them why. And like, obviously, if they don't be rude, but if they say no, just try to understand why, right? And a lot of times you'll have an instance where like, well, we can't get all the cranes at one time because we're renting them out. And it's like, okay, perfect. We respect that, but can I offer something before you actually hard say no? What if we went to the 2 or 3 other clients that day that were renting the cranes, we paid them 5 times the amount of money they paid to rent those cranes to just, you know, rent them a week later, and let's just see. And then the company would usually be like, oh, you would do that? It's like, yeah, like we want to work with you to find a solution to make your problem our problem and solve it. And then, like, you know, then a hard no will 50% of the time turn into, oh, well, yeah, actually we can do it if you're willing to spend a little extra money or whatever. So that was me trying to educate my employees on that. And somehow, well, I don't know, I'm not even gonna say somehow, I know how. I mean, people who didn't care about the truth and just, you know, wanted to spread disinformation and manipulate and lie to millions of people, which it worked, spun that into I mean, I'm not even going to state the obvious, but I mean, which made no sense because the context for it was literally written right below it. But I mean, that just shows the ill will intent of certain people.
Yeah, because no doesn't mean no.
What's the TLDR? It's just Mrbeast responding to everything. It's mostly just him talking and Umperville asking questions.
No, I mean, that is like, there's just a massive, heavy negative connotation with that, obviously, in the zeitgeist. So, yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense in a vacuum, or, you know, with this context, it does make perfect sense, but you got to see, if I were to be like, yeah, this guy, Mrbeast, is getting canceled for all kinds of crazy shit, and he has a no doesn't mean no policy. Anyways, like, that's...
Paid interview, questions prepared in advance. The whole point is, it's not my fault, it's my employees. The level of shamelessness is simply astonishing. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's that black and white. I think... I feel that Umper has not yet pushed back one time, but we are only half an hour into a 2.5 hour long video. But yeah, I feel like there has been no pushback so far. It's mostly just he will say something, Mrbeast goes on a very long tangent, and then Umper will try to basically he'll bring up a scenario that's similar to him, as in the amount of employees or HR, that kind of thing.
Crazy.
I know.
That's fucking
And you should
insane.
throw it on screen so your viewers can
so
see.
they can actually see the
so you
full
can see
thing,
the context, because it clearly lays it out. So no one actually saw that and thought what these channels were implying.
Yeah.
They just willfully were ignorant so they could get 1 out of 10s and make some money. I mean, that's the truth. Like, I'm sorry, but
Now on to sort of
I still think it was really badly worded, especially the opening of that. You can't film here. That literally doesn't mean shit. Like, who talks like that in a professional setting? Talk to other employees and see if there are any fans, or if their kids have fans. Talk to their bosses, try their boss's boss. Have me DM them on Twitter and try their social team. After all avenues are exhausted, just try other Dollar Trees.
actually saw that and thought what these channels were implying.
Yeah.
They just will.
It definitely wasn't as malicious as like what Dogpack was implying, but at the same time, it's still a very poorly worded letter. Like, there's no professionalism there at all.
Were ignorant so they could get 1 out of 10s and make some money. I mean, that's the truth. Like, I'm sorry, but
Now on to sort of content production and the question of authenticity behind the content that you make. There have been claims that you use some CGI in your videos, that is computer-generated imagery. Do you think the use of CGI can undermine the credibility or authenticity of the content that you're making? And if so, why do you choose to use it?
good question. And yes, I do think rampant use of CGI can undermine it. And I try to do my best to be transparent. Did you ever see So Crispy's video where they showed the behind the scenes of our Squid Game video?
I did, yes.
Yeah, so we've done that. We've done lots of BTS videos on them, and we've done other BTS videos. So I try to show it transparently.
I know that they said after they did the internal investigation, they're going to try to release more BTS videos, behind the scenes videos, to show that it's all legitimate.
But let me think about it. I mean, honestly, the truth is, like, can you... Obviously, there are channels like Corridor Digital and stuff like that, but can you really think of any, like...
People hating on Umper?
Pyro, just got out of a 6-year relationship with my girlfriend and your slop is keeping my brain happy. Just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you,
Love
Josh.
X.
Thank you, Josh. The 10, appreciate it, man. People hating on Umper and saying he's paid are actual idiots. Umper has criticized Mrbeast before. The point of the interview isn't to debate. The point
As
is to tell his side.
Pyro, whilst it can be chalked up to ignorance and stupid decisions due to him being young, he should be held accountable. This interview seems like he's going to he's sorry my employees are bad, I'm just a little guy.
To be fair, we've gone over like 3 allegations out of like the 33 present. So we haven't watched the whole video yet. But I agree with that message I just read out about, like, you know, saying that Umper's been paid off and stuff, and how that's just complete BS. Like he said himself, he's not a professional interviewer. And obviously as well, if you've got someone like Mrbeast in the room, you're probably going to be a little bit intimidated as well. It's not to debate him, it's for him to tell his side. Yeah. Yeah, because the video was titled Mrbeast's Response. It's not meant to be like a debating interview.
You know, entertainment channels like...
Why did Mrbeast choose to interview Umperville and not someone like CoffeeZilla? Probably because Umperville would have been more neutral, I assume, as opposed to CoffeeZilla. That would have definitely, you know, and also that's a whole ball game. I mean, I'm sure that Coffee knows all about the crypto stuff, and he might not know as much as Umper does about all the other allegations as well.
like mine that really do this, like even have the budgets to kind of do this kind of stuff. It's something I've always thought a lot about, because like we're really
personally, what I think the outcome of this is, this will be like a huge, this will be like a little black stain on his career, and I feel like that will never go away. But he will still always be able to make content. He will still always get hundreds of millions of views. It's not going to ruin his career at all. But I feel like doing it this way and not a direct response, it will always be something that will kind of... But the thing is as well, like, Mrbeast is a YouTuber that's above YouTubers, right? He's not on my level. He's not on Umper's level. He's above that. He's basically a celebrity. Like, he doesn't need to interact with people on Twitter and stuff or anything like that. Like he's a whole... He's up there with, like... He's up there with, like, Kardashians and stuff like that, in my opinion, in the YouTube space. And they don't interact with, like, you know, fans and stuff that much that are, you know, wanting to look to debate or to argue or anything like that.
pushing back.
I'm not wording this in a good way, I know, but I'm trying to basically explain that he's on such a high level that he doesn't really need to clear himself 100%. He just needs to plant the seeds of his, like, response, basically, instead of doing a whole video, which could actually damage his brand more.
Boundaries, and like I want to like keep leveling things up, and I think that's a cool way to do it, but it's not like there's some like playbook on how to like incorporate it, right? Because no one else really does it. Like something I was thinking about is like also we rarely use it. Like, I mean, maybe like 0.5%, 0.1% of my shots. Like if we have like a background that like doesn't look too cool, like it's just like black, but it looks a little off, we'll just like darken it out in post. Like that's like majority of what we do, or sometimes we'll extend a set. But I was thinking like when we do, because we pour millions of dollars into these videos. We build massive sets. Like we go through so much links to make these huge videos. And the last thing I want is people to be like questioning whether or not things are CGI. I mean, like the sets we build are fucking crazy, man. Like it's wild. Like you should come see the like behind the scenes of it. I mean, sometimes we spend 100 days just literally building one room for one shot of one video.
That's insane.
So yeah, I was thinking like maybe just potentially, I don't know, this is the first time I'm saying it publicly, like time stamping in the description when we do.
That's interesting.
Yeah, or like having some like gimmicky thing where like whatever we do, we like put like a little beast logo on it. So it's like.
I respect Jimmy for making response. He did response so late because he made internal research and people telling him not to make any response because people in the company could lose their job. I mean, yeah, he said earlier on like he didn't want to respond because the internal team basically said, no, this is not a good idea.
Like a thing that if people wanted to identify, they could. I mean, I'm down to figure something out. I mean, we just don't really use it that much. It's just like a thing few and far between. But what I really don't want is people to not be able to trust my videos just because occasionally I want to make a wall blacker or like I want to extend a set a little bit just to make it look cooler and like you feel in tune with it. Because what we do on its own,
all that effort just to produce brain rot to children
is insane. You know what I mean? Like we don't need it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to be fair too, you know, I totally get what you're saying, and like the logic for the CGI call doesn't really make a lot of sense to me personally. You know, to me, maybe it would undermine the credibility if you're like changing things genuinely, or like you have an outcome that's the thumbnail and you're only getting it by manipulating. But like there are times in my videos where my head is bigger than my head in real life because my editors make it bigger. That's CGI, right?
Yeah.
The words, the subtitles in your video, they're not real. That's CGI technically.
True. Yeah.
So it's like there's just it's just that one's like a really sort of slippery slope. But I think that's a good idea. If you were to put timestamps, or you know, if you sort of are transparent about AI generative content, that's something that you could do as the biggest content creator in the world to be.
I kind of agree. Mrbeast is not just one guy or a team, it's an entire company. Yeah, I don't know how many employees he's got. It's over 100, right? It might be closer to 300.
Even more ethical than is really necessary.
Yeah. The only thing is then, which I'm down. Like I want to keep brainstorming these things out. It's just like you said, like I in my head, I didn't even think of text on the bottom as CGI, and like everyone might have a little different definition of it. So I just want to make sure, like, you know, what I would classify as it, like, and so, but agree, there's some solution here, or just stop using it. Like it doesn't even matter. Like I mean, we build crazy sets. It's usually just to make them look 1% cooler.
You can figure it out.
Yeah. So there is some answer here. Like that's not a thing that scares me. You know what I mean?
Definitely, yeah. I think people would appreciate the transparency on that. as well. Like, because it's, I mean, there, reality television, it's all extremely manipulative, and I think that's like the basis of it. So if you were to sort of go above and beyond even the worst, you know, whatever competitors that you don't even really have on YouTube and put like a Beast logo or timestamps, I personally think that would be kind of cool.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think that'd be sort of epic. There was an allegation that you used CGI to create the impression that you guys built a hospital, part of a hospital, in order to deceive viewers.
Not to criticize Umpa here, because I feel like I would do a much worse job in his position. I really do respect that he's, you know, interviewed Mrbeast, but I feel like the CGI should not be like towards the forefront of this interview. I feel like it should be, it should really be a pyramid of like the most damning stuff, and then it descends into the lesser stuff. The CGI is definitely a lesser thing. They talked about Delaware in the beginning. That's fair. That's good. But then I think they should have also talked about Jake Weddle and then maybe the Ava stuff as well. They did, to be fair, they did gloss over the... They did talk about the Ava stuff to a smaller extent, that they booted her out and stuff. But I feel like the... Yeah, I feel the Jake stuff should have been brought up next, not the CGI. But again, like, if I was in Umpa's position, I probably would have just cracked from like the amount of pressure and stuff like that. So I'm not at all saying that I could have done a better job.
Or, you know, manipulate them into believing that you did more than you actually did.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, no, that's a great one. Honestly, truthful, dumb mistake. At the start of one of our Beast Philanthropy videos, they were trying to show what this like building looked like in the past. And in the past, that hospital wasn't there. So they removed it in the editing. Which and this is just like a small part of this isn't even like the point of the video was that we built this hospital or whatever. There was just a shot at the beginning, but some people saw that and like thought we did build it, which is not the intention. And so it's just a dumb mistake. Like, trust me, when I saw that, I talked to the editors. I was like, come on, like, you know, I have 100 editors.
The hard questions happen later on in the video where he asks about Shabman, Lunchley. Okay. Umpa's not glazing. No, I never said he was glazing. I mean, chat might be saying, but no, I don't think it's glazed at all.
And obviously we have a bunch of different channels and things like that, so it's hard for me to like speak with all of them, but it was just truthfully a silly mistake. We never said we built that hospital or anything, but I could see how some people might perceive that we were trying to like give off that we were. And it's a little unfortunate because Beast Philanthropy, my YouTube channel, how do I say this where it's like I'm not trying to, like, is literally owned by a 501c3. Like, it's a YouTube channel that is a nonprofit, which is crazy. Like, as far as I know, that's the only one. And Beast Philanthropy does so much good. And like that, you know, what's the only reason people, this is what's funny, because like to the people like trying to call me evil and say we fake philanthropy, the only reason anyone even knows any of this is because we actually did a behind the scenes video on that video. So like, clearly I wasn't aware.
I always thought the philanthropy was genuine, but I do remember like watching one of Rosanna's videos and they were like, it was obvious they were enhancing the philanthropy video with CG to make it look better.
Of this,
but I never thought any of it was actually like faked.
Because we did
like the actual giving money away and stuff like that.
BTS, and we were the ones who revealed this information. You know what I mean? So like, if we were trying to hide things, like we wouldn't have done BTS on that video. That's how people got this information. So it's just like a little mistake, but it's sad because now people are using that to point at our Beast Philanthropy channel, which does a lot. I mean, it will just scroll through the videos. I mean, whether we're building schools in Africa or, I mean, and giving electricity to remote villages, or we're giving clothes to people who don't have it, or we're feeding people. I mean, it does a lot of really good projects. Now, truthfully, that channel is struggling to get brand deals because of all the slander on it, because everyone, you know, has convinced advertisers that the videos are fake and that it doesn't actually do philanthropy. And it's like, it does. And just like one little editing mistake on one of dozens of videos. Like, I mean, it's unfortunate because it's actually having a pretty severe impact on the charity and its image. And like, I don't know, just unfortunate.
You think the impact is not obviously just the CGI hospital edit, but just the entire situation in general?
No, I mean, of course the entire general situation, but no, after that hospital thing, a lot of people made videos saying Beast Philanthropy is fake and saying we fake our philanthropy, and it's specifically attacking it. And then, you know, like that whole 100% of the revenue on the charity, on the channel is what we use to fund the charity. And
okay, I know I'm being autistic here. I've seen that piece of dust just float around the screen the same time It's like a ghost orb in Phasmophobia.
That like spooked off a lot of people because they're like, oh, so this charity is not authentic. Because like obviously people don't want to work with a charity that's not legit, which Beast Philanthropy is as legit as it gets. Just one little editing mistake, which I get now. I'm sounding like I'm downplaying. I mean, it was just a mistake in editing. Doesn't discredit all the projects Beast Philanthropy has done around the world, and the tens of thousands of lives it's changed. And I mean, yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair admission too, because it's like
the CGI dust.
You know, and once again, optically, you're the guy who's talking about spending.
When is the last upload on Philanthropy? Actually, let's have a little look. Oh, pretty recent actually. Okay. 6 days ago.
Hundreds of millions of children all around the globe have limited access to education.
Yeah, there's such this guy apparently. I forget his name, but this guy works for Mrbeast on the Philanthropy channel. Apparently, he does it all for free as well. He just does it for free. He genuinely just wants to help people, which is based. He might be being paid now, but originally it was all for free.
26 hours a day, looking at data, and every decision, every single frame that's in a video is like combed over, and then that is a mistake, obviously, that you're capable of making, your team is capable of making, and like the whole thing is capable of making, and people, they'll compare and contrast whether they know or not. Like they think everything you're doing is 110% deliberate.
Yeah, well, and that's the unfortunate part, because like if someone, again, just to be clear, the only reason anyone even knows is because we did BTS. So I mean, but if that would have happened 8 months ago, I would have just responded to a tweet saying my bad and just like re-edited it in YouTube editor and just added a voiceover, and it would have been fine. It's just now that due to the circumstances, everyone's like, we finally got the proof, the philanthropy's fake, he's fake, and like let's tear down his charity. And yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's just a silly editing mistake. Like the VO we should just had VO over that clip just saying we didn't build this hospital. But it was also not even the whole point of the video. It's just like if you watch it, it's just a clip at the start. It's literally not even what the video is about. So
you've mentioned the behind the scenes footage of that, specifically the hospital video in regard to your philanthropy channel. Would you be willing to or consider releasing like more detailed behind the scenes footage or a breakdown of that?
I think they should just be more transparent in general. Like you have the whole curing blindness thing and how people thought that was a scam, but in Soggy's video he literally proved that there was a third party organization that was meant to do the fulfillment for the LASIK, and they basically screwed everyone over. Like, why did Mrbeast's team not come out and say that first? That would have cleared up so much. Why didn't he put a tweet out on Twitter if a statement didn't get enough outreach?
With the VO you're talking about, or the editors who worked on it and sort of their thoughts and opinions or whatever, because they're the ones working on it, right? Like
on that video specifically.
Yeah, or just in general.
Yeah, well, that one in specifically. I mean, we're owning up to it. I mean, I don't want to put them on blast publicly. Like, it was a silly little mistake. Obviously, we talked about how we could prevent it in the future, but I'm sure, shocker, at some point we're gonna have some other editing mishap over. Yeah. So I mean, that's not something I can't guarantee will ever happen again, but like we're doing our best to make sure it doesn't.
He might not have wanted to burn bridges. I mean, it's made a worse situation now because it was used against him as ammo, basically implying that philanthropy is a scam. And he's just like not even fixing people's eyesight.
But in general, I would love to do more behind the scenes. Like I think throughout all this,
someone in chat said, "Is this the guy from Fortnite?" Yeah, it is. It is. Doesn't he actually have a skin in Fortnite as well?
What is causing some of this is like confusion is because there is so much mystery around how we do our videos because people don't know how we do it. It's like it's almost easier to believe there is this like they're fake or they're rigged, and he didn't actually build a bunker and put it underground and have two people live in it for 100 days and record the entire time and do all this. It's almost getting to the point where it's easier to believe it's not real. And I think like just having more transparency and doing behind the scenes would help. I've been wanting to do that for a little bit. It's just truthfully, I just got to build the team. I was we're looking into getting some editors and like a person dedicated for doing it, like because we have to like intentionally film those shots. Right. A lot of it is like, so we're like building out the team. It's just like this. It just takes time. Like you even need someone who will make the thumbnails for it. And
this interview sucks. I watched it on 2x speed. I disagree. I think it's so long because there's so many allegations, right? There's like, how many were there in Soggy's video? There was unironically like 33 or something. There was an insane amount. There's so many to go over that it's actually became so convoluted now that unfortunately people have lost interest before he's been able to respond to everything. I mean, again, to be fair, like I said, I think he should have put out a response video initially. He should have himself, absolutely. But yeah, it's, I mean, this is kind of the problem. Like, if you don't respond to allegations like as soon as possible, it basically just ends up with you, with the public thinking that you're a bad person and I'm not going to watch your content anymore.
You know, like, I also don't want there to be editing mistakes in this. So I need someone who's doing QC, and that's like a really important thing, because I don't want them to post it and make a claim in the BTS that's not true and say, hey, we spent $500,000 on this bunker, and it was actually $480,000, right?
Yeah.
Which is, these are the little kinds of things that, you know, because I have such a large company, people will do, and they think it's innocent, but it's like, no, like, but at the end of the day, it's my name on it. And so it's like, in theory, it seems simple. Like, oh, you're already filming, just throw a BTS.
How many lunch leaves did he send you? I've had no lunch leaves, I've had no feastables. I'm very sure I'm on like a blacklist. I'm probably on some kind of blacklist with the Mrbeast company because I've made videos on them. Even Dolan had feastable bars sent to him. I tried the salted peanut one. Peanut butter. That one was actually kind of nice. Genuinely. I remember trying the original D's Nuts feastables. That was awful. It just tastes like shit. But the new one's actually nice. And the thing is as well, when you eat it, and you know it's nice, you know it's so bad for you as well.
Yes, but there's a whole big process in it to make sure that's also true and authentic and good and actually edited well. And so, I mean, I don't know when I'll be able to build out the team and get it right, but I think that will help a lot. If people knew like the effort and work that went into the videos and like just how we do it, I think they would look at it differently and be like, oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, and I think to circle back a little bit, I don't think even showing the, you know, in behind the scenes, like if that were to have existed specifically with like the philanthropy stuff, or another time where you're adding CGI or whatever, if you had the intention of the people who are doing it in that behind the scenes footage, it wouldn't be necessarily even putting them on blast or you know, showing any mistake you would have from the very beginning, transparency.
Yeah.
So I think that would be, I mean, that would be
on
awesome.
the same page here. Hey, if anyone watching this wants to help work on my BTS channel, I'm actually serious. We're actively hiring and trying to figure it out. So, I mean, yeah. I really think that would help a bunch. Like, just,
yeah.
Like, plus, I just want to show people how we do this stuff. Like, it's pretty crazy, the stuff we're doing now.
I mean, realistically, it sounds like some of these problems, if like there was just sort of, you have the opportunity now to just be like super ethical and hire a couple more teams for transparency and do something that not only the 300 million subscriber YouTuber, but like you are leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else in terms of like transparency.
Yeah.
Which people really like that type of stuff. Even if they don't like search out for it, they just like to see someone who's honest and you know, relatable.
I agree.
And like, you know, you guys are really good at this insane Mrbeast thing, but like you said, even with sort of talking about the allegations in the beginning,
I wouldn't say Mrbeast is relatable, personally.
You didn't want to make a video where you're just sitting and it just feels cringe and awkward.
Yeah, no.
Like but you know, it makes sense, right? Like I get your perspective and the outsider's perspective. It's cool to see, you know, how it's not cool to see how angry people can get, but it is cool to see that there is a possible answer to those situations, like being super ethical and transparent in a way that nobody else has ever been before.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like you could probably do that. So there's evidence that you put your previous employees, friends, whatever, controlled opposition in your challenge videos, such as the 100 boys versus 100 girls video.
Yeah.
Did you put them in that video or videos like that specifically to rig the outcome
of the challenge?
The challenge? And if so, do you think that's acceptable, Mrbeast?
I know. That one was a big one. Videos talking about my 100 boys versus 100 girls video in the last couple months.
Doesn't Soggy already go over this? I mean, to be fair, we're actually going to get Jimmy's perspective of it now.
That one, people really talked about that one. So, yes, Soggy's video, he, you know, talked about this and uncovered it. I'm surprised more people didn't. Like, my girlfriend, after that video, literally went on a podcast and described this. So it's not even like this was hidden information. This has been out there.
You were in the video.
Yeah, this is the exact same point that Soggy brought up in his video as well.
100 girls versus 100 boys for $500,000.
God, what an amazing face for a thumbnail.
Yes. On the day, everybody had to go for COVID tests, and a lot of people came, got their COVID tests, and they tested positive. And the girls somehow ended up with way too little contestants. So I got a call randomly from the studio, and they're like, we need a female. I'm like, well, I am a female. I guess I could do this 100-hour challenge.
Were you dating at the time?
Yes.
And did the others know you were dating Mrbeast at the time?
They pretended that they didn't, but I think some of them caught on.
Did he like move to the side of the...
German accent? She's South African, bro. She's from South Africa, bro. She's not from Germany, bro.
Circle.
Oh, no, he avoided eye contact at all costs.
But, I mean, literally, like she said on the podcast, we had 100 boys, 100 girls. They're competing in a video. Leading up to the video, they're supposed to quarantine. This was years ago when, you know, at the height of COVID. A lot of questions people have about my videos, like that.
Why is she not black then? Smartest Pyro viewer.
In these recent things I've noticed, usually the answer is like COVID, like why things aren't as like we would normally do it. But in this instance, they quarantined. When they showed up to the studio, a couple people on both sides tested positive for COVID. We didn't have them all in a group. We, you know, isolated, tested. And so now I'm stuck with a tough decision because we have all these people who just took off work for a week and took even more days off work to film this video. You know, a couple people on each side of the 100 girls, 100 boys tested positive for COVID. I can't go grab random people off the street because they haven't quarantined, right? And back then, I think COVID tests are better now.
People in chat are saying Elon best African. Why isn't Elon black? So true.
Back then, you know, it took like 2 days for the COVID test to be able to pick up whether or not you had COVID. Something like that. Not a doctor. This isn't Joe Rogan. I obviously... bro, no one knows that though, right? I could have just gone and grabbed random people off the street and it would have been fine. But I was trying to like be protective of the contestants. So my employees were routinely quarantining back then because, you know, in the studio and things like that, we didn't want an outbreak. So I just went to the employees who weren't working on the 100 girls versus 100 boys video and was like, hey, I don't want to cancel this video. Who wants to be in it? And so a couple of them volunteered, filled in the empty gaps. My girlfriend quarantined with me, so I threw her in there. And then we got the numbers up. I was good, good. The video's on. And yeah, they were competing for money like everyone else. Transparency, I'll look at the camera. No, they were not there to rig it. I did not tell them what to get out. I did not tell them what to do. They had their own free will. And yeah, I really didn't think too much of it. And, you know, here we are a couple years later and that's turning into...
I know he doesn't mean it, but it seems much more inauthentic when he's looking at the camera talking as opposed to looking at Umperville talking.
Proof that I put employees in videos to rig them and script them and they're just filling in for some people who got COVID.
Yeah, I think it's
because it's like when he's looking at the camera talking, it's more like he's making a statement. But when he's talking to Umperville, it's almost like you're more just overhearing like an actual genuine conversation between two people. Thank you, Chen, for the 10. I wonder why no one talks about Mac. He's the worst example for me that proves his video is all a script. Mrbeast legit made 3 videos about him and pretended that it's not scripted. Oh, you're on about Mac, the guy that used to be with Iraq? I think they were just mates behind the scenes, and he was like, "Oh, this guy's actually entertaining. You want to join our group?" And that was pretty much it.
Another situation in which it's like, sure, there's the...
So how would he be able to do an apology video without looking at the camera? Well, he wouldn't be doing an apology video. He'd be doing like a statement. But I'm saying if he did a statement looking at the camera, that would be fine. But because we're going back and forth between him talking to Umper and then feeling like he has to look at the camera, it just keeps switching, like, the dynamic, which is a little bit weird, as opposed to if he just filmed a response video and he was just looking at the camera the entire time.
You know, there's evidence or whatever of...
But yeah, I feel like Mrbeast and his team have basically said to him, and probably PR people have said, like, you've now reached the point that you are so big as a YouTube channel that, like, if you respond, you're finished. Like, you cannot do an actual video YouTube response. You have to disseminate it throughout other YouTubers' channels and let the message actually slowly spread around.
Both or whatever. It's like a trust me bro versus a trust me bro.
But this one's not even a trust me bro. Like, I mean, my girlfriend literally years ago said on a podcast all of this, so it's not even like I'm retroactively making this up. I mean,
right.
I could probably go pull up COVID tests and show you. I mean, it's...
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of like the interpretation of what people have for that specific event. Like when someone like you or someone with this big thing, people just see who they don't care. They see, oh, he's using his friends. Like, obviously it's fucking rigged.
Just bring a dog and say, I don't know how I'm going to do this video, dude. Who did that again? T. Martin, that's right. Cooper, I don't know how I'm going to do this video, dude.
You know, but they're not going to look into it. It's just optically, you know, like there's so many things that it's really easy. Like there's like such a crazy slippery.
Mr. Breast could have easily deflected all of these serious allegations by merely dabbing on the haters. Jake Paul. Okay, all right.
Slope.
Jake Paul
for a lot of the stuff.
Well, and it's like the thing is, I mean, I could have been like, oh, people got COVID and canceled it, and then we'd be sitting here talking about how I had these people quarantined for 7 days, and then I just rug pulled them. You know what I mean? And so like, it's a little bit of damned if you, damned if you don't. Like either way, I'd be sitting here talking to you about it. You know, so I just tried to take the most ethical, moral stance, and you know, prioritize health, and yeah.
Thank you, Aeon, for the 20. Sorry about the previous dono. That was rude. Here's a less disruptive dono. What was the last dono you made? I don't see it.
I mean, that's fair.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that's
you
fair.
hopefully now that people hear the truth, they agree as well. But yeah, I mean, it's been brutal hearing that misinformation be spread.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine that, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of people who really do not like you at all.
Yeah.
How does it feel in real life? Do you feel it in real life at all, or is it just internet?
No, it's just the internet. We talked a little bit before this. I mean, also, it's late at night. I just flew here to do this. This is a very impromptu thing.
Yeah.
But for like the 10 minutes we were talking before we started.
Okay. I don't mean to be armchair therapist, like armchair detective, like Reddit. You know, I'm looking. He's raising his left leg. That means he's lying. But I always feel like he's been a very analytical person, because people in general, right? We like to be liked. It's like a natural survival instinct, like what we had as cavemen. That's why you can be told 1,000 compliments in a day, but if you're told one negative thing or one criticism, you will cling to that. You will obsess over it. I had such a huge problem with that. I'm definitely a lot better with it now than what I used to be. But originally, it was like crippling for me. But then I kind of just... But then... I think looking at it in like kind of a nihilistic perspective helps a little bit, where it's kind of like, you're a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. We'll all be dead anyway. Why are you obsessing over like someone, you know, talking shit about you? So that helped me cope with it. But yeah, the fact that it's like never affected him ever. He's either grew the thickest armor imaginable, or it just never affected him in the first place, and his brain is just wired completely differently to most people.
Recording, I was telling him like, no one in real life has any idea of any of this. Like I mean,
but there is also a small chance that he could be fronting as well, like for the camera, which would make sense. Like you Google Chrome for the month.
Hundreds of people, and they're all just like, "Yo, what's up, Mrbeast?" They never bring it up. But then you would open up Reddit. I mean, it doesn't help that they're censoring positive posts, but and you would think, well, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, that does make sense. You would think everyone hates me because anyone who does it, their post gets deleted. So actually, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's like, and even some of the YouTubers that I know, like you mentioned sending a clip to YouTubers, and they're like, well, it's just not cool. I don't want to be seen as a Mrbeast glazer. I mean, even the sort of feelings amongst YouTubers, the people who their responsibility is to, well, responsibility, very loose use of the term, to talk about anything online or whatever, you know, even they're afraid, or they just don't want, like, so it's just the internet. There's this really weird, you know, the sort of echo chamber. Not that obviously everything that you've done is can just be swept under the rug. I mean, you've admitted to mistakes. I think that everything that is a genuine mistake, you once again have the most to gain from all this. So it's not going to fucking hurt you to just admit where you're wrong or whatever. Yeah, I think that's a very interesting one, the 100 boys versus 100 girls video, because to me,
I wish they talked about that more. I wish they talked more about like the comments affecting him, because I feel like we could have got some real insight there into like how his brain functions, like what kind of person he is. Because yeah, I feel like, okay, he either grew a thick skin, he's fronting on camera, or genuinely he just never cares about criticism at all. Because if he never cares about criticism, that just shows that people, like, no one could be Mrbeast except Mrbeast and a few other people that their brains were wired like that. Because again, like, naturally, we all want to be liked by everybody. Yeah, you get people talk shit. Yeah, you get people like say stuff about you. Like, you can't get everyone in the world to like you. But the fact that he never cared at all about any of the criticism and stuff, you know, like, he never was lying awake at night thinking like, oh my God, like, all this stuff is really getting to me. Like, genuinely, like, if he's not capping, his brain is just wired completely differently to a lot of people.
without looking into it at all, it's like that does seem weird, right? Like it just seems like once again a conflict of interest. But at the same time, you're making YouTube videos. You're not making like, I don't know. You can endlessly make excuses for it and against it. It seems like that's why I'm saying it's kind of.
I mean, I think between like the contestants and people we've given stuff to in videos, like pretty confidently say like less than 1% of it's employees. So you know, if you were to take everyone who's ever been in the video, so like we're like. And a lot of it was, like I said, during the COVID time, where it's just like, well, I'm trying to be responsible, and I know so it's like, I mean, I think when you look at it through those lenses, I feel like any rational person would be like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah.
Are you frenzied for the 10? Already committed to the bit based?
Okay, so now on to the response to critics. So the first person really to respond to critics was Chucky. But the second person, it seemed like, was Soggy Cereal, YouTuber, commentary YouTuber.
Are you frenzied for joining?
And he made a video, and he's been, that video is sort of blowing up a little bit. It's not quite to the level of Dogpack's video when it first came out, but it's coming up, and he did his best to disprove a lot of Dogpack's claims, and even held you accountable for a lot of stuff in his video, which I thought was good. I thought his video was pretty good. I liked his video a lot, and I like him a lot. I've talked to him.
It's obvious that Oompa Loompa shouldn't be the one to interview Mr. Bestiality. He's awestruck.
I think it's the same thing.
Hang on. He's awestruck just to be in the room with Mr. Bestiality. Also, just accept he's being fed everything and he's dodging. Nah, I don't agree. I think I would much prefer this video to exist than it doesn't exist. And I feel like if I were to interview Mr. Breast myself, if I was in Umpaville's position, I would do a much worse job. I'd probably get stun locked a ton. I mean, you've seen the interviews that I do with video game developers. They're just awkward. I think it's a very good flowing conversation. I do think they should touch on some more other things instead of glossing over, definitely. But like, so far, I think it's pretty solid. But obviously, we're only like a third of the way through.
It's the same thing as U2's situation, where you have a new company that is not prepared to deal with complications and criticism. I believe all types criticism from all sides are valid. But what they do with it is what really matters.
Yeah. Thank you, Oracle, for the 10. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's true.
Since that came out, I've talked to him a couple times.
Google is going to leak my search results. Oh, no. Oh, God. Please don't. No, they're going to find out what I whack off to. Oh, my God. No one knows that.
Yeah, he has criticized you today and last night, I think, to sort of timestamp when this video is being recorded so people know. He said, Soggy has criticized you sharing his video with other YouTubers as a way to shield yourself from criticism, like DMing the video to people. He also expressed feeling used by you, given that you used his video as a strategy to gather favor from the public, which, that's pretty wordy. It's like it just happened today. It's got to be something like, how do you feel about him feeling that way? Because he's not really defending you. He's more so trying to hold light to truth, which I appreciate that massively.
Yeah.
And I do, talking to him, I do believe that he is an honest guy. Yeah. How do you interpret his responses on Twitter? If you've seen them, have you seen them?
Yeah, I've seen them. I mean, I interpret as him just trying to be honest with his audience and just expressing how he feels. And I think, obviously he probably, in his head, if he was even being more honest, he'd probably be like, Jimmy, why don't you just say these things? Why am I saying it? And I think, obviously, now that I'm here and doing this, that will alleviate it. But I could see how it feels. Like, obviously, I saw that video and it, disproved. I mean, there are some things in there I don't agree with, and he does go pretty hard on me. So, which people seem to forget. But
probably Lunchley. He was like shitting on Lunchley in the beginning to show that he wasn't like a Mr. Beast payroll.
There are a lot of things in there that he disproved, and yeah, I mean, I got excited and shot it over to a bunch of creators who covered the false information, and it was just like, look. I could see how, that looks like I'm hiding behind it. Luckily, I'm here talking to you. So yeah. I don't think that will be a problem anymore. But obviously, he's not, when he tweeted that, he, doesn't know we were doing this, doesn't know this is coming out. I mean, he might now, I don't, you talk to him, but yeah, so like, I don't blame him. You know what I mean? It's a reasonable thing. Like, I think if I were to read a little between lines, he's just saying like, I don't want to be a shield. Jimmy, say something. You know what I mean? Like, actually go address things and like.
Yeah, because he's really not defending you. He's
Yeah.
just disproving Dogpack. Like that.
Exactly.
That's the primary kind of driver. Or that's.
I think it was defending Mr. Beast by proxy. But yeah, the main point of that video was going after Dogpack, definitely.
That's how I interpreted his video. I was like, oh, this is pretty balanced. Yeah, I like him. He's a cool dude. So
Yeah. He didn't go with the grain and disproved a lot of things. But yeah, also went kind of hard on me too. So, but yeah.
He's not a big fan of Lunchley.
He's not. That's one thing for sure. He does not like lunch.
He was flown out as well to the Carolina compound and stuff as well. I'm not sure whether he flew out himself or Mr. Beast's team like paid for him and stuff like that. But that was one thing a lot of people brought up as well. I think the kid is like really genuine though, the soggy guy. Like again, like I talked to him in DMs and he just seemed to be really disappointed in Mr. Beast. Like he seems like a very genuine guy. We even tried to get him on the podcast, but he was just like, nah, I can't. I'm sorry, I'm too burnt out. I've had like every commentary vulture just latch onto me the past 48 hours. I'd rather just like kind of disconnect from the internet for a bit. And I was like, yep, fair enough, mate. Mental health comes first. Hope you're doing better soon.
By commenting on his video, you left a comment on Soggy's video after it was posted. You said, "This is finally a video that doesn't spread baseless slander about me."
Yeah, I mean,
Lol.
That reminds me of the comment that... Do you remember that comment that PewDiePie made? And it was the first instance of PewDiePie getting backlash in his life. He made this comment on old YouTube. Let's see if I can find it. It was basically a comment from PewDiePie saying, don't like it, don't watch it. This is old. I don't think I'll be able to find it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Is this even like a safe website? All right, I'm going to click off that. But yeah, there's a comment that PewDiePie made here. Like, this is like years and years ago when he had a hate video made on him. And he said, pretty funny, I'll admit. But seriously though, have you never heard, if you don't like it, then don't watch it? Actually, never mind. Keep watching. Your extra views get me extra cash. Lol, 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 lol. You can actually see how old that comment is as well from the YouTube layout. That's like when he had like one of the first hate videos made on him.
Obviously, that was a stupid comment. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't like it, don't watch it is a bit of a cope.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, how do you think that looks? I mean...
Yeah, dumb.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay.
Especially
It was on the Speedo sausage animation video. Yeah, that's the one.
the LOL that...
Only us old heads would remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next
sad,
question. Dumb.
Yeah.
The answer, dumb. Yes.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, it's like it kind of gives weight to you sort of taking the situation lightly. Like if anybody should be taking the situation lightly, it should be like me or Soggy or people who aren't actively involved in the situation. How would you put that worry, that concern at ease for someone who's like willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, which I think is super important. And you say something like that, and then it seems like you are taking the situation in general lightly.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, honestly, there's just a lot of disinformation that was correct in that video. And I just wrote that comment and then right afterwards sent it to a couple of YouTubers, which, because just like, finally this, this thing is here, but I agree. Like dumb comment.
Legal and ethical issues. I feel like this is probably going to be a little bit,
Your Honor, I didn't oopsie whoopsie.
A little bit more.
I mean, I kind of get it because in his perspective, it was like, finally a video that isn't just shitting on me. But yeah, I mean, it even shows that like people high up the food chain, like Mr. Breast, can also make like mistakes that lesser YouTubers do as well.
Sort of, we're gonna need some.
I mean, one thing that I've learned, like, I will still to this day like have people on Twitter and stuff just calling me like a groomer and stuff, right? And I one thing I've noticed is like, the best response to something like that is just say nothing. You just say you say nothing. You just let it play out, see what happens. Because when you interject into something, when you comment on something, you're making a choice. And when you don't make... Okay, this sounds a bit gay. I watched this film, Mr. Nobody, with Jared Leto. Hear me out. It's actually a really good film, despite having Jared Leto in it. And in the film, it's basically... It shows you the premise of if you don't make a choice, all the options are still available to you. So you can make the choice later to do something, or to not do something, or to say this, or to say that. But if you make a choice, even if you think it's the right one, you're funneling yourself down a certain path. So if you don't make a choice and you wait it out, you've still got the option to make all the choices, if that makes sense. It's a really good film, by the way. I actually enjoyed that film.
Facts on screen to back up like whatever's being said here, just to, you know, because like there's only so much.
Do you ever get DMs about the Slazzo situation? Not really. I mean, I met Slazzo a couple weeks ago. I was with him in Melbourne, but no, not really.
What you can say.
Yeah.
So, and Soggy did a good job of sort of disproving a lot of these claims just in general, or, you know, giving weight to ones that deserve to have weight given to them. Yeah. So watch his video. Obviously, he did a lot of work on this stuff. So Dawson claimed that you ran multiple illegal lotteries, and, you know, in Soggy's video, he sort of, I think, disproved 2. Yes. And then 1 he still believes was an illegal lottery.
Yes.
Do you believe that you...
Your logic breaks when there's a time constraint. I'm not saying never make the choice, but I'm saying don't instantly make an impulse decision based on emotion. That's something that Mrbeast did, obviously there. He was like happy to see a video defending him and he jumped in, made the comment, and then he later regretted it. I'm not saying never make the choice.
Ran an illegal lottery. Did you believe at the time? What was your mindset? Did you check with the FCC? Was there any compliance, any steps taken to prevent this? What is your just perspective on that?
Yes. So I don't think we did. I have people looking into it and like trying to pull the footage and figure it out. You know, he disproved the 2, which I mean, those were crazy. I don't want to just like speculate. I have a team looking into it. I don't think we did though. But regardless, just to be truthful, if people want a refund or think for whatever reason, like we did something wrong, like I'll send you a link that you can just put in the description where they can get a refund. Maybe just throw it on the screen here.
It's included in the doc. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean,
we'll go over the doc after the video.
At the moment, that's all I really have to say. Maybe I could do a follow up in the future. I'm trying to, you know, dig up all the footage from that live stream. This was like many years ago. Like this isn't like something I did 3 months ago.
Yeah. COVID. It was 2020, right?
I don't remember.
I think the first one, the questionable one that Soggy had in his video was in 2020. I think it was in August 2020.
And I just don't have the footage from him, so I'm looking them up.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think. I mean, I think at the very least, you know, if people felt misled or whatever, or if
100% request a refund.
Definitely.
I mean, we do that anyway.
It seems that people on the internet forget that nuance exists. People literally choose one side instantly. Yeah, I think the internet has become very black and white now. It's like you are this thing or you're not. There is there seems to be very few people that actually realize that there is like an in between.
Anyways, like on our site, if people want refunds, we give it to them. But for this specifically, we can.
Bro is trying to solve illegal lottery with a refund. Yeah, it's not. It's a step in the right direction though. But I know what you mean.
Give your URL, throw it right here. I mean, I have no idea what it'll be, and yeah, just send us your order code. Really, no big deal.
Cool. The investigation confirmed. So the third-party investigation confirmed isolated incidents.
I mean, did he admit fault there, or was it more just kind of like, yeah, I'll do refunds?
Of harassment. How were these incidents addressed, and you know, what systemic changes did you implement from after the investigation to prevent things like this from ever happening again? I'm assuming it's going to piggyback directly off the
what we talked about before. Yeah, 100%. I mean, agreed. Like we talked about before, I have hundreds of employees, and when we brought the outside third party in, and you know, I was like, hey, talk to whoever you need to, get an honest pulse of how some people are feeling. There were some things that, you know, people hadn't made us aware of that they, you know, felt more comfortable talking to Quinn and Manuel on, which is obviously ultimately why we ended up, you know, doing the anonymous hotline and that kind of stuff. And what you asked, what did we do? How did we handle it? Like I said before, it's just whatever they told me. If they told me like I need to fire someone, we fired them. Like I mean, it's not like I don't want to be the arbiter of truth. I want people who are professional in these things to, you know, get the information, make sure they have all the facts, and I want them to tell me what to do, right? Because obviously I work with these people, and so I could have some form of bias or whatever, or maybe I like this person better, and so I
This all feels PR and lawyer approved. Never admits any wrong, deflects and blames. I think he possibly would have had some kind of legal team on standby, and I feel like I have no proof of this, by the way. I might ask Umperville afterwards, but Mrbeast might have been shown the questions beforehand to be able to know what to say. Possibly. I'm not sure. I know that I know that obviously it's a different context, but like I do that with the interviewers that I interview with the game devs. I always show them the questions beforehand just so they feel comfortable and they don't feel like I'm jump scaring them with anything.
I like to stay away from that kind of stuff. And so I just did whatever they told me to do, to be honest.
How did you feel when you found out that a third-party investigation concluded that there were incidents of harassment in your business?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I was like, well, how can we, like we talked about before, and so I started educating myself, and I've been bringing in new leaders and people who have worked in bigger companies, and I was just like, you know, help me make sure like this kind of stuff doesn't happen and educate me on these kinds of things. Like, again, like this company has grown so fast. Like I keep saying the number 400 just so people realize this isn't just 10 employees making YouTube videos like it was for me 5 years ago. And so my first instinct was just like, educate me. Who do I bring in? How do we solve these things? And like I said before, it dials down to two things: making sure you're not fostering it, and then when it does happen, making sure you respond appropriately, and just like trying to learn everything I can in those two areas, and just find the best people in the world in those two areas to just review everything and make sure we're doing it correctly.
Dude, people were fired. How many people were disciplined, fired? Was it more? Like, how did that?
Yeah, it's not like there's any fault being taken there. It's like, it's not like we'll do better. It's like we need to bring on the people to make it better. But again, like, to give him a pass, it's like his company is so big that if one person out of the 300 employees does something bad, it's not like it's totally his fault, right? Like, it is his company, but when you have a company that big, people should have been brought on earlier, I think. Thank you, Chen, for the 5. I feel like Mrbeast is just autistic, and he was really young when he started out. That's why people think he acts weird and that he did so many wrong things. Maybe. I mean, I'm not going to diagnose the guy with autism, though.
That feel, knowing that there was like an amount of people that had to be disciplined, terminated, whatever, as a result of an investigation?
He admitted to being diagnosed with ADHD. So did everyone on Earth under 25 that has a phone.
It's kind of things just happening basically under...
Like, this is my schizo, like, conspiracy theory. Genuinely, we're going to see ADHD rates spike because of, like, retention-based algorithms, like TikToks and Instagram Reels. We're literally cooking our brains, man. I feel my retention is so much worse now than what it was, like, 5 years ago.
Through your nose, due to a lack of, business acumen or care or whatever word you would want to use.
Yeah.
How did it feel?
Well, I mean, like, I haven't even met all the people that work for me, because it's so big and we have people all around the world and things like that, just for content.
Pyro, you have the TikTok accent. If I had the TikTok accent, I would speak like this. And I would end every sentence with the inflection of a question. Like I'm about to ask a question to have more engagement in the video.
Because I don't want people to think like, oh, these are people I'm just working with every single day and are just oblivious. But yeah, I mean, it just felt like I need to improve. I need to learn more, and just I want to fix these things, So, I mean, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Number 15.
There you go. That's what I was looking for.
I'm a problem solver. When there's problems, like my default reaction, like instinct is how do we solve it? And that's, what we've been obsessing over. And I feel like we've made a lot of progress, to be honest.
Cool. Are you going to sue Dogpack?
I have a feeling he'll say yes. I think he's going to say yes.
Well, there's tons of examples of him intentionally manipulating things to not be true and posting it online. Tons and tons and tons of that. Soggy has basically an hour and 27-minute video, and an hour of it is just flat out proving manipulation and lies, and caused a lot of harm to my businesses. I mean, I've literally had people pull out millions of dollars and then tell me it was directly because of his video. And don't worry, I instantly was like, can you send that in writing? So, if I win a case or anything, I can directly point damages. No reason why. And
oh my God.
So
I knew he would have lost advertisers over that, though. Definitely. I
mean, it's just unfortunate. Like, I don't want to be put in this situation, but probably gonna have to. I mean, it's just. I mean, what do you do if someone's just spreading misinformation about you and, just causing harm to your business and like getting it to the point where you might have to potentially fire people because it's costing you so much revenue? It's like, it's not fair to the people in my companies. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. You know what he's just done there? That was so clever. That wasn't like, I'm going to sue him. He worded that like he knew Dogpack was going to watch that bit. That is like an indirect threat. it's like, I don't want to sue you. I'm not eager to, but I feel like I'm going to kind of have to. Like the way that I interpreted that is he's basically hoping, the way that's worded is so smart. It's like Dogpack is going to come back. He's hoping that Dogpack is going to come back to him like groveling and apologizing and deleting all the videos. Because if he does that, that is going to be so much of a bigger win than any lawsuit that will be won in court. No matter how much money Dogpack owns, he can still go on Twitter and be like, oh, I was right, I was silenced. But if he actually gets Dogpack to step down on his own accord, then that is like that is a free win for him.
Just sad, you know. It's not a thing I take joy in, but
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, so okay, so yes.
They're not done drafting it up, but once they're done, more than likely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see, that comes across more as a threat to me as opposed to, you know, suing him. I think that almost gave... I feel like it's almost giving a bit of a message, like a warning to Dogpack. Like, you've still got time to take all these videos down and apologize to me directly. Because I feel like if he did that, if he took it all down and then he apologized, they probably wouldn't even look at suing him. I don't know. It to me, it comes across as a bit more of like a threat.
Interesting. Yeah, that's...
every law firm I've talked to, they're like, this would be the easiest win they've ever seen in their life. I mean, it's like crazy. I had one tell me like, you could chop up...
Jimmy is about to start smoking that Dogpack.
...all the evidence into like sue 3 separate times and win all 3 cases because you'd have enough for each. Like, one person I was talking to, he's won like 67 out of his last 70 cases, and he's like, this would be literally the easiest case I've ever done. Like, it's because there's just so much blatant, you know, misinformation and lies.
Yeah, like even there, he's flexing how easy the case would be to win as well.
Spread, like...
This is like PSYOP. This is like PSYOP level 100.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, just go watch Sagi's video. Go look at his Twitter where he's redacted multiple ones of it. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to be in this position.
Now, what do you think? Do you think that there could be any sense of regret from that? I mean,
Rosanna wouldn't be affected. I think that's one thing I do want Umperville to bring up, actually, is Rosanna, because I feel Rosanna wasn't really... Because Rosanna's definitely been platforming a lot of these people as well. And she's been a Mrbeast hater, like, long before any of these other guys.
I mean, optically, once again, there's a lot of things working against you on a constant basis because you're the biggest person in the world on YouTube and social media, and you're just crammed down people's throats. Algorithmically, like if you decide to sue...
Why does Rosanna hate Mrbeast so much? She came 3rd place in a Mrbeast challenge, and she got edited out to be 4th, so not even in the top 3. And then after that, she basically started platforming all the people that like had a problem with Mrbeast.
This man, even if he deserves it or not.
Slop enjoyer here. Just saw the video about the dude complaining about slop. Emo slop is like a late night talk show. No substance / based on current events, and that's okay. Some of us enjoy the background yap. Not everything needs to be the like dark wood.
Thank you, Paracynical, for the... Okay, that was not a self-donor. That was the guy's name, by the way.
The bigger a YouTuber is, the more likely they are to be overall a shitty person.
No, I don't agree. I think some YouTubers can be huge, and they're, like, based. I mean, look at, like, Corey Kenshin and stuff like that. I think anyone has the capacity to be a good person.
Because a lot of folks seem to talk about attention span, ADHD is a lot more than inattentive. I have quite severe, subjectively of course, ADHD, and it can be absolutely crippling. Also, long-time fan, you're a gem, Pyro.
Thank you, Logs, for the 10. Appreciate it.
Which is, like, obviously up to you.
Well, I just want the slander and disinformation to stop. It would be the bigger reason. But you're saying, when am I worried about how that would affect me PR-wise?
Yeah, just like, what do you think?
I mean, I'm right now, I'm getting canceled because I'm not suing them, because they're saying, well, you know, Jimmy's not suing him, therefore there was truth, or Jimmy would be suing him. So at this point, I'm so big, it's kind of, most scenarios are like, either way, like, there's a vast negative for me. You know, people are like, well, he's not going to sue because he's worried about discovery. No, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Why do I care? I'm here. This is discovery. You know what I mean? And that they just... no matter what I do at this point, like, there's just a large group of people that are just gonna be unhappy, and that's just like a reality I have to be okay with, to be honest. As long as I agree with what I'm doing and I believe in what I'm doing, I mean, that's all I really can do at this point.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people, you know, it's probably a minority. Well, it's definitely a minority of people just in general who actually care about this type of shit. But like, you know, the silencing critics, for example, something very similar has happened. Well, not that similar, but something.
But do you think that Dogpack will back down since Mrbeast had his semi-threat of suing Dawson? I don't think he will.
I think there'll be one or two outcomes. I think Dogpack will back down. He will apologize in private and probably delete the videos, or it'll go to court. He'll be sued, and Dogpack will basically just keep preaching on Twitter that he was silenced by Mrbeast team. And then he'll probably just get ratioed over and over that you lost the lawsuit, unlucky. Because Twitter could be brutal for stuff like that.
Happening to CoffeeZilla, who we'll talk about here in a minute as well. He's being sued. And that just, you know, to someone like me, I care about like rationality and understanding and people being big and, you know,
100%. And I would just say, go watch the Soggy video.
Yeah.
Look at all the blatant manipulation and lies. And this isn't me trying to silence them. This is me trying to like,
and
this is like borderline, I owe it to my employees. Because like, I can't look at someone in the eyes and go, sorry, you're getting laid off because he decided to keep spreading misinformation about us. You know, go.
You think Dogpack could win? There's so many different counts as well to bring up as well. I really do wish they mentioned Jake Weddle. I hope that's brought up in this video because that's something that's really overlooked, I feel.
Complain to
Yeah, I understand. It's like
he doesn't stop shilling the Soggy video because it's basically the only video out there that's got views of like someone defending him, pretty much.
This is bigger than me. I have a lot of people,
Right.
a lot of families, a lot of kids that, you know, work or are under, you know, the people I employ that work for me. Like, it's not just me. Like, I can't.
Of course.
So.
And it's also, you know, just to finish what I was going to say, it is not silencing a critic. It is preventing the spread of misinformation, proven misinformation.
Exactly.
So I think being able to make that distinction, though, is very important. And that's something to consider. Is like how do you stop the misinformation and the slander, but also don't prevent people from caring about things ethically going forward and feeling willing to criticize someone like you. Even though, obviously, this situation, it appears quite clear-cut that this is misinformation. And truth is obviously the most important thing, but also there's like a sort of a slippery slope of silencing critics and censorship and all this crazy stuff, and freedom of speech is so important, but obviously lies and slander are not protected by the freedom of speech. So it's just a big, giant optical pill to swallow and consider, I feel like.
Agreed.
And I would be really interested to see your thoughts going forward, you know, in your decisions that you decide to make. I would love to stay in the loop on that because, you know, in the very beginning, I thought Soggy had good intentions.
Or Dog.
Dogpack.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Soggy does have good intentions, in my opinion. In the very beginning, and now things obviously are. He's turned this into sort of his thing.
Good intentions, even though even the very first video literally was what 90% lies.
It seemed.
You
right?
got manipulated.
Yeah,
but
of
yeah.
course. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That doesn't make it good intentions.
yeah. I'm just saying it seemed, and a lot of people also believe that.
Was it good intentions when he photoshopped a fake live stream and falsely accused me of not saying something I did say?
Yeah, I remember he edited the UI. Soggy claimed in his video. With the gambling live stream, the giveaway live stream, whatever it was, the lottery thing. Yeah, like the UI was all faked and stuff.
Falsely accused something. It was a good intentions when he put a king size Feastables bar beside a regular size Hershey's bar and didn't disclose that, and then lied about us having more sugar than them. Was it? I mean, I could sit here and do this for the next 30 minutes.
Understand.
I mean, that's slander. He made a fake case, and that's slander. But again, I feel like we're not addressing the serious stuff here. We're talking about like the size of chocolate bars, trying to defame his brand. But then I feel there's a lot more serious allegations that we're kind of not really. I mean, again, we're not even halfway through the video, so you know.
I think that's just a misconception that everyone has. It's like there's never good intentions.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just.
I watched that video and I was like, this is just lies, and everyone's like, oh my god. I was like, whoa.
We're just talking about optics, though.
Okay.
My point.
Optically.
Right. Optically.
People who fell for.
Right.
The optics, yes.
But that's.
I mean, he's been transparent about how much Feastables makes. I think Feastables makes more money than like everything he's done on YouTube combined. That's why you'll see a lot of YouTubers jumping onto food. Why he's got Sour Boys, Ryan Trahan's got that gummy stuff, because it ends up making more money than YouTube ad revenue. It makes an insane amount.
That's the lowest common denominator. That's what
I should do. Stop doing slop and just start like a chocolate bar or something.
makes this entire world that we're in go round is how people are reacting to things. You can't expect people to be to go out of their way to give you the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
so it's super important to consider all that.
Yes.
But yeah, and obviously it's been proven now that he is Mr. and misinformation combined, right? It's for someone like me who actually cares about, like, I like to pretend that I care about the truth of things, and I don't want someone like you who has worked very hard objectively to get where you're at. I don't want you to be slandered or for people to lie about you, etc. But at the same time, you know, like, you are the one who's going to win. You are the one who will always win. You're the top, right? Like, you got this big thing, so you have the most responsibility, and you've got to be the best guy.
Cognizant of the implications it would have.
Yeah.
But it's also on the reverse side. It potentially causes people to not want to spread misinformation and not slander people. So there's also the positive side of that, where people realize, like, disinformation has repercussions.
It's just something to consider.
Agreed.
Right?
I don't take the decision lightly. Trust me.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that as well. But yeah, I think that's a you're the guy. I mean, if anybody could go and be as ethical as possible and do everything as perfectly as possible and actually take the moral high ground and not just pretend, it is you. You've got all the resources. You are the guy who can do all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest. So, yeah. I think you will. I think you'll do all this stuff cool and right, and stop slander, misinformation, etc.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Disinformation. Big difference.
Yeah.
Misinformation.
They're cousins.
It could be an accident. Disinformation, not an accident.
Let's see. So now to move on to CoffeeZilla, one of my favorite YouTubers. There was a comprehensive report published that painted a negative light on crypto dealings allegedly associated with you. To what extent were you involved in these crypto transactions, and how do you respond to CoffeeZilla's video on you detailing these allegations? I thought he gave you a benefit of the doubt in that video.
Yeah.
I think he's a very reasonable guy, to be honest. I think he's a very smart, reasonable guy who cares about, like, doing the right thing, which is pretty rare on YouTube. You know, how would you respond to Coffee's video?
Yeah. Coffee's video and the report. Well, so I'll start off with the report. I mean, most people probably haven't even read it, but that's what kind of spawned that whole thing was this. Did you see it? Like that? Yeah. So the gist of this crypto report that was, 1 second. Sorry. It's not my, the gist of this report was, Jimmy is too stupid to, like, make this kind of money. Therefore, it must be insider trading. This is his wallet. You know, clearly there was insider trading because he never would have been able to make this kind of money. When in reality, which is what I told Coffee in that statement we gave him, it was managed by a fund. So I wasn't the one managing the wallet. You know, I've never had access to that wallet. I've never done the buying and selling on that wallet. There's a actual professional who's written books on crypto and lived and breathes crypto every second of the day managing it. So most of the allegations there, like, are just answered by, like, I am too stupid to do that. That's why a fund was managing it. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, like Coffee said, like, if he literally said this in a video, if you like Jimmy, then you're like, yeah, he has answers for everything, and just checks out. And if you don't like Jimmy, then you're going to go, you know, there's obviously wrongdoing here. But yeah, I mean, the honest truth is, like, I make videos, I'm running 7 businesses, I got a lot going on, and
yeah, I feel this is being used as an excuse a lot of the time. It's like, it wasn't me, it was like my business because it's so huge.
Yeah, I invested in a crypto fund. They invested on my behalf, and I've never, like, had access to that wallet. They're the one doing the buying and selling. I mean, there are thousands of transactions on there. Like, I don't even have that kind of time. I'm sure you could probably even look at it and see, like, days where I was, like, maybe in solitary confinement or, like, doing a video where I didn't even have access to a computer and there's trading.
True.
So for the conspiracy theorists that think I'm lying and using the fund as a cover up, like, I mean, there's gotta be some way where you could just figure that out, like, or I was on a plane ride or something. But yeah, that's, like, the honest transparency is, you know, I was in a crypto fund and people thought I owned the wallet and it's called Wu-Tang Clan. Do you listen to Wu-Tang Clan?
I have, yes.
I don't.
Yeah.
So I feel like
Average white person.
that's another indicator.
Really?
I wouldn't have named it Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah.
I had to educate myself on what Wu-Tang Clan was. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I think that's pretty interesting. Because yeah, I mean, like the whole like just YouTubers in any way being involved with crypto in any sense now is just like
Agreed. And that's why I literally put it in a fund, because I was like, I don't want to like fuck with this stuff and like be you know, I just like, I want someone who knows what they're doing to do it, to make sure things are above board. So that's literally why I did that, right? It's because I was like, if I'm buying and selling it, maybe I mess things up or do something dumb. So I was like, oh, this fund is led by someone who knows what he's doing. Here you go. You know, that was literally the whole logic behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. On to some philanthropy and charitable work stuff. Soggy revealed the...
Yeah, I just don't feel there's like an insane amount of pushback here as well. I don't know. I do like this. I think Umpa's done a very good job, but yeah. It's a lot of the justifications for it are just like, it wasn't me, it was like my people or something like that. But yeah, I feel that was kind of glossed over a bit. But I could go over the I do want to go over the CoffeeZilla Mrbeast video, I think, at some point.
Delays in philanthropic projects such as the walking assistance video due to lost partnerships. He talked about that in his sort of disproving video. Yeah, how do you intend on regaining trust between that brand that is literally a vehicle for philanthropy?
Yeah.
And how do you intend on regaining trust with the brands to put money to that to generate revenue to use for?
Yeah. I mean, I hope step one is literally this video. I mean, I hope like, I just need people to, just stop making videos titled Mrbeast fakes his philanthropy with devil horns on and the thumbnail on my head. And like,
well, if he was actually in touch, it would be called the Mrbeast situation is insane.
And like, you know, just stating facts that aren't facts. Like,
yeah,
because like, as long as people are just spreading that disinformation, I mean, it's gonna be pretty hard to convince these people. But hopefully once that dies down, I think it's just more of a time thing. Because yeah, it'd be nice. Like, cause yeah, the charity definitely needs that whole like disinformation thing to kind of just stop. Like I spend $150,000 a month. Like, so I pay for the employee's salary. So all the revenue from the videos goes straight towards doing our projects. So I cover all this employees, a little bit of overhead, that kind of stuff. So that way, if we get like a $400,000 brand deal plus the ad revenue from the video, we can like spend all that money on like, you know, buying shirts for, you know, homeless people or whatever it is. So I put that money in, but this like, this past week when we also put the $150,000 in the account, I had to put another $1 million in to make up for like 2 lost brand deals. So I'm like now having to like plow money in on top of the, you know, $150,000 a month I'm already plowing in, on top of filming the videos and doing all that. And it's just, yeah, it's just brutal.
Mrbeast is so PR trained, it's crazy. The whole setup and feeling of this interview gives off the same as the Drake interview with Rap Radar. It's so scripted. I don't think it's scripted. I don't know if like he was shown the questions beforehand, but
to be honest, because I can't do that forever. So because I'm already putting a lot of money into it, and so yeah, hopefully I don't know the answer. I don't have a crystal ball, but hopefully like people just kind of stop slandering you. You can attack me, just don't attack the channel. It's literally a 501c3. Like that'd be nice, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know, that one is weird to me because it's like
I would unironically. This is a crazy sentence, but
if Jimmy actually wanted to get rid of all this, he would have done what T-Lexify did, where he's trying to be cancelled, which is like take 10 days to put it all down. Oh, did I just lose OBS? Did the stream die? I think it's okay. I mean, how's he doing? Is he... Oh, yeah, he's still doing fine. Yeah, he did his... Oh, he's actually been grinding out content based. Yeah, I remember that he actually had to do his response video. Yeah, there it is. That was 3 months ago. That felt like it was so much longer ago as well. That's crazy.
My name is Lex, and this video will be...
Yeah, actually just like fully debased. Crazy.
Ironically, if instead of starting a YouTube channel, giving it to a 501c3 and filming videos and donating millions upon millions of dollars, all the revenue to a charity, and then using that to help people, if I had just started any other channel, like, I don't know, like a channel where I just sit down and talk and kept all the money and just bought...
Say that again? Say that again?
A $10 million mansion after like 2 years. I think that universe where I just sit down and talk and buy a $10 million mansion and make a video on the mansion, that version of me would get maybe 1% of the shit
I
that the
agree
version.
completely.
Yeah, and so it's like, but that's not why I do it, because I actually would get less hate if I just stopped the philanthropy channel. But I just want to help people, and it's cool projects, and I believe in what it's doing. But it's a little funny when you think about it.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's absolutely the devil horns thing. Dogpack actually cut a part out of his first video about you being the Antichrist. Did you see that?
I did.
What'd you think of that? I mean, you did get here a little fast, to be honest. You teleported.
The sad
in.
part is he was being serious in it, and
yeah, he cut that part out.
and that he showed that part publicly, and people still were like, okay, well, Kim saying Jimmy's the Antichrist because one of his studios was a church, because there's not many warehouses in North Carolina, so I just bought a church and converted it into a warehouse. And like, he unironically was claiming I was the Antichrist in the same video as all these other accusations, but everyone's like, oh, that's the only crazy accusation. Everything else is true. When I saw that, I was like, okay, now people are gonna like be like, okay, maybe he's just, you know, but didn't change anything.
I mean, yeah, does it like bother you? Did that bother you specifically, or is it just? I mean, because like, how do you even?
I'm not the Antichrist. I mean, where's the Bible? I'm not the Antichrist.
That could be the most unconvincing thing Mr. Beast has said the entire video, I'll be honest.
There you go. Yeah, that's really interesting. I kind of thought you might be. It is a weird one, because I've heard people say that in my real life. They're like, his name is. We live out here in the sticks.
Yeah.
All right. And they're like, his name is Beast. It's got 6,000. That's a 6. Like, people, I think that's very funny, to be honest, and in like an ironic way. I don't actually obviously believe that you are the Antichrist.
I'll be honest, I don't even know what that means. The Antichrist. I see those conspiracy theories occasionally, and I don't even, like, if I was just like, I tweeted, yes, I'm the Antichrist. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
You know,
Do you ever speak in Babylonian curses?
Only occasionally. Not in the past year. I've kind of moved away from it.
Yeah, you've stopped speaking in tongues.
No, we need to stop joking like this, because that's gonna be the
People
next.
are gonna.
It's gonna be the next More Pegasus video.
Mrbeast Antichrist confirmed.
Yeah, they're gonna take the clip of me talking about the thumbnail with the horns and put that there.
Yeah, I'll show them a picture of my circle with a pentagram in it that you spawned out of.
Yeah.
Anyways, do you plan? So back to philanthropy, to things that actually matter and are actually important, because that's what the whole point of this video is, to try to be.
Oompa, we're being serious.
Yeah, it's serious.
Hey, lock in.
Yeah, it's a serious video, and we're trying to be honest.
It actually is serious.
It really is very serious.
Oh.
Do you plan to provide more?
I love Umpa, but the guy you're interviewing telling you to lock in, it's I don't know, that was like kind of a I'm controlling the interview kind of thing there.
More transparency in how funds are used for your philanthropic efforts for Beast Philanthropy, your 501.
I've seen a lot of people ask about that too. So for the Beast Philanthropy, anyone can audit our books. We pass audit every year, and we make those things public. Also, I actually called CoffeeZilla like 9 months ago, and I asked him to do a video where he like broke down, maybe it was 9 months ago, I don't know the exact month, but like break down Beast Philanthropy and try to find anything fraudulent in there, because we're super anal about every penny spent on the charity. So I would, if anyone wants to do a deep dive on our charity, I would love that, because it would be awesome, so people could see the links we go to. On the main channel, I mean, we don't have much transparency, but I mean, it would just be depressing if I showed people, because a lot of our newer philanthropic videos we do on the main channel, like building 100 houses, wells, blind people, we don't do brand deals on them, so those videos lose a ton of money, because we definitely don't make enough money off the ad revenue to pay for them. So every single time we do one of those videos on the main channel, it's usually -1 or -$2 million. So I mean, that's basically the transparency. When I do it on the main channel, they typically lose a fuckload of money. The charity, if anyone wants to like deep dive the books, that'd be awesome. I've been wanting some YouTuber to do that, so we could show like how impressive what we do is.
Do you so I've heard you repeatedly talk about how much money is lost or whatever. What makes like money? Like, how do you? How
Feastables. Self-food.
Yeah, he's already gone on record to say Feastables makes more money than like everything he's done on YouTube.
Obviously, it is profitable. But yeah, I mean, the content is just, we lose a lot of money on our content. I don't want to say it because but it's a disgusting amount. But so we offset it through things like Feastables and things like that. As a whole, you know, we're going to lose money this year, especially because of everything going on. Didn't really help.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I feel like, I know it sucks losing money, definitely, but I feel this is the equivalent of like Apple saying that they've lost money. Like, they still would definitely have hundreds of millions. Like, I mean, the Mrbeast company would still have hundreds of millions just still saved. Obviously, if you have a bad year, it still sucks, but yeah.
I'm busting all over. I'm busting all over Jimmy Beast's Jimmy Beans Creamy.
Normal dono. Thank you, Adam, for the 10.
So yeah, I think the transparency. I mean, obviously, you can, like you mentioned, you can audit.
The
charities.
Philanthropy books,
They're totally public. So
yeah, I would love to fly someone out. We've been unironically been wanting to do this. We asked a couple YouTubers. They just were like, well, if you're asking us, then there's probably nothing there, so why would I do a video on it?
Yeah.
So like people only care when there's a smoking gun.
Yeah, of course.
But I've been trying to get someone to do a video like deep diving the Philanthropy financials, because people have so many like theories, exactly. And I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to hide anything. Like they just literally say no when I ask. Anyways, yeah.
Some fans feel like there is a fine line between philanthropy and using vulnerable people for content. How do you feel about people who think that your videos unintentionally exploit vulnerable people for entertainment? So, I think that's a very valid concern that people have, and I think this is one that's going to be hard to kind of explain, because people are going to just be like, well, you know, just be a rich guy and donate all your money, and you know, you have more money than me, therefore you have to donate it, or I can criticize you. Like that. It's a really hard argument to win, I guess. But if you had to explain that, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Honestly, that would be an easier one to take video by video, because obviously that is something I'm very cognizant of, and I don't want to take advantage of people or use people, but I mean, one video I'm burying myself alive, the next video we're, you know, flying, like comparing it, the world's cheapest plane ticket, the most expensive, the other we're helping 1,000 people see, the other we're putting 100 people in a circle. They're just so different, right? The answer to that for helping 1,000 people see again would be completely different than the answer for, you know, when I put 100 people in a circle or whatever. So as a blanket one, I'm not 100% sure how to like just blanketly answer it. Besides, like, that is something I'm very aware of, and like we try to, you know, pick people who, you know, don't really fit that bill, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It seems like a difficult line to walk, to be honest. I don't think, it's a tough.
Like
tough
when we were doing the helping 1,000 people see again, like if someone's like, I don't want to be on camera, which this happened lots of times, you know, we just be like, that's fine, you could still have the surgery, like, you know. So a lot of times we do that, especially in the ones where people are more less fortunate. We're very hyper cognizant of it, and we cut people out all the time, or we just don't even film. Like sometimes people. We make them aware beforehand, but they'll just show up and then they'll get a little camera shy. And like, anytime I pick up on that, I'm always like, hey, like, if you don't want to be on camera, we will still do this. Like, it's perfectly fine. And they're always like, oh, then yeah, I'd prefer not to. And it's like, cool. And then we just step out and let them do their thing.
That's cool. Yeah, I think.
I mean, I feel like in general they would be looking for people that would be good on camera, because he's mentioned before how he's basically booted people or not let people on that weren't good on camera. That's the main videos, not for the philanthropy. But yeah, I feel like it's different with the philanthropy, but at the same time, they would purposely be looking for people that were more open to being on camera, because then it's content, then it's something you can film, as opposed to someone that isn't comfortable being on camera. Because he said himself, like, some people can be great to talk to, but as soon as you turn on the camera, they just kind of shut down.
Because that's one thing that's like a running joke, is like, you have to be on camera, you have to be a part of it.
That's a part of why I like doing so many, because like if I do 1,000 surgeries, it's like, I don't need all of them. You know what I mean? Like,
that would be a long video.
Exactly. I mean, we show like rapid fire so people can see proof that we did that many, but it's like if 100 of them or 200 of them don't want to be on camera, it's not a big deal.
Now, to the 1,000 video, 1,000 people with blindness.
There we go. Okay.
Video,
we are talking about it. Good.
There was a nonprofit that alleged it was.
Oh, that's a good segue.
Yeah, it was alleged that it was not paid.
Yeah.
And you eventually paid them 8 months later. What was the cause of the delay?
Yeah, 100%. And that you said alleged. I mean, we didn't. So they weren't paid. Let me zoom out. Basically, we did a video where we helped 1,000 people see again. We off camera actually did 800 other surgeries. So we did 1,800 surgeries. I just only put 1,000 in the video. And for a lot of them, we worked through with the charity just to make sure things were, because they had a lot of experience with this. And then that charity worked with a lot of doctors on the ground and other little charities. And one of the charities that they worked with did a couple dozen surgeries. I don't know the exact number. I'm gonna say around 30. And then the charity we were working with was supposed to release the funds to them afterwards to pay for it. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding. They didn't get it, so we ended up paying for like 970, and like I didn't know of this, but like that little misunderstanding never got taken care of. So then the charity that did the 30 surgeries made a video saying, hey, we didn't get paid. Somehow that never ended up on my radar for 8 months, which is honestly crazy. I don't know how no one sent that to me. We obviously had no knowledge of it. And then I saw it a couple weeks ago and I was like, whoa, I instantly called the team we were working with and I was like, what's going on here? And then we looked through it all, blah, blah. And then I was just like, I just paid them. So I actually double paid for those surgeries and just paid them separately. Obviously just a little misunderstanding, 1,000 surgeries. Even if here's a couple ways you could look at this rationally. If we did 970 surgeries, why would I intentionally not pay the last 30 to save 3%? Just nuke the entire rep of the video just to save 3% of money. A, that just doesn't even seem logical. B, what makes it even less logical is we did 800 more eye surgeries off camera. And obviously, now I'm over explaining things, but I have to because there are literal videos using this as proof that I'm evil and using this as proof that I don't care and using this as...
But when it was brought to the attention that this company didn't pay out that you worked with, why not then snitch on them immediately and go public about it? Because now it's turned into something that could be used against you.
Proof that I fake things, the horns, yeah. So like, but when you think about it, we did 800 off camera. So if I was aware that of the paperwork trail and the mishap and that we didn't pay those 30, why would I not just take 30 of the 800 we did off camera and swap it out for those and just, put the 30 that people are claiming we intentionally didn't pay for?
Because he's lying? No, I don't think he's lying. I think he's being honest. But I don't understand why you wouldn't bring out that information until someone found it and then used it against you.
Or off camera. It's almost like I didn't know. Because if I was trying to be manipulative, I wouldn't have put him in the video because I had 800 other ones. You see what I'm saying? So everything about it just makes no sense. And then even the person, after we reached out, he deleted his video and he uploaded a video saying, oh, it's just a misunderstanding. But
maybe he didn't snitch because he had ongoing projects with the company. Possibly. Knee surgery tomorrow. I don't get that bit. It's just Colin Stetson and the Grinch.
Everyone just conveniently ignores that because it doesn't help their narrative. So
it's not as fun.
I mean, yeah, I don't really know what else to say. Like, these are huge projects. Like, I'd love to see any of the people making videos on this, like, try to just help 10 people see again. Now picture 1,000. Like, 1,000. That is, well, actually, we did 1,800. So 1,800. It was just a lot of stuff. Like, it's, it's not like I can individually call all 1,800 afterwards and things like that. Like, some of these were in poor places. They don't even have phones. So, yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie. But we fixed it when we found out about the whoopsie. I mean, that's the honest truth.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect to not make mistakes with an operation that's big. Yeah. It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen.
When I do, we fix them.
Yeah, and then say there's transparency there. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a non-issue.
I mean, you would think that, but plenty of thumbnails.
It took Team C's 3 years to remove the equivalent of 10 hours worth of trash being...
I feel, again, I don't want this to get twisted. I really like Umpa. I like the content he does. I like the transition he's made away from TikTok reactions into, commentary videos. And then doing these deep dives on, like, him and his team do a lot more research than most channels. That's why the videos are so long. He'll even talk about, like, murder mystery stuff sometimes. Conspiracies, stuff that isn't, like, essentially trending, but just because he's got an interest in it. He even talked about Petscop at one point. But I feel like this interview has no pushback whatsoever. I feel it's like he asks a question, Mrbeast goes off for like 5 to 10 minutes, which is fair because no one's really heard his side yet. And then Umpa doesn't really give any pushback. It's just kind of like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's fair. Anyways.
Dumped into the ocean every day.
Like, again, I don't mean to slate him. I like the guy, genuinely. I think I've talked to him a couple of times, and he seems like a very nice, genuine person. But... and also, to be fair as well, to spin that, I know it is called Mrbeast's response. It's not meant to be a debate. It's not meant for that. But I think, just a little bit of pushback might have been able to get, like, an answer that, like a more direct answer out of some kind of questions.
And a lot of people have criticized the campaign as being ineffective and that you should have been doing something else.
What question would you ask him if you were there? Does he have Crohn's disease?
Instead of Team C's. Yeah. Yeah. Like, how do you even how do you respond to that?
Yeah. So first off, because I get this a ton with Team C's. Like, this isn't even like a new thing. Ever since we did it, people constantly bring this up. So I just also, to the people who allege that criticism, because obviously you're just trying to be the mouthpiece for the internet. I assume you don't believe this, and you can probably already guess what I'm going to say. But to the people who I see this every single day on Twitter and Reddit, first off, let's just contextualize what we're talking about. We're saying only 34 million pounds of trash was removed out of the ocean. We're talking like multiple Empire State Buildings worth of just trash, if you piled it up, is out of the ocean. And we're acting like that's not a crazy thing if you just look at it in absolute terms. Like 34 million, not 34,000 million pounds. You know how crazy that is? And there's a couple things I want to say on this, because I find it funny. It's like when I don't even know where I got this analogy from. When a firefighter, stops a building from burning down, you don't go, well, 100,000 buildings burned down today. You only stop one. What are you doing?
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's I don't even know where that's a good analogy. That just popped in my head.
That's good.
B, what was I actually gonna say? Oh, the whole point though of Team C's, which we've said this multiple times publicly, same thing with Mark Rober, was to inspire millions of people around the world to be more conscious of these things and to like just care and be more aware, right? Like over 1,000 creators made videos on Team C's talking about the environment. I made a video that I believe has 100 million views. Mark Rober, all these other big creators, and all these people that look up to these creators saw a video of these creators talking positively about the environment. And like my thing I would say to them is like, when people are like, oh, it only removed like half a day's worth of trash that's put into the ocean. How do you quantify the impact of those millions of people who got inspired to be more?
I know it's not really on topic, but that is terrifying to think the amount he removed is only half a day's worth. Like, our oceans are going to be fucked, man.
Cognizant of these things and extrapolate that over the next decade. You know what I mean? Like, no one seems to factor that in because it doesn't fit the agenda.
It's like how, I mean, I get it. I get the point he's making. It's like how, he cured 1,000 people of blindness, or like 1,700, as he said. But I guess it was 1,000 in the video because that's a rounded number and it gets more views. Actual YouTube brain. But, how many people are born a day? How many people develop sight issues? Like, that's not even a dent. But again, like, it's not his responsibility. He's just trying to do like a good act, well, him and his company anyway.
Agenda.
And also, it's probably all a tax write-off as well.
I stand by Team C's. I think it was a phenomenal project. I think it did a lot of good. And I would challenge anyone else to try to remove 34. I mean, it wasn't me. It was the whole YouTube community. But like, if you have a better solution, go do it. But to me, 34 million pounds of trash out of the ocean, plus, inspiring millions of people to be more cognizant of it, I think it's a win. So I'm actually glad I got to say this here, because that is just something that I just feel like is absurd, to be honest.
Yeah. Another topic in the same vein is the 100 Wells in Africa project.
Yeah.
In that video, part of the criticism for that video is that a few of the wells that you built were showed in different shots, or the same wells were showed in different shots.
Yeah.
That would imply to some people that you may not have built all 100.
Do you have so many vape-shaped objects? I told you already, it's a magazine for a pistol, like a fake pistol. It's not a vape. I'm just autistic. I just like fidget with stuff.
Yeah.
Did you build 100 wells in Africa?
Yes. So you already know what I'm going to say. I mean, I would loop this in with the same thing as the hospital thing. Seems like I need to have someone who like QCs things before we upload it more hardcore. I need someone who literally goes frame by frame. Like, we finish a video and then they spend like 3 days just going frame by frame, making sure there's no mess ups. Yeah, I think like 1 or 2 of the wells we accidentally showed this like same well as different numbers. But once again, like I said with the blind thing, like, why would I spend 98% of the money and then just fake 2 wells, like, and destroy the entire integrity to save like 2%? I'm glad we're hitting these though, so I can. Anyone who made those videos like saying the philanthropy's fake, like, that's the one that bothers me the most, because we go so above and beyond. Like, honestly, if you could just delete them, like, that'd be great. So like, it's so bad, man. Like, because it makes charities not want to work with us, and it makes it just really like has made doing the projects we want to do like a lot more difficult, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're hitting these.
Aside from it being just difficult, does it make how? I've asked you how it makes you feel. You said it doesn't feel good with regard to that. Like, this charity thing, it's got to feel good to do this.
Yeah.
And you're surrounded by people who I'm assuming are enjoying the work that they're doing. I know a fellow Darren is involved in the philanthropy, or at least was. I'm not sure if he's still around, but you know, there's some good people obviously involved in this. Like, how does it make you feel after all these allegations that are coming out that you can't really do this anymore?
Well, we can still do it. It's just infinitely harder. I mean, we're
Right.
never going to stop. But yeah, it's...
There's a time limit on it. It's finite.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping, like, that's why I'm here. Like,
Right.
one of the reasons why I'm here, I'm hoping this, like, puts this stuff out there. These things kind of die down and we can go back to the status quo where I can actually do brand deals and help people and charities want to work with us and things like that. But, I mean, shocker, sucks. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel good. But it's really, it's not even about me. I mean, it's a lot of these things. What bothers me is that they're employees, even for the charity, like regardless of the people we help and the projects we do. I also just have a lot of people who work for my charity. You know what I mean? Like, and those people, like I just, a lot of these things, like the first thing that jumps in my mind is like, it's just not fair to them. You know what I mean? Like, think of like the Wells Project. We worked on that for a year. You know what I mean? Like, think of my employees who worked on that and poured everything they had into that project over the course of a year, and then like some small editing slip up, and now everything they did that they put their stamp of approval, they put their name on, they showed their families that they made, is now being discredited. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of like, it's very depressing for them too. And I'm like, you know, what do I say? I'm like, you know, it's brutal, to be honest. For them, you know, more even more than me, because they're like, obviously I have a lot going on, multiple business, and I'm always filming videos, like, but you know, we have certain teams dedicated to certain videos, and like when those videos get like deliberate disinformation, it's like, I could tell like it really impacts the people that worked on them, because it sucks. Like, that was your life, and then people are just like, oh, this small little mistake, it's fake. Yeah, it's brutal.
It's almost like the way that he responds is just so uninteresting on purpose that people actually just get put to sleep. They just lose they just lose interest on the entirety of the topic, because I think, I don't know how you guys feel, but I think I'm definitely getting like the Mrbeast drama fatigue. It's just gone on for so long. I'm just very tired of it. I mean, I said this already earlier on in the stream. I think it's the last time I'm going to cover this or talk about it. But yeah, it is just like every response is just so drawn out and not concise.
How much charity do you do off camera, if you don't mind me asking? Also, you know, some people say that filming these types of things sort of calls the authenticity or the intentions into question. If you're filming charity, like, is it real? If a bear shits in the woods, you know, it's one of those old adages. What do you do off camera? What do you feel about that? Because that's a big criticism that a lot of people have had on YouTubers for a very long time.
It's a big criticism I get, which is funny, because if I do something off camera, how do you know about it? So all the people who tweet all the time or whatever go, you wouldn't do anything unless it's on camera. He only does it because it's on camera. How do you know?
Yeah.
Literally, how do you know? I mean, and does it defeat the purpose if I tell you right now? I mean, I will, just because now everyone assumes the worst. So, but it's just like, that one's always been a crazy one to me every time I've seen those go viral. But I mean,
correct me if I'm wrong as well, but I don't think he's actually swore one time throughout this entire response. Has he swore yet? Has he said any bad words, any no words? Because I've seen him in other people's videos, like in the Cold Ones podcast, and he's swearing like all the time and stuff like that. He has swore? Okay. He has like 2 to 3 times. Okay. Like 2 to 3 times across like a 1.5 hour bit. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was going to make a point, but if he has actually swore, then yeah, fair enough. I think the point I was trying to make is like, he's obviously not as relaxed as in the Cold Ones video. The Cold Ones podcast. I mean, for obvious reasons as well, because that was recorded before we got cancelled and stuff.
now it sounds like weird to just list them off because it's like, feels like I'm bragging, but I mean, the first one that pops to my head is like the Mark person that we gave $1 million that actually got slandered in a lot of this controversy. I knew that a lot of people who come into that kind of money typically go bankrupt. So I gave him a couple $1,000s a month every month for like 4 or 5 years after that video. Never mentioned it publicly, just to help us transition to his new lifestyle.
Right.
That was an easy one. I mean, we did 800 surgeries off camera for blind. Never mentioned that. I'm bringing it up now because the controversy is making me. It's funny because like even things like Feastables, we do a lot to ethically source it, and you know, and like I spent an entire week in Ghana, you know, earlier this year, just going like working on the farms for Feastables, on the cocoa farms, and then cutting the cacao and fermenting it, the QC, working alongside the farmers, the entire supply chain to make sure it's ethically sourced. I never posted that anywhere. I don't think I did. I don't remember posting anything. I didn't make a video out of it. I just went there to, you know, inspect our supply chain, do that ethically. I mean, I could go on, but it just feels like a little weird to like brag about these things. But yeah, I mean, it's just not true. I do tons of stuff. I mean, even me and my mom, that's part of how we bond, is we do things and projects and things she's passionate about and stuff like that off camera. So, I mean, that's something I'm never gonna get away from. Till the day I die, people are always gonna say, oh, you only do it because it's on camera. And I mean, there's technically no good real response. It's like, if people want to say that, they can say that. You know?
Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, I mean, that's yeah.
I mean, I believe that it does do good stuff off camera, but I feel like a lot of the content that is used is obviously for the point of performance, for metrics, for getting people, like if you have people on camera and you're giving money away to them, like if they're not like a charismatic person or good on camera, it's like you're just like wasting money.
If people don't know it exists, obviously they're not gonna know that it fucking exists. Yeah. And if you're doing it, you're damned if you do. Once again, you're damned.
Because even me saying it here, did that just defeat the purpose of everything I did? Oh, he only did those things so he could use
eventually use it as a way to make himself.
Of course, I'm sure that like the r/YouTube drama post is gonna say that, and then someone's gonna debunk it, but that reply will be deleted, and then everyone's gonna believe the post, and yeah.
You can tell he really doesn't like that subreddit YouTube drama. I got no beef with that subreddit. That subreddit seems to they think I'm passable one day and then they'll despise me another day.
Some people allege, the internet alleges, some people on the internet allege that you use philanthropy as a shield against criticism.
Yeah.
And like they say that about a lot of people, not just you. A lot of YouTubers. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're always going to say that. So it is a little ironic in my case, especially, I feel like towards this, it was different years ago, but these last 2 years, do you remember when I uploaded like the Wells video, the blind video? Do you remember like how people like lost their minds and got really mad? Do you remember that? Like, I think I was trending on Twitter for like 3 days straight after the blind video. And it was not positive. It was like super negative. It was like, it's actually interesting because I talked about this earlier. Like, I actually think I would get less hate if I didn't do philanthropy. So I actually think it's having the inverse effect, at least in the last 2 years. Like, people.
No, I disagree with that. I think philanthropy was. I don't think philanthropy was a shield intentionally, but I definitely think it was one of the positive byproducts of it, even if it wasn't intentional, was to make Mrbeast, someone who has all this money, look like a very giving person. I think that's cap to say that like I would have been hated more if I didn't have philanthropy. People looked into philanthropy more, definitely, and they like investigated it and they found like stuff that a lot of it was BS. But nah, I definitely think one of the positive byproducts of it was like he was looked at more as a generous person. Because I remember whenever someone was like shitting on him on Twitter, he would always, well, he wouldn't, but the replies would always say, well, he's got the philanthropy. He's got the philanthropy.
Hate me more because I do good. I mean, it's, I don't know. Maybe that's like too crazy of a. I'm not trying to sound like a victim here or anything. So maybe that's too crazy of a statement, but it's just something I'm noticing. Like, I'll do a video, whatever, buried myself alive. No one, like people, no one criticizes.
I'm saying no philanthropy's better. No, I think the philanthropy is better. But he's saying he would have got more hate if he never had it. No. He's saying he's got more hate with the philanthropy than if he never had it, which I think is cap.
It's like, oh, this is a good video to watch it. And then I'll do a video where I build 100 houses. Everyone loses their mind, you know, and give it to homeless people. And Twitter erupts. And so using philanthropy as a shield, I just don't even agree. Like, I actually think...
I don't think he uses it as a shield. I agree with him on that, but I think it is a byproduct. If not an intentional byproduct.
It paints a negative spotlight on me, to be frank.
Yeah, I mean, you've definitely been a target of a lot of negative things
If I took $5 million and built wells, it would trend on Twitter. If I took $5 million and made the world's largest firework, I would not trend on Twitter and get hate. I mean, that's the honest truth. So that's my answer. Like, I do.
He's also using a microcosm as well. Like, he's making it out that that's everyone, but it's just Twitter. I think people don't realize how small Twitter is. And it's like, how the drop-off rate as well, because of people going over to Blue Sky. I think it's like 2/3 of people in the UK have like stopped using Twitter now. Genuinely, it's crazy, the drop-off. But I get it as well. I get the social psyoping of it, right? It's like you'll see one tweet against you that bangs and it's got like 30k likes or something, and then you get in your own head and you think, oh my god, that's everyone thinks this about me, oh my god. But it's not. It's like 30,000 people like that tweet, and then it's like millions of people saw the video. It's nothing. It's genuinely nothing.
Do the videos because they're just fun, and like I've always said in podcasts, like I could make up some sob story of whatever. Like the truth is, I just find videos where I help people more fun than videos.
Stop trying to make Blue Sky a thing. I don't use Blue Sky. I don't have an account on there. There's like someone pretending to be on there, I think.
So I don't, and so I just like to occasionally mix them in because it's just makes life more fun. But yeah, I mean, if I was actually didn't want to get hate, I would stop helping people, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
What's your favorite fat artist? Your mom.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like your philanthropy videos, they really are a huge point of contention on Twitter. And people, you said that if you spent $5 million building a firework, people wouldn't really even get mad. When you did the fucking Squid Games thing, they still were mad at that. They were like, why didn't you give that to, like, you're always going to be making a lot of people upset no matter what.
Especially at my size. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And it's like, if I get 200 million views on a video, if only 1% of people are mad, that's still 2 million, which is more people mad than like might even watch this video. You know what I mean? So it's just like, because of the size, like it just, that's the world I live in.
Yeah, and that's sort of like the grander point that I've tried to sort of clarify is like, you are the guy. You're the guy, right? You're the guy. You have the highest expectations from everybody, and like people expect you to have extremely high expectations of yourself.
And I don't take that lightly.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, of course. So on to Feastables, my favorite chocolate.
Thank you.
It's just a simple bar of chocolate that happens to not be very good.
When you
I mean, you live in America. There's not much competition here.
Yeah.
I will agree with him on that. I think, doesn't Hershey's own like the US market? Hershey's is actual garbage.
All the allegations that have...
I like how it has one of the most like saturated markets for fatty foods,
Pyro,
but there's no chocolate.
When you're going to make a shot glass in your merch store, I want to play the drinking game where I take a shot every time you pause the video.
Thank you, Kerbal, for the 10. That's a very bad idea. You would basically have liver cirrhosis.
Come into people's view over the last few months. People noticed that on the Feastables website, it originally said that the chocolate was child labor and slave labor free. A lot of people probably don't know that the production of chocolate is, it's difficult for it to be ethical, especially at scale. And it no longer says that on the Feastables website, and people have interpreted this to mean that your chocolate is no longer ethically sourced, and it implies that it is using child labor or slave labor. Yep. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, that one was a crazy one when I woke up and saw those videos claiming I used slave labor. What's funny is any of those creators, I'm just gonna say it, you could have just literally messaged me and I could have given you the facts, but you know, they didn't, and so that was like a crazy few days. Like, I actually, before I go into how we do ethically source our cocoa, and these are just flat out lies, I even, when that, there's so many arcs of like allegations, that allegation arc, I even put out an Instagram story about how we ethically source our cocoa, and we even did a press release, and like I've like literally shared these things, and people still were claiming we use slave labor and just ignored it and everything. But is it fine if I just give a little bit of a longer answer on this, so people truly, because I want to make sure people actually understand how ridiculous this claim is.
Yeah, I think it's also very important as well.
No, this is actually probably one of the most serious allegations of all of them. Like, saying we use slave labor is like, that's crazy.
And also, we preface this by saying that Feastables is one of the reasons that you are capable of making money on what you're doing.
Yes.
So, you know, the ethics of that are even more important, arguably, than...
Well, and it's also hypocritical with everything I do. If I, you know, just turn around and use slave labor, then it's like, okay, it's just, so anyways, to get into it, yes, there's a lot of unethical stuff in the sourcing of cocoa, because people just, big chocolate just wants to buy cocoa as cheap as possible. Majority of the world's cocoa comes from, again,
I will be honest, I know that this is like a very serious thing to talk about, but again, I feel like there are a lot more important things to talk about, like Ava and Jake Weddle and stuff.
Really lay this out. I have lived and breathed this. I've visited the farms. I personally put over 1,000 hours of my own time into this. And like, Yeah, so majority of the world's cocoa comes from West Africa. Feastables early on, we sourced from Peru, which Peru doesn't have ethical problems. But after we started getting bigger, all roads lead to you have to source from West Africa because that's just where most of the world's cocoa is grown. And that's where things are the worst and the most unethical. So when we were switching our supply chain to West Africa as we were getting bigger, the company that is the gold standard, that is...
So they probably switched from Peru to West Africa for like cost reasons, like to save money.
Been living and breathing this.
Because it's a much smaller, like it probably would have been a much smaller area growing the cacao as opposed to West Africa.
The last 15 years is Tony's Open Chain, or Tony's Chocolonely. Have you heard of them? Yes. Yeah, I mean, phenomenal. They are nuts about this stuff. Like they've done all the research. They live and breathe it, like on how to eliminate child labor, how to, you know, best support the farmers, how to everything you can think of, which I'm about to...
Tony's Chocolonely is actually banging. Like that's why it's so expensive as well, because it's all ethically made.
Go in depth on. And so I was like, hey, I need to talk to these guys. These guys know what they're doing. And so I spent a lot of time with them, and we actually formed a joint partnership with where we sourced through Tony's Open Chain with Feastables and Tony's Open Chain when we were moving over there. And this has been a thing well before the controversy. Before anyone says, oh, it's only because of controversy, it was a thing before the controversy. And basically, 100% of Feastables cocoa is fair trade certified, which is expensive. It's basically the most expensive certification you can have on it, which for most chocolate companies would be enough. You'd get your cocoa fair trade certified, and then like, do you even know what fair trade certified means? Okay, do you think your viewers know? No. So if someone was like, you're unethical, and I just said, my beans are fair trade certified, my chocolate, 99% of people would be like, okay, good enough, that makes sense. So like, I could have just hid behind that, but I didn't think fair trade, I don't think that's enough. And so not only are 100% of Feastables beans fair trade certified, but 100% of them, we also pay a living income reference price. Have I mentioned any of this to you before? No. Okay, so 100 living income reference price, which this is why it's hilarious how people are like claiming we unethically source our cocoa. And I'm ready to lay this out because everyone who said I use slave labor and I don't care, I hope you delete your videos because you were literally spreading severe disinformation. So for us, one of the main drivers of...
See, I feel that was a little jab at Dogpack again.
Child labor and cocoa is poverty. Like they don't make enough money. So you can't just go to a farmer and say, don't use child labor, because if they can't afford to pay a grown-up, then you're telling them, hey, go starve. You know, they have to make money. So one of the ways you can eliminate child labor is you have to pay a living income. So there's a thing called living income reference price where they look at, and tell me if I need to dumb it down or whatever, I don't know. But they look at inflation, the cost of bread, basically the cost of living in these areas in West Africa. And they say, hey, if a farmer sells you a metric ton of cocoa, they need to get paid blank to actually be able to live. If you're paying under that, it's just not reasonable for them to live, which then will mean for them to live, they're gonna have to use child labor. So 100% of our beans we pay a living income reference price.
Dude, as soon as I heard him say inflation, I knew it was over.
So if a farmer theoretically sold us a metric ton of cocoa for, I'll make up a number, $800, and the living income reference price is $1,000, we'll go, hey, we actually want to pay you $1,000 for that, a $200 premium on top of it to make sure you make enough money to live off of. And that's what we do for all our beans, which is like crazy. You know what I mean? But if we're doing this, you know, we don't want child labor on the farms. And so there's child labor mediation system, and there's a lot of stuff. And this is where Tony's has been great to work with. You know, we have people who check in on the farms and, you know, interview the families, interview the kids. If there are cases, remediate it, follow up, make sure the case was remediated. And it's about part of solving child labor is making sure the farmers make more money. So we also have coaches that will work with farms to, you know, on their theoretical hectare, see if there's any way they can educate them so they can get 10% more yield. So for the same farm, they can make 10% more money. Therefore, they're not as in poverty. So it's easier for them to pay, you know, actual labor that's not children. And even like I could go on and on. I mean, you tell me how in depth you want to go, but the gist of it is Feastables. We are super cognizant of our supply chain, and I've been over there. I've worked on these farms, literally. I mean, I could probably send you a video if you want to throw it up on screen, so it's not just hearsay. But I mean, I didn't film this stuff for this. I just did it because I really wanted to know. And I mean, this is something I was working on. I mean, sometimes 4 or 5 hours a day for like months straight, like 4 or 5 months, like because I really wanted to make sure we are ethically sourced, and we have the best people in the world working on it. So I mean.
And being associated with Tony Chocolonely as well as that's like they're huge in that world, and there's like some unaccredited sources that claim that they're not slave free, but they're once again unaccredited. Like Tony
No,
Chocolonely.
Tony Chocolonely is super transparent. So
Yeah,
you can see their
good.
every year they drop a transparency report. And in their last transparency report, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you can look up and throw it up on screen. They said there's no evidence or any traces of slave labor found in their supply chain. So that's not a thing.
Yeah.
But the thing is, to answer actually the original question, and it's even Soggy showed it in his video, but I'll just restate it for anyone who hasn't seen it. They're big on saying exploitation free instead of slave free, which is why we switched it. And on top of that, we just we have new information there instead of just this blanket thing. We're now, or maybe it's being populated or updated. I don't know if I'm quoting like a demo site that we're about to go live or whatever, but I wanted to, like, everything I'm telling you here, I want all that up there. You know what I mean? And which we've been working on. Just honestly, just with all this stuff going on, I've had a lot going on, but I want to, like, these are the kinds of things I want to talk about in videos and start, like, telling everyone. It's just, these are a little bit more complicated things, like explaining a living income reference price and the premiums and fair trade certification and, you know, child labor remediation systems and stuff like that. It's stuff I'm very passionate about, but, you know, a lot of these things, like, viewers might not understand. So, and, you know, my videos aren't as, like, you know, this setting. So it's easy for me to say here, but these are, yeah. Anyways, before someone's like, why did you talk about that publicly? It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Oh, I spent a year plus of my life and all millions of dollars and all this time ethically sourcing my cocoa. And because I didn't show it publicly, it's like, oh, now everyone's criticizing me and they're assuming I'm not, and I don't care. And it's like, so this is why I have to do things on camera. Next time someone asks, why does he do things on camera? This is what happens when I don't. I get accused of using slave labor.
That's a crazy accusation.
A baseless accusation.
Yeah, it truly, yeah. I mean, once again, being associated with Tony Chocolonely is, like, that's huge. That's,
of
like,
course.
Yeah.
I mean, those were the first people I hit up when we were
Absolutely.
switching our supply chain over. Like, yeah.
It's cool. Now on to Lunchley.
Oh,
All
gosh.
right.
Again, it's one of those situations where it's like, why didn't you just put everything on the table beforehand? Why did you have to let it kind of culminate into this? He says, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I don't, if they released a transparency report the same way that Tony's does, I don't think there'd be an issue. Like, the majority of people wouldn't care, but the actual researchers and, like, you know, Reddit detectives, they would look into that and be like, okay, this is true. We can cross-reference this. We can cross-reference that. I mean, I think he's debunked that pretty well from what I've seen. But again, it was a very minor accusation as opposed to everything else.
So, friend of the show, Rosanna Pansino, happened to get a moldy Lunchley.
Okay, I'm happy that they're mentioning Rosanna because I didn't want that to be like an elephant in the room kind of thing.
And a couple other creators got moldy Lunchleys. And
I feel the cope here is going to be like, this happens with products all the time. This happens with Lunchables. It's unfortunately just part of the process.
And that began the claims sprouted out of that.
Yep.
That Lunchley had been recalled due to those problems, due to the mold problems.
Yes.
Moldy cheese. How do you plead?
Yes. How do I plead? What am I on trial? Well, there was no recall. I mean, that's been said, which, again, it's like, it's so annoying. It's the disinformation, man, because that makes it seem like there's an actual serious problem. Oh, we're recalling Lunchleys, and there's a sign that, you know, I think Logan even did it.
Yeah, we know this is fake. I even said in the video when I covered it, this is probably like a bit.
Video, if you want to throw up, where you, like, went to the store and that just wasn't real. That, like, someone put on, like, a door that said Lunchley has been recalled when the shelves are empty. By the FDA, which was just a made-up thing. Yeah, on the mold thing, here's the thing.
I feel it's going to be, I don't know, I'm trying to predict the cope. I feel it'll be like how many employees there are, how big the production is.
Every single Lunchley with cheese meat is USDA inspected. There is no mold when it leaves our factory. Yeah. Like, we have the highest QC standards imaginable. Like, what do we have? Why would we ship that out? Like, that doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? And we obviously have the best experts in the world. I mean, even once these things come out, I mean, we brought even more. They're pouring up and down the lines, making sure everything's good. It's just, the thing is, here's a context a lot of people leave out. Look at, I don't want to name specific brands but take a specific brand that comes into your mind when you think of something like Lunchley, something that's very similar.
I called it. Yeah. He's basically just saying this happens to other brands as well, which is fair. It does happen with other brands. So, like, it's just Lunchley, and he's more on the spotlight because he is a creator that has a brand. Because most of these people are just faceless CEOs. That's fair. But at the same time, it's like, I feel like the responsibility is being diminished here. Like, we've got the best people. He was almost kind of blaming the distributors there a little bit, I think, or the supermarkets, the way they storage them. Because it's like, he almost said, like, once it's out of our hands, it's gone. Like Pontius Pilate washing his hands before Jesus gets crucified. Like, surely there are errors that happen within the production line as well that aren't accounted for. There's no way that you can say that you're producing all of these lunch lays. I don't know how much is produced every day. Maybe hundreds, maybe thousands. But, like, there's no way that you can say that, like, all of them leave the factory completely clean. There's nothing wrong with any of them.
Specific brand, I don't know, other brands, competitors, and Google their name and put the word mold behind it, you'll see thousands upon thousands of examples. And that, I think, is a key context a lot of people leave out in this because they're acting like this is just a thing with us. Once it leaves your factory, you know, a truck that's delivering it could technically take a sharp turn and a box fall and puncture the seal. Or honestly, even something as dumb as, like, when it's put on the shelves at the store, like, I can't stop someone from walking to Walmart and grabbing a lunch lid,
right,
going to the potato chip aisle, putting it there, and then, like, a day later, an employee going, that doesn't belong there, and put it back. And
right,
like, I mean, obviously they shouldn't do that. They should throw it away.
Of course.
But, like, so there's no mold when it leaves their factories because that's just stupid. Why would we ever let that happen? But
right,
after that point, you know, there are variables that we just can't control. And that's why every single product in that section, Google their name, put mold behind it. It just occasionally happens. I mean, but we're talking, like, I mean, it's moving over 1 million units a week right now. And I'm seeing, like, maybe a couple examples here and there. So it's like,
yeah,
it's really, they would have you convinced this is like, it
probably comes with mold.
Yeah, exactly. When you're talking about very rare, and it's like, I bet you if you trace most of those cases, it'd be things like, oh, someone just, like, I mean, it could even be like someone's refrigerator cut out, or they, like, when they put it in their car, they, like, threw it in their car, and then, like, you know what I mean? Like, there are...
I'll be honest, I think all the responses he's gave so far, some of them have been a bit waffly, but they've been okay. This is the first one that's, like, bad. He's basically saying it's nothing to do with me. It's the supermarket's fault. It's the driver's fault. And he's even going as far to say it's your fault. Like, it could be your fridge or the way that you've thrown it in. I know for a fact Rosanna is watching this video right now, and she's probably, like, gritting her teeth, drooling from the mouth, seething that he's saying this.
Just, I can't control these things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, mitigation of mold and shit like that's difficult. You have to, there's a process.
But there isn't.
No, push back, please. Please push back here. It's so free. It's so free.
We literally, everything with cheese and meat that we use is USDA inspected and held to such a concern, like, you wouldn't even understand. It's like, so it's not a thing until after it leaves. But I mean, when you buy the product, like, there are just variables that we can't control.
I understand. Yeah, definitely. And like, you know, you're using the logic of, you can look up the other brand and then mold. Logan Paul had a moment on Twitter where he basically did that exact same thing, but the reverse logic, and said that other brand led, and then compared that with Lunchley. But I think it's important to state the same thing.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that I feel that Umpa could have really had a quick. He could have actually done a little Dark Souls riposte there, a little parry, because that was just deflection completely. That's like, in our factories, it's perfect. When it leaves, he was almost kind of saying, once it leaves our factory, it's out of our control. I mean, you still hire the delivery drivers. You still talk to the supermarkets that put them in. I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, supermarkets can be lazy and stuff like that. And the example of, like, other, like, he didn't want to say Lunchables. It's obviously Lunchables he's on about. Lunchables probably has mold in them, but they're probably not under the same microscope as Lunchley, which is, again, very valid, very fair. But I don't like the fact how at no point he was like, sometimes we make mistakes. We're just starting out. Because if he said that, it'd be like, yeah, fair. I mean, it's a bit of a bad excuse, but it's better than just completely deflecting.
You're saying about mold, it's possible that, you know, someone could toss something, there's a hole in the package. It's important to also note that, you know, food products do contain trace amounts of, like, cadmium, lead, arsenic, and it's really important. QA, like you're talking about, you know, across the board, that sort of transparency is important.
Yes. And if there's anyone who, I mean, I have like people who have done this their entire lives running this stuff, but if there's anyone who thinks, like, anything they can educate me on or we're missing, like, I'm down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
DM me.
Yeah, I think it was actually really funny. I'm not sure if you saw because like the food stuff I find very important, and because I have educated myself in it a lot since having my own food company. Like we manufacture here in this town.
Can I see it before I leave?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So like that's super important to me. And there was a video that like the actual misinformation stuff that bothers me outside of YouTube drama nonsense, because it's hard to like feel like it's, I don't know, it's a strange world being in YouTube just in general. I know you're very well aware of that, but
that's an understatement.
Yeah. But like seeing somebody like Logan Paul with so much influence, and like you guys promoting Lunchly, and
are you going to react to the Coleman's interview with him?
Thank you, Adam, for 10. Probably not. No, I watched like 10 minutes of it on stream yesterday. It was just really dry.
Like Logan Paul acting as if you can find lead, like traceable amounts of lead in a metal detector, with like that. That's just there's misinformation from like both sides. You know what I mean? And for someone like me, I find that to be very important. I did make a video about that.
Yeah.
And you know the same thing you're saying about the mold. You know, giving Lunchly the benefit of the doubt. It's important to do that across the board. I feel like so. You know. Which you didn't make the claim that there's no lead.
I honestly, I know what video you're talking about. This is what I'm too ignorant on what that machine does, so I don't. Yeah, I'd have to.
We've got the same one. It detects metal. Every product, like Feastables, has lead in it. All cacao has lead in it. You know, anything that comes from the earth has lead in it. It's very difficult to get lead out of things, and like the lead that they measure for is parts per billion. So like you can't detect it. You're not going to find like a little chunk of lead.
This is where you're in a different league than me. I'm so ignorant on this.
It's important though. I mean, it's really important to note that, because it's like it's just like you said, use the word ignorant. It is really ignorant to, you know, it's just as ignorant for people to say Lunchly's got mold in it that it is for people to say that Lunchables has, or the other brand has lead in it. You know what I mean? And that's like one of the reasons, because there will be recalls no matter what. Like eventually there's going to be a recall if you have a food product. So yeah, I think it's important to like hold the candle to it all the time. And like, just like you're doing with Feastables. I mean, like if there is a good example of approaching things ethically, I feel like you guys have done an excellent job with Feastables. And your PR with Feastables is, in my opinion, leaps and bounds better than the PR with Lunchly. I think you're doing a really good job with that, to be honest.
Well, Lunchly though, the next SKU, or how would I say? Because not everyone listening. What's a different word for SKU? They might not know what that means. Next
iteration.
The next one.
Flavor.
Flavor. I guess if that's what you'd call me. The next one we're dropping, I think people would be very surprised. Like we're obviously, this business is like 2 months old. Like Lunchly, like we're just getting started. We obviously saw the feedback and we're incorporating that into the next one, and I'm excited. I should have checked with the team beforehand if I could just say what it is, but I'll tell you off camera. But it's I think all the criticism and things we obviously are seeing it, and like, you know, think everything can be improved, and I think people are going to be very happy with
something health is going to come out.
We're thinking, I don't think they would care if I said like maybe like grilled chicken nuggets with maybe it's like some barbecue sauce, like high quality meat, you know, like perfect, good source. And I trying to figure out what the side is, but like, I mean, good quality meat sourced in America, by the way. A bit of an irony there. Taking the criticism and applying it, it's like, and just like something like that. Like at the minute in the UK, we're having a meltdown because we're trying to do a deal with America to get like chickens over here, and they're all like chlorinated. Apparently in America, they dip them in chlorine just to like cleanse them faster. Yummy chlorine. I'm very excited about, because
that's huge.
Yeah.
That's good. That's awesome, because it's like
my question for Mr. Breast would be, why would you do business with such a controversial figure like Logan Paul that can damage your brand?
Was that asked earlier? Logan was brought up earlier, but I don't think he actually pushed him on like why does he work with Logan in the first place. I think that's a very good question to ask though, honestly.
I mean, it was funny. The day that I filmed that video, I got a box of Lunchly sent to my house, as if it was like some kind of sign, or like I don't know why or how or who sent me it or what. I don't know how the fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. It was good. It's like, you know, it's just the quick snack food, and that's what it is. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing. It's like, sure, less bad, whatever. But who the fuck cares? If you're doing something like that, what you're saying there, that's leaps and bounds better.
I know.
Right?
I'm very
That's
excited.
Leaps and
I'm
bounds
like,
better.
I want it out so badly, but it's probably going to be early next year. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah. People allege that you hired a registered sex offender named Delaware. There's a big whole conspiracy with it. Why did you hire Delaware? And were you aware that he was a sex offender before you hired him? By the way, to preface this question, this is something that I think a lot of people probably feel like is really important. It is. You know, so you know that in mind. That this is one of the most important things to me. I would love to hear the full truth response from you in regard to this.
Yeah, and I'm excited to put it out there because I think what people are envisioning is completely different than what actually happened. Yes, I did hire him, but for the context around it,
why did we started talking about Delaware like 10 minutes in, and now it's an hour and it's 2 hours in basically, and now we're actually picking that up again.
I heard him when I was 19, so I was a teenager, and this is kind of leans a little bit into what we were talking before.
I already covered this in the Soggy video. I do think what he did was like very irresponsible and stupid, but I don't think it was like malicious at all.
This is back when it was just a couple of my friends from high school, my mom. My videos were getting bigger. I needed more help, and so I
Say that again.
walked in because I'm dumb. Like, I probably should have gone on some site and hired people who had production experience, but instead I walked into my local Best Buy and I just hired multiple people. Obviously, when I was a teenager, I didn't know what a background check was. And I just hired a couple people there that wanted to help me make videos. One of them was the person named Delaware. And no, I did not know he was a registered sex offender. There's a rumor that's gone around that said that he sat me and my mom down and told us. Obviously, I don't remember that happening. And when I read that tweet, the first thing I did was I called my mom and I was like, hey, this is like 7 or 8 years ago. Just put this in context. 7 or 8 years ago, not indicative of my company today, but I was like, did this happen? Because someone's claiming this happened. My mom said, I would have literally quit or honestly probably shut the business down before I ever let my teenage son hire a registered sex offender knowingly, which I have a very protective mom. So, I mean, even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe that. I feel like it's not absurd to believe that my mom wouldn't have knowingly let her teenage son hire a registered sex offender. Like, that just doesn't even... Like,
I already went over this in Soggy's video. I believe him. I don't think he knew and he tried to hide it. I think it was something that, like, I don't even think he knew later on. I think it was just something that was like, he did it at the time as a dumb decision as a kid. And obviously now he regrets it. Like, a lot of people were spinning it like he knew and he was protecting him and stuff. But no, I definitely believe that. I think it, because I've heard stories, I cannot verify these at all, by the way, but I've heard people saying that, like, Mrbeast's mom is, like, she's like a real momager. Like a mom that manages people, like, orders them around, like, iron grip fist, doom fist, Overwatch kind of thing. I don't know. But yeah. And I don't believe that if she knew, she'd keep the guy around.
in what world does that even make sense?
Yeah.
It's like that just, I mean, that's just not even rooted in reality. So, but yeah, it's just an unfortunate thing that happened. Not that this, I take accountability.
He was 19. That's not a teenager. That's an adult. Well, isn't it like 21 in America anyway?
Yes. If I could go back.
I mean, it literally, God, I don't want to debate this on stream. Jesus. Like it has the word teen in it. 19.
Back in time, I would tell teenage me, hey, you're supposed to do background checks. 19-year-old me, he stared at retention charts all day. He obsessed over YouTube videos. He didn't know anything about running a business. Like, I can't fully put myself in the mind of me 7 years ago, but I'm sure teenage me also thought, like, hey, Best Buy is worth tens of billions of dollars in a big corporation. Like, they also didn't do background checks.
Like, when you're 18 and over, in the UK anyway, you get tried as an adult. But 19.
And, like, I probably thought, like, oh, I'm hiring from this big business. It's probably fine. You know what I mean? Or maybe I didn't put much thought into it because I was just making videos. But regardless, we do background checks now, and we do these things. I've been doing it for a long time, and it's just an unfortunate thing. But I
19 is still a kid. I'm sorry. When I was 19, I threw a live crab at my aunt, and it pinched her nose clean off. Is that a real comment? What?
Just for context, though, just to give to a lot of people listening, like, or watching, I called after that stuff came out too, because I was just curious. I called, like, I don't know the exact number, maybe like 2
He's just lying, and he did it 2 weeks ago.
dozen YouTubers, and I asked them, like, do you guys do background checks? And I think, like, a dozen of those YouTubers have like more than 10 employees, and literally only 2 of the like 24 YouTubers I called do them. You know, like 6 of them were like, I don't even know how to do a background check. You know what I mean? And they all had employees. So like,
I kind of get that. Like we don't do background checks when we hire people. I feel a background check is like looking into everything. Obviously, we'll look at their socials and stuff when we hire. And also, I don't hire anyone that's like under 18. Like they have to be like a legal adult. Or we don't hire as well. But yeah, I imagine like a background check is almost like looking into like criminal records or anything like that. Like a really extensive deep dive, like if there is any possibility for that. But yeah, what we usually do is kind of just like look at their socials, see their work, see who they interact with, and it's like, well, okay, fair enough. You're hired or it won't work out.
I do, not that I'm not trying to deflect anything or whatever. I'm just trying to give context. Like, you know, it's like, it is a little much to just think that 19-year-old me was just supposed to know that.
19 is still a kid. I'm sorry. When I was... Okay, are you doing a copy pasta with the crab nose thing?
Have this knowledge, and it's unfortunate. And like I said...
Yeah. And to be fair, I keep saying that you're the guy. Back then, you weren't the guy.
I was not the guy.
So that's...
Calling what I had back then a company was... would be generous.
That was the boy. You were the boy.
That was the... that was the boy. And... but yeah, now I have hundreds of employees. We obviously have rigorous standards for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and to speak on that as well, we do background checks for everyone who works at our we have a video game development company and a candy company. Obviously, both those background checks. But my YouTube channel, I think I've hired 2 people from Indeed. Both of them have been given background checks, and everybody else.
Did you background check this guy?
Nope, I've known him for 7 years.
Okay.
Now on to Jake Weddle.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. All right. I'm happy we're talking about this as well. Definitely.
An entire dog pack video.
Yeah, dude. He also has a mustache.
I think this will be one of the few times, hopefully, where he just admits fault, because he did reach out to him and he did basically apologize. So.
Well, I'm not sure. There's an interview with a former employee and contestant named Jake Weddle in which he alleges inhumane treatment on set, even war crimes. Use the term of phrase war crimes.
Well, we know the war crime thing got debunked. We know that.
How do you respond to these allegations, and do you plan on putting procedures in place to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah. Glad I can talk about this one. So I think I should set the floor, because maybe not everyone here fully even knows what the challenge was or anything. So yeah, I think it would make sense to. So for the Weddle video, Jake Weddle was the person who competed in one of my videos. The video was we built a room in our studio. And then the challenge was every day you live in this room, you win $10,000. And then it was like kind of like a white padded room. There's like a pool table, a bed in there, bunch of other items, blah, blah. And let me just gather my thoughts on this one. How do I want to say? I think the best way to talk about this is to also talk about how we did similar videos with other people. Because one of the things is like, multiple people can do the same thing and experience it differently. That's what's a little tricky about these like contestant-based videos. I can never know 100% how something's gonna affect someone, right? So similar to the Weddle video, I just wanna lay the foundation before we go in specifically to that. Similar to that, we also did a video where we put did you see the video where we put 2 people in a room, Bailey and Susie, 100 days trapped together? So one thing that Weddle struggled with was the lights being on, and he mentioned that in the video. But Bailey and Susie, on day 20 of 100-day trap together, I offered to turn the lights off for part of their prize pool. And they said no. And like the lights wasn't, I mean, I'm sure it was difficult, but it wasn't like that big of a difficulty for them. And so it's like something for them that's not that big of a difficulty for other people can be, challenging and hard. And like what I'm trying to say is you never know how someone's going to react to something, right? It's impossible to fully predict. And so that's one of these variables of these challenges, which is why we give people the ability to quit, or to leave at any point. And so in his video, he went 11 days, won $110,000, right? I believe it was 11 days. Yeah. Yes. And then he decided to quit on that day. And, he mentions this in his video, like around day 11 or 12. I don't know what the day is off the top of my head, but he was struggling. And so we did turn off the lights. We sent a psychiatrist in there to check in on him. And we were like, yeah, he's not doing too well. And we ended the challenge and we paid him. Didn't go long enough where we got a video, so we didn't end up uploading it. But I think the big thing is just that's why
he's using a skill issue excuse. His excuse is literally Lamal's skill issue. Yeah, I mean, he's saying that like one thing that'll affect someone could affect someone else differently, which is fair. But yeah, I want to hear what he's got to say about the rest of this.
we allow people to leave these challenges. Like my goal when doing these obviously isn't to like, you know, break people mentally or push them past their limits. It's just to like create an environment where they can challenge themselves and do something interesting or cool. And then when they've had it, like leave, you know what I mean? So I guess that's kind of how I would describe it. Does that, I mean, what are your thoughts on what I'm saying?
I think that makes sense. It's important to note that.
So I guess that's kind of how I would describe it. Does that, I mean, what are your thoughts on what I'm saying?
He didn't really say anything there. I feel like he just said, well, what happened with Jake was bad. We don't know how people are going to act in rooms. These people were fine. He wasn't. He took the money and then he left. He kind of just explained a timeline of events. He didn't really say anything there.
I think that makes sense. It's important to note that it's also voluntary.
It's a voluntary challenge. You can leave at any point.
Paid exponential amounts of money. Yeah. And you know, after all that stuff came out, and he sort of made.
I completely agree. The war crime thing is cap. That is cap, and that has been debunked. But yeah, it's like, and then you ask Umpa what he thinks. It's weird.
The claims of how he was mistreated, etc. You reached out to him after the fact as well.
Yeah, I mean, now that you bring, I didn't want to bring that kind of stuff up, but yeah, also off.
Okay, he literally just said there that he did not want to bring that up. I think he didn't want to bring that up because that is like an admittance of fault.
Camera, after he made that video, I reached out and was like, hey man, like obviously we weren't trying to cause you any, you know, mental stress with that video or anything. I didn't.
Wait, let me replay that again. I want to see how he responds to that.
Mistreated, etc. You reached out to him after the fact as well.
Yeah, I mean, now that you bring, I didn't want to bring that kind of stuff up, but yeah, also off camera, after he made that video, I reached out and was like, hey man, like obviously we weren't trying to cause you any, you know, mental stress with that video or anything, and is there any way I can help? And I ended up, you know, he seemed like he really needed some financial help, so I ended up sending him $50,000 completely off camera or anything. I mean, he talked about it publicly so people know, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure he was good.
Oh, wow. You took money from Mrbeast after all that stuff you said? Yeah, this money, is this $50,000? Well, first of all, you're going to tax it. So let's say it's more like $30,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's to me that one's interesting because it's just a sort of a voluntary challenge, and it's difficult to it's a very YouTube thing, right? It's a very YouTube thing. And the comparison of that to like war crimes, fairly tone deaf.
Yeah.
Right? To compare it, like that's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, we can move on from that. To be honest, there was litigation found against you.
I don't really feel like we addressed that problem. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like that situation with Jake will just be one of those where it's like, the book's never going to be fully shut on it. Mrbeast obviously responded. He admitted fault. He did apologize in the Twitter DM. He did apologize. I noticed that he was making very sure in that address to the Jake Weddle stuff in the Umperville interview, he did not want to admit fault at all. He did not admit fault. He didn't even apologize. He basically just said, we don't know how people are going to act when we put them in a room. It could be completely... That was very like... That was a very like politician tier answer, I think.
Surrounding Beast Games, your show on Amazon, in regard to unsafe workplace conditions, and a bunch of talk of, you know, files and videos and images and everything being sent.
He already apologized? Yeah, he reached out to Jake through DMs and apologized and then offered a cash sum. And I think Jake basically said, I'll take half of it if I can still keep making videos on you.
To documentaries and all this shit coming out in regard to the Beast Game show on Amazon. Yeah. What is the litigation?
I don't get why certain people don't refuse to admit guilt. Because if you admit like fault, people just see that as like an opening to like just attack you relentlessly. And like you've lost if you've admitted fault. I don't even think it's not even like it's an ego thing. It's genuinely just like kind of a sustainability thing. It's like if I admit fault, like it's over. Like people are just gonna keep using that against me like forever. So I can never admit fault.
Yeah. Oh, well,
found against you.
You know how litigation is. Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to talk about it, which is a little.
That's why politicians, by the way, like there's a meme about politicians never giving you a straight answer because they don't want to get fact checked as wrong. So they would just always like give such a long-winded answer that basically says nothing, but it also isn't an apology. Because if it's an apology, it will always be used against you in the future.
There's a lot of things I want to say here, so this is good. Trying to think specifically on the lawsuit that. So for context, that people have 5 anonymous Beast Game employees, or not employees, 5 anonymous Beast Game contestants submitted a lawsuit, and they sent it to the press, but conveniently all the actual claims are redacted, blacked out, so you can't actually see it. And I'm not allowed to disclose what's behind those black lines, but Beast Games, we had 1,000 people, we were doing big stuff, and just like with my normal videos, like I'm not trying to say like everything went great, like one thing that happened when we were filming one part of Beast Games is, you remember CrowdStrike? That was pretty brutal. We had the most contestants of any game show in history together. That was weirdly, God hates me, during the CrowdStrike accident. And so as we're like eliminating...
Didn't Mr. Beast say he wanted to be president at one point? He'll probably still run for it. If Logan Paul will, he will.
Hundreds of people and trying to get them home. Airports all across America are down. Hotel room keys aren't working, and that created a lot of confusion, and that caused a lot of problems in our systems, and that was pretty brutal. And they're I'm not trying to just disavow everything, you know what I mean? There was one woman who when we were filming, we had obviously tons of feminine care products and stuff like that, but there was one woman who was allergic to the feminine care products, and we didn't have allergen-free ones like tampons and pads, and she told someone, I don't know who she told, I haven't been able to find it, but I mean, I believe that she did, that she was allergic, and they didn't obviously do the logical thing, which is tell us or just drive to the local Walmart and buy some and give it to her. And so she wasn't able to get, feminine care products in a reasonable amount of time, which is unacceptable. And so I learned a lot of little things like that, but I think in general, a lot of it has just been blown out of proportion. Like people have claimed we didn't use unions because I didn't want to pay people fair money, when that was just a flat out lie. We did use unions, and that there are dozens of broken bones, and which is crazy to think that I'd be 10 people broke their bones, let's keep filming, you know what I mean? That doesn't even make sense. After that claim came out, we literally called 1,950 contestants of the 2,000. We couldn't get a hold of all 2,000. I couldn't find a single broken bone. Yeah, online it's being claimed there's dozens. I mean, there's so much or even disinformation like that being spread. So which makes it hard for me to just come out and talk about things like the pad thing and other things where, we did mess up on little things, and there are definitely things we could have done better. But then there's just it's mixed in with all these crazy outrageous claims, and it's just so.
What about you not paying people?
I mean, we did, but yeah, that's something people like to leave out. We gave everyone who showed up. You could literally show up, and then a second later leave and receive $2,000, which with 2,000 contestants, that's $4 million.
Yeah.
And we told everyone they were gonna get $0. This is something this is the damned if you do, damned if you don't. So we told everyone, no guaranteed money if you show up. I'm glad you asked this. No guaranteed money if you show up. You could walk away with $0. But then I wanted to surprise everyone. Gave them each $2,000, $4 million, which it's a lot of money. I could have gone and just bought a mansion instead of doing that. But what's even crazier is then people tried to, not the contestants, but the internet and their theories, tried to frame that as hush money. I gave them all $2,000 to make them happy because we weren't we didn't tell them beforehand, to surprise them as they got eliminated. And then people are you just did that because of hush money. And I'm what does that even mean? I also didn't give them legal paperwork tied with it. That says it was just completely baseless. It just shows how crazy people go with the conspiracy theories and everything like that. But no, we did pay everyone $2,000. And on top of that, we gave.
Well, I think what Amazon would have definitely done is they would have done an internal review to see if any of this was legit or not, because I saw that Beast Games is still running in November, I think. So yeah, if Amazon found anything, they definitely would have dropped this entire show.
Gave away more money than any competition show in history. I mean, we had the largest cash prize in history, and top of millions upon millions upon. Throughout the show, we literally give away 8 figures, tens of millions of dollars. So it's I do all this, and normal competition shows don't even pay anyone except for the grand prize.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's just, once again, it's like funny because people actually compared it to reality. It's just not even in the same stratosphere.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wild shit. Wild shit. How do you feel after all?
Pyro faster than critical. He won't cover this. He doesn't cover like he doesn't cover drama that's like too close to home anymore. I think. I don't think Charlie will want to cover this at all.
This stuff, you know, this is the first time you've been able to really speak in a broad, sweeping way about all the allegations and everything negative that's happened over the last couple months. Yeah. Like, what do you think your biggest mistakes were over the last 4 months?
You already know what I'm about to say. We've hit it a couple of times.
It's an awful interview. I don't think it's bad. Again, I do want to say I would have done a worse job in his position, definitely. I just, the only problem I have, there's not really much pushback. I know people are saying that there doesn't need to be pushback, but especially with that Lunchley bit, yeah, there just wasn't really any pushback there. It's just like he kind of exonerated himself, you know, like wiped all blame off himself, and then Umpa was like, yeah, fair.
I wish right after we dropped the results of that investigation, I could talk a couple weeks ago. I wish I just instantly did this. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. The thing is, I've just never been in a controversy like this before. So I just, I mean,
yeah,
this isn't a controversy. This is like 100 controversy.
Bad, yeah.
Yeah. So I truthfully, I just was just ignorant on how to handle these kinds of things. And so it's been a good learning experience for me. You know, I definitely realized like me just sitting on a couch addressing a camera on serious things, like just not my style. I put a lot of time into like trying to figure out how to, you know, not just be weird. I like this more like...
This has already been said before. I think this bit earlier. But like, I don't think it's like it's not my style. I don't think anyone likes to sit down and address serious allegations on camera. I hated it. Like when I did my response video back in 2020, I did like 5 separate takes of that video because I recorded it and I was like, yeah, I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with that. And you get so in your own head about how like your body language is perceived as well. Like if you come across as like sad and meek, that could be interpreted as guilt. You know, it's so difficult. I don't think anyone wants to sit down on a couch and address serious allegations. I just think he's chosen to do it through Umpaville and not on his channel because it like hurts the brand a lot less. Because there will be a lot. Keep in mind how much the Mrbeast brand reaches to millions of people. Millions and millions of people. There will be so many people that watch his content that have no idea about this drama. They have no idea. It's actually kind of contained just the commentary community, really. And I feel like if he put it on his channel, it would basically blow up on like a worldwide scale. Because obviously like him and the Paul brothers and that, they're trying to branch out to like India and stuff at the minute as well. And I feel that could like contaminate that part of the internet that they're trying to get to connect with as well.
Conversational, where you can also ask follow-up questions and it feels a little more real, you know what I mean? And like, it's just, so in the future, I'll probably like, if there's stuff like this, I'll probably just do something like this, you know what I mean? Or not. I don't know. If people throw out much more baseless claims, I also don't want to set the precedent where every time I have to come on here. So, you know, give or take. But yeah, honestly, I just kind of wish I did this sooner.
Yeah, and I think it's something that's really important to note as well. People are gonna be like, well, he's media trained, he's got a PR team, he's a genius, he's gonna walk circles around you, he's gonna manipulate you, he's the Antichrist, he's the fucking devil horns guy. But like, you know,
my response.
I'm asking questions that my team and I wrote based on information that's publicly available, and the assumption is after this, you're going to send receipts to back up any additional questions we have in the post process, you know. So that's what's huge. Like, I'm not trying to like debate necessarily.
I mean, there were definitely a couple things you asked me that I'm a little uncomfortable with. Like,
I can tell, yeah.
I was, but yeah, I mean, if that's what the internet wants to know, then I just want to give them what they have, so I
could have bought a mansion with my money instead of entertainment for fans. Sounds like coke to me, in my opinion.
In the good old days, aka 4 months ago.
The good old days.
What I want people to, because
was that donut? I could have bought a mansion with my money instead of entertainment for fans. Sounds like cope. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy how much money the guy has in general. Like, I'm pretty sure he's close to being a billionaire, if not already. Like, company assets and everything put together. It's wild.
I get a sense you're winding things down.
I feel like Umpa should have asked, like, why did we, Why does he work with Logan as well? I know that's not part of the allegations at all, but that would have been something good to address, but yeah.
I want to make very clear though, like, I'm not perfect, and I don't want people to think I'm trying to give off this impression you can't criticize me. Obviously there are things I've done in my life you can criticize me for. It's just this whole last couple months is a little unfortunate because they're like these things where, you know, sure, I do deserve criticism, but then it's shrouded by these other disinformation, all these things that are just being stretched and blown out of proportion and things like that. So I just want to like say, like, I'm not.
I think only people that speak English know about the Mrbeast controversy. In other parts of the world, they don't know. Yeah, true. I would not be anywhere near as spread in non-English speaking countries. And keep in mind how big the brand is as well. They've got like Mrbeast Spanish and all those other languages.
Perfect. I'm going to make mistakes. Even though I've done this, like this thing.
Did they talk about Ava? They might do. They haven't really talked about it, no.
Here, and we're addressing a lot of things. Like, I'm sure in the future, I'll make more mistakes as well. Like, that's just the nature of, you know, you really have to just put yourself in the position of like, we're doing things that have never been done before. I'm like, who's even built a company this large on YouTube? Like, everything I'm doing, from the videos to the spectacles to the building of the company, it's really never been done before.
One chat said it was at the end.
Your boy is going to make mistakes, and you know, one thing I hope my track.
I sat in that chair 2 days before he got there. We're basically co-workers. I was talking to a guy who sat in the same chair as Mrbeast, like a sponsor guy yesterday, and I just said, like, you should either smell the seats or you should sell the entire chair on eBay.
Record shows is when I'm become aware of mistakes. How do I do everything in my power to try to fix them. You know what I mean? And I hope that's what my track record shows, and that's what I hope people take away from it. Not that I'm like perfect or I never did anything wrong.
Is he suing Dogpack? He basically implied he's going to, but the way it was worded, it was kind of like, if he comes to me and apologizes and deletes everything and like grovels, then I probably won't. He worded it as in like, I'm probably gonna have to, but not in like kind of a gleeful way.
That just like, yeah, I mess up, and when I do, I try to fix it, you know?
And if you had like a final message for critics and fans, what would the final message for critics be?
I think honestly what I just said there. I mean,
that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. And then your people who you know still, I guess there's not really a reason, they don't know about any of this stuff. So your fans, they don't really care.
I mean, yeah, I'd love to see what they think of this.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I feel like we hit everything. I mean, you hit the Delaware thing because I saw that a lot, and yeah, I feel pretty good about it. There's nothing where I'm like, oh, we didn't hit this. Like, I think this should give people the answers they're looking for, and I feel better doing it.
Even the soggy stuff today, I mean, that's about as fresh as it gets. Yeah, in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, just throw it up. Just upload this thing raw.
Do you see a scenario where he sues for very little money just to get a cataloged win? Well, I was saying earlier, I think like the better outcome for him is if like Dogpack reaches out to him, apologizes, and deletes everything so he doesn't get sued. Because that's like suing outside of court. Because I feel like if he beats Dogpack in court, Dogpack will probably just keep saying on Twitter until the end of time that he was silenced and stuff, and he will have a small amount of people that believe that, as opposed to if Dogpack just like kneels like in front of him before any legal stuff.
Just throw it up there. Get this turned around before something else drops. It's like, oh, why did they talk about that?
Good point. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
That sounds good.
I'm gonna show him episode 1 of Beast Games.
Okay.
December 19th. I'm kidding. Is that an inappropriate way to end it?
I feel like that's pretty.
Bro has been watching this 2.5-hour video for 3.5 hours. Bro slopped this thing for an extra hour.
Yeah, how long has the stream been going on for? 3.5 hours. Shoot me.
Pretty Mrbeast build. That last part was completely wrong. We did miss a few questions, and I called Jimmy the next morning to get clarification on a few more things, specifically Ava Shadman and some more of the crypto allegations. Here is that footage. We'll talk a little bit about Ava Tyson and specifically the Shadman stuff. I know we talked about the third-party investigation, which found no wrongdoing in like a legal sense from that perspective. A thing that a lot of people care about is Shadman's a fucking freak and is a disgusting person. Did you know about the painting in, did you know about that? Have you ever interacted with Shadman before? Like, what is your relation to that, and specifically that relationship between Shadman?
I still remember at Insomnia, there was a kid dressed up as Shadman, and he got a picture with me, and people on Twitter ran with that. Like, I actually got a picture with Shadman.
And Ava Tyson and you.
Yeah, no, that's actually a good follow-up question. So this is, what, it was like I don't remember what 7, 8 years ago. Back then, I used to have like a bunch of anime posters up on the wall. I'm just like set a foundation for context. We used to have a bunch of anime posters and things like that on our wall in the house. And
Thank you, Zima, for joining.
one day, Ava put up this poster that was like an animated character holding a fidget spinner and a gun. Admittedly, it was a weird image. I didn't know who made
I think it's a bit more than weird, but okay.
it. You know, I just kind of assumed it was a meme. I obviously did not know who Shadman was. I've never spoken with Shadman. I did not buy the poster or commission it or anything. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, I didn't really think too much of it because we just had like a lot of anime posters and things up, and it was an animated character that was clothed, obviously. And yeah, knowing what I know about Shadman now is a very weird thing to buy. I'm not really sure why she bought it, to be frank. And yeah, I mean, I wish I could give more details. I mean, this was so long ago. Obviously, I don't know the like exact thoughts going through my head, but I just remember, like, I agree, it is a little bit of a weird poster, but I also think, like, you know, I had like Naruto.
Oh, Wendigoon, thank you for the 100, bro. W's in chat for Wendigoon. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. Haven't donated in a while. Loving the videos and excited for the new Pyro Live direction. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope it pays off. I hope it pays off. We'll see. We'll see. If it flops and it underperforms, we'll probably just go back to garbage daily slop or whatever. We got like a new video coming out tonight. It's just kind of a gameplay highlights thing, just to kind of test the waters. We'll see how it does. But yeah, no, I appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you. Hope you're doing well.
Naruto posters up, or I had like Code Geass posters, like random animes I used to watch, and like, you know, I never like reversed image search and Googled, oh, who made this Code Geass anime poster that's sitting on the wall or whatever.
It's actually a good thing that you stretch reactions out longer. It means you're actually reacting and saying things instead of sitting in silence and effectively stealing the video. You actually add your own input.
Thank you, Adam, for the 10. I appreciate the kind words, but the way you worded that makes it sound like I just made that dono on an alt account as a cope.
I don't, you know, I don't, your first instincts when you just see a poster is not to just go, who made that, and deep dive them. So
yeah, are they a pedophile? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, I agree. It's her buying it is very weird. And I, obviously, if I had known what I know now, I would have been like, what the actual fuck?
Yeah, that's fair. Because I also, after all this stuff, I didn't know who Shadman was. I've heard of him a little bit on
Isn't he in jail now? He tried to do like assault with a deadly weapon or something.
Twitter and shit, but I didn't know. Total ignorance there. So, okay, and that's just one that's important. You know, people, because that's fucked up. That guy is disgusting. And, you know, people do care. It's like...
He got out a year ago? Okay.
You've got pedo art. And you were saying you didn't know. That's yeah, it's disgusting. Fucking Shadman is a freak. So okay,
search up Shadman. Nah, I'm good.
You said that I was manipulated by Dogpack. But before that, you said that you DM'd some commentary guys or some YouTubers.
Remember when you met with Shadman? Does it still come up? Hang on. You guys change the image every week, by the way. Oh yeah, that cosplay is actually sick, though. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, God. Yeah, there it is. Found a heartwarming picture of Pyro with his hero and idol. God. Nice build, by the way, man. Nice build there. That was before the gym. Oh, my God. Fatty alert. Yeah, that's like it was obviously a kid that was dressed as him, because he's like brown, right? He's like tanned, and that kid's like white. I mean, yeah, you can see from the hands. But yeah, it's just so genius how like Twitter was running with it. It's like, yeah, no, it was actually, no, it was real. It was real. It was Shadman.
There's like evidence of like the Delaware stuff, basically context. And I just wanted to know, so you did reach out to me. We talked a little bit in the very beginning. You know, it wasn't like we were friends or anything like that. But it was very short, and like I just wanted to know why you didn't give me that stuff or provide me with any information.
I didn't mean brown. I meant like he's tanned, bro.
When I was the one the biggest channel platforming Dogpack, I think that, you know, I would have taken it under as my responsibility to. I hope people.
Is it actually the first result when you look up Shadman? Who did that? Of course, it's the Reddit. It's always the Reddit. It's always the Reddit. That's evil. That is evil.
You know, would believe that I want to do what's truthful and I want to show the actual facts of a situation. I don't just want to like shit on Mrbeast for the sake of shitting on Mrbeast. I just.
By the way, if that kid was at my meet and greet queue, there is like a 50% chance he's probably trans now. Thank you, Poodaloo, for the 5. Will you address the Discord server, or was it already discussed? The Discord server? What's happened on the Discord server?
I just wanted to know why.
Is there too many furries on there?
Early on, you didn't provide me, or yeah, I guess specifically, why wasn't that? Did you think I was a controlled op? You know, I would have gladly seen whatever you would have shown.
That's actually a great question. I mean, we did have a call. I called you after the videos and I told you and explained to you a lot of things that weren't true. You're right. I didn't send you that Delaware photo. I guess I might not have even had that photo at the time because I think I literally called you right after you posted. Yeah. But I did tell you a lot of things weren't true.
The Mrbeast Discord server? Are you on about the you on about the Discord server with? Oh, you mean the logs that happened, the leaks? Nah, that really hasn't been talked about at all. I feel like, how many messages were leaked again? Was it like 25,000 or something like that? So, yeah.
Yeah, explain a lot of things. I mean, but yeah, agreed. I'm not throwing you under the bus. I didn't send you any cold hard evidence. Maybe I guess I was a little hesitant because, you know, you did speak with him and it did seem like, you know, you were going a little easy on him. So I guess I didn't fully know. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I did send it to people. Why I didn't send that to you? Honestly, I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair, and it's just, you know, because I would have appreciated is all I'm saying.
It wasn't on the official server. It was on some offshoot server, I think, not the official server.
Because like, you know, in the very beginning, I did genuinely believe that, you know, I like the idea of whistleblowers. I think people should be able to criticize the guy. You're the guy. We said that a lot yesterday, and you did refute a lot of stuff, but there was just I didn't get any sort of evidence or anything like that. It's just, I think it's a lot of you know, a lot of this mistake.
Yeah, I think in my head is I just called you, was like, hey, off the top of my dome, here's a bunch of things that aren't true, and then you just said, hey, you probably did say something along the lines of I need evidence, and then you know, at the time that's where. It's just like, this is all a blur. I don't even remember what days it was. Yeah. Maybe back then was like when I was working on my response video or whatever. But agreed. Like, I don't think you did anything wrong. Like I didn't send you like, oh, here's a doc of everything. You know what I mean? And then you just ignored it.
Right.
Yeah. So
because I mean,
I probably should have.
No, you know, and I'm not trying to like guilt you or whatever. It's just, you know, this whole thing is really crazy, and it seems like it's gone so far just because. You know, you tried to do what was right, which is
60% of Mrbeast issues are a lack of transparency, 30% is a dodge with very little pushback, and 10% never have been addressed. Also love the stream and the new direction for Pyro live.
Thank you, Uni, for the 10. I would definitely wait until the first video comes out before you say that, but I appreciate it. Yeah, it's there wasn't a lot of pushback on this, to be fair, but overall, I think he did an okay job.
Have a third-party investigation, and like a lot of this stuff is just because like the information wasn't conveniently accessible to YouTube, which is like a really big problem in a weird way. It's like it was like we're suffering from trying to do it right, but also suffering from people not having convenient access to like just a doc or something, like a doc of information. So, I mean, I guess in the future, hopefully this, you know, anything that's disproven or that is not true, obviously is no longer propagated. And like everything else that is important is credible. But yeah, dude, I feel like in the future, if you've got evidence, show me or somebody, or just like a Google Doc. I mean, because you didn't make me sign an NDA or anything like that. I've consistently mentioned that because I think it's really important, and I feel like there is a level of transparency
I wonder if Mrbeast could have just not acknowledged anything and been totally fine. Yeah, he would have. His career wouldn't have... There's too many people in the world for you to fall off if you keep reaching out to new audiences. That wouldn't have... He didn't have to address any of it. He would have had that big black blot in his career forever, but like, no, it wouldn't have ended his career. Definitely not. Not in the long run.
Operating with.
Jimmy is an alleged investor in Umpa's business, by the way. Where did you hear that from? I don't believe that.
Which I respect. And, you know, yeah, it would have been, I feel like this wouldn't have been as bad earlier on if like that, you know, that's sort of the approach, which is tough. You've obviously never been through this, and this is not, you know, there's only one Mrbeast. So, but yeah, it's just something I wanted to clarify because, you know, you feel like I was manipulated.
This interview honestly didn't change anything on your perception. Yeah, I feel that would be the same for a lot of people, honestly.
And I genuinely, and a lot of other YouTubers as well, I'm sure, commentary guys, probably don't feel like they're manipulated. It's just a drastically different perspective. You know, you are Mrbeast, so it's tough to say, not to you know, say I deserve the benefit of the doubt or whatever. I absolutely should have researched more. But once again, it's a bigger problem, I feel like, that I think hopefully will be mitigated more in the future by this all coming out. And hopefully how transparent this video that I'm making right now with you is.
Yep, all fair points.
Cool. Okay, so now a little bit more on the crypto stuff. I know I talked about CoffeeZilla a little bit yesterday. He's awesome. I think he does really good work on YouTube, and he holds people accountable. And you know, it's just impressive. He does actual real investigatory work. Like, he's not the guy who makes videos out of convenience like most of like me and a bunch of other commentary YouTubers. So, you know, I feel like it's my responsibility to ask some more questions about the crypto stuff, because we sort of glossed over it a little bit yesterday. And it's one of those things where it's note heavy, receipt heavy. So, you know, if you don't know something, you just let me know. And if you have to go find information or whatever to back up what you're saying, you know, I don't expect you're like a politician and have all your fucking, you know, we're not debating philosophy or politics. Like, I don't expect you to have everything at your left hand. I understand you're busy. So, you know, if there's information you can provide so we can put it in post, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, so first one is Wu-Tang. You have said that you do not control the Wu-Tang wallet. You said that last night. You said that a friend did it. You said you didn't know what Wu-Tang was.
A fund did it, yes, not a friend.
Right.
Yeah, he said a company did it, not his mate.
Okay, a fund, okay. On a podcast with Logan Paul about CryptoPunks, you talk about a call you had with Mr. Gary, where you claim to have bought and or sold CryptoPunks, but then later decided to roll the money into VFriends. And this is all like video, obviously.
VFriends? Is that the Gary V thing? Oh my god, what's he doing buying into Gary V's like scam organization? Thank you, Q, for the 5. I think the philanthropy being tanked by allegations gave him more of an incentive to respond. He couldn't sit in silence forever.
And this trading activity all happened within the Wu-Tang wallet, which we talked about last night.
What? They did that dono. The first guy to reply just says, okay.
Yes.
So if it was your decision, you know, if semantically, if what you're talking about on the podcast, if it was your decision, your trading decision to buy and sell the punk.
Stop replying. Everyone replying saying, okay.
Or VFriends, even though you didn't press the buttons, was it actually your decision? Did you press the button? Did you not press the button? Was it your decision? And if it was your decision, and even if
stop replying saying okay,
if you didn't press the button, it still, to me, would mean that you had control of those trading decisions.
Yeah, these are good questions. Actually, I'm glad we're doing this follow-up thing so we can also just put all this stuff out there. So, yes, I did say that in the podcast, and I obviously did not press the buttons like I've been saying. I didn't pick what punks to buy or anything. Gary Vee, like I said on that podcast, called me and a bunch of other people, said crypto punks are the next big thing. I thought it was pretty crazy. But, you know, the first thing I did right after that is just called the guy in charge of the fund who invested my money and it's other people's money as well, and just said, hey, Gary Vee seemed very passionate about these punks. You should look into it. If it makes sense, buy it. And so, you know, he did the research, picked what punks to buy, bought them. I don't even truthfully know how to buy punks. I've never bought one, like me personally.
Okay.
Like I've said, I don't have access to that wallet. So, I mean, in other transparency, like that's kind of high level how it went. But, you know, if he was like, oh, this is a shit investment, then he wouldn't have bought them. So he, you know, he was the one who was doing the buying and selling and managing things.
Okay. But you did make some decisions to buy or sell in the Wu-Tang Fund.
Well, I mean, yeah, I just told him like, hey, Gary, like in transparency, Gary called me about CryptoPunks and said they were cool. Look into it. I mean, so at the end of the day, bro, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know which punks to buy or which ones we should buy if it's a good investment. Like, that's why I, you know, put the money in a fund and had professionals managing it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, they're stupid as shit. I don't like any of the NFT stuff. I'm glad that's all kind of come and gone now. I like the newer era we're in. Okay, so next is the super tweet.
This is like a schizo theory, right? But I feel like when you're someone as big as Mrbeast, you'd definitely be given a little bit of insider knowledge of like which ones do well and which ones are gonna be like shorted.
For coin tweet.
But that is, I have no proof. That is just complete schizo ramblings.
Context: on May 12th, 2021, you, Mrbeast, tweeted in response to it was a Elio Trades tweet. There's a gym sitting there on the market at an eye-watering price set to explode during DeFi Summer 2.0. And then you responded by saying super ? With a crazy emoji. So why did you not disclose that you had a vested interest in the coin that you were tweeting about? Super ? Yeah, we'll start there.
Well, I replied to a tweet, so I did tweet it out, and I think a lot of people, you know, that are just getting second hands of the story think I literally tweeted out, "Go buy super, go buy super." Yeah, you know, the fund did hold some super, and I just saw that was the owner of super, the guy who made the coin, and I just went scrolling through Twitter, just replied super to his tweet. I did not tell people to buy super or anything. I just replied super. And I know the next thing where people are going to go, but this was a plan coordinated.
I've thought about this for a while, and it keeps coming into my mind whenever crypto's being brought up around Mrbeast. Did Mrbeast have like a finance channel that was helping people invest and stuff? Was that a thing, or have I just made that up in my head? This is early days when he was saying the same words over and over. Like saying Mrbeast 1,000 times or 1,000,000 times.
Thing. It wasn't. It's not like I'm on the phone with the people managing the crypto fund going, hey, I'm about to reply super to this tweet. Like, I just was scrolling Twitter.
Half the people are saying it's in my head. Half the people are saying it's real. It actually might be like a schizo moment.
And I replied super, and like, I highly doubt anyone bought it because they saw me reply super to a tweet. I mean, just to be honest. So I didn't think too much of it. Obviously, though, in hindsight, I mean, I could see how people might think that is a weird look optically. And so
he was doing crypto before YouTube. I mean, yeah, that's where he got like most of his money from as well. Like to get all the production and stuff like that.
Like, I wouldn't do it, but I mean, I really don't think it's that malicious. Like, if I just flat out tweeted, I think super is the next big thing. Go buy it. Super, super. Like, I think this is a different conversation. That's the kind of stuff actual people do. You know what I mean? And like,
scammers.
So I just don't. Yeah. So it was just interesting too because Coffee never said I was a scammer in his video. Yet, you know, there's so many comments on it. Just you know, a lot of people just want to drive, you know, whatever. People who don't like me, like he said in the video, are not going to like me, and they're, you know, going to run with it. People who do like me are going to be like, oh, it was managed by a fund, and Jimmy had answers for everything. Which, I mean, it's not excuses. I literally was just a fund. I was not the one buying or selling or anything. You know what I mean? I had other people managing it. So that's the honest answer. I just replied super, and, you know, I guess if I could go back in time, I'd just not reply. I mean, I didn't think it was a big deal when I did it.
Yeah, but now, I mean, obviously, because crypto is changed massively in the last couple of years. So you could consider that a mistake at this point. Like, that's definitely,
And another little context point I think a lot of people are missing. A lot of people who do this kind of stuff do it on low volume coins that, like, you know, sell $100,000 a day. So it actually dramatically pumps it and blah, blah. Super is like the 100th biggest crypto coin out there. Super is like a legit coin. It's a legit project that's massive. Like, that tweet didn't move the needle for shit or anything, right? So that's another context piece people.
I mean, fans still would have seen it though. It's like how KSI was tweeting on his crypto about like these certain coins, and it's like it's obvious that like there's a little bit of a nudge to get people to invest.
Are missing. Like, if anything, buying super. Actually, I'm not even gonna say that. I was just would probably be a good investment because it's one of the biggest coins out there, and it seems to be doing really well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now I have to say, disclosure: we still hold super to this day. Yeah, that's honest. That's the honest truth. I mean, nothing malicious there. Just replied to a tweet.
Yeah. I think. I mean, we have a lot of evidence of people genuinely scamming, and it doesn't seem along the same vein to be real. But it is important to ask about and important to get total clarity about, because you do have a lot of influence. And regardless of what you say, whether or not you say, oh, I'm sure nobody bought it, like maybe somebody did, who knows? There's no way to really prove or disprove.
But even if they did buy it, the coin, I mean, it's the 100th biggest coin, and it seems to be doing really well. So.
Yeah, I think the problem would be that the obviously that you have it, that you would benefit off.
I gotcha. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yes.
So now, I'm assuming your answer to this will be that you just didn't think it was important. But why would you not mention that your fund Wu-Tang had been selling and continued to sell super on the day and after you tweeted about it or responded to a tweet for clarity?
Yeah. So. Again, I wasn't involved in the day-to-day of the fund. I mean, if you look at the sell charts in that report, they were selling, I mean, I believe off the top of my head, like months prior and then months after. It looks like the fund was just dollar cost averaging it. So there's literally no correlation to my just little response to a tweet and what the fund was doing. So, I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same answer as before. I just replied to a tweet. Clearly, it wasn't a coordinated thing.
Gotcha. And then the final one, which this one's a lot more complicated and involves a lot of stuff. So I mean, maybe you would want to reconvene with like receipts or evidence or whatever. But it's the crypto charity stuff. Team C's Eternity.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I mean that one. Eternity gave us NFTs to auction off for Team C's. Only one sold after like.
Ava Tyson. Yeah, they already talked about that earlier. They talked about it, just about the Shadman commission on the wall and how they were like, oh, I didn't know about that, basically.
Whatever, a day, I believe, and that was it. And then, yeah, it looks like the fund sold like 27 days later, a little bit of Eternity. It was not combined or planned or premeditated in any way. I mean, honestly, the charity auction was a bomb. It only raised $7,000. No one cared, so it didn't really do anything. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of the full story. There's nothing nefarious there.
Yeah, it sold $2 million of the earn tokens.
Yes, the fund did 27 days later. Yes, after the NFT sold.
Okay. Yeah, that seems. I mean, it seems like a lot. I don't know what the market cap was, but yeah. I mean, I just for this one, I feel like this is a valid criticism, and this doesn't make you like an evil scammer or anything. I don't believe, but. It's like this kind of stuff, transparency in regard to this kind of stuff. It's just super, super, super important. And you are the charity guy too. I mean, like if anybody, and like we complain. So we talked a lot about the philanthropy stuff and how, CGI has gotten you in trouble and had a net negative in your charitable doings. I feel like this is one where the criticism is valid in regard to charity. And like, it is a good example of philanthropy stuff that probably should have just been done differently, but at the same time, 2021 is like a huge area of gray for influencers with crypto access, and like it's just, I don't know, it seems like a game that if you're a big influencer in 2021 or 2020 and you got,
I feel like he should have hit him with that of like it's a valid criticism, and then just let Mrbeast speak, because it's almost like the more Umperville speaks, the more he's giving him like a way out. To be like, we were all silly back then, silly billies.
Got into crypto at some point, you probably made some kind of mistake at some point. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a big problem to me, you being the charity guy. And this is once again to give you the benefit of the doubt with all the philanthropy stuff that we spoke about last night. I think all that stuff is huge and massive. But as the charity guy, if your fund is privately making like millions of dollars during a charity drop that your name is attached to, like even if
so again, that I would say is not fully correct. So the charity drop happened. One sold, the other ones weren't selling. No one cared. So there was no selling of NFTs to raise money for charity anywhere near where the fund was selling before or after. People could.
He did not just get a notification. Hang on. Liked by Dolan Dark. Liked by Dolan Dark. Can I be left alone by that guy for 5 minutes? For 5 minutes. I knew as soon as I saw it. I knew as soon as I saw it. Genuinely just want to be left alone for 5 minutes from that duck.
Would technically still have bought those NFTs, but no one did because it just basically no one cared. So
the slop thickens. The slop actually thickens.
I just don't feel like that's a fair criticism. Like they gave Team C's some NFTs to raise money. One sold.
20 minutes.
No one cared, and then it just basically died. And then just under a month later, yeah, it looks like the fund sold some tokens, completely unrelated to all of this. So it's not like this. Whereas a charity drop that was selling hundreds of NFTs a day, and in the middle of all of it, they sold some earn tokens. It's like one NFT sold, raised money. The charity, sell just basically died. It's not going up. No one's buying it. No one ever buying it anymore. And almost a month later, it sold. So, I mean, if anything, it looks like the people in the fund were being cognizant of it and paused selling and waited till long after it ended to do it. You know what I mean? So I actually disagree. I don't think anything nefarious was done there, to be honest.
Okay. Just to be clear, though, you keep saying a couple coins or like you're downplaying it. It's $2 million of earned tokens. That's quite a bit. That's like a lot of money.
Of course. And obviously not all of it is mine. It's the fund. But it was also known that my fund was invested in it.
See, it's good that it's pushing back there. That's actually the first time we've seen actually push back, which is based.
That was a part of the fund. So it's also not like it was hidden that we were invested in Earn. Like that was public information.
Right. Cool. Yeah. You just, maximum transparency there. It's like, if there's any other information you want to send in regard to that, I've got the DMs of, from Nick Rose, the CEO of Eternity Chain, talking about, that there will be a 2-month auction for charity and that quote unquote, Mrbeast is supporting both drops, which obviously that's not you saying that is this guy, but yeah, it's just something to be super transparent about.
100%. And I'm glad I could give color on these things, to be honest. So I'm glad like people now can see what I have to say on, both those things. And I actually appreciate this follow-up call. This is good. Like I actually feel like, unless you have any other questions, everything's been hit.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, can you think of anything?
I'm actually never doing that again.
Okay. That was a good video. I think Umpa did a really good job there. I do think some of the stuff was kind of missed though. But yeah, that was yeah, I think Umpa did a very good job there. I couldn't have done as good of a job as him. Definitely not. But there's just so much to go over. It's like that was 4 hours of streaming of going over that, breaking everything down. I mean, what did you guys think of it? What did you guys think of it? Let me know in the comments below. I do want to go over the doc as well. Proof document, and that's the email of the internal investigation. Yeah, we've already seen that. You thought it was mid? Yeah, I think it was kind of mid. Like, it wasn't bad, but yeah. So new documentation showing a standard operating procedure or HR. So they've got this as the compliance hub. You can file a report, an anonymous email address. You tick it to remain anonymous. How did you use CG in the video? It's hard to say an exact percentage. Dogpack made, claiming it wasn't real. It was real. It was just touched up in post. Damn, they touched that up a lot though. Jesus, looks like an atom bomb going off. You got the Mrbeast refund website here. You got to put in an email and an order number. Powered by Redo. Are there records we can show of the incidents of harassment? I can't because it's confidential. And client attorney privilege. Audits of Beast Philanthropy. $1 million. Claim to use a union for Beast Games. We use Nabet and DGC. Thank you for the 10, Cohen. Chen, he surrounds himself with too much shady people to be acting this innocent. But for real, though, I think we all learned that he's way too big to fail. Yeah, no. Once you reach that point, you know, you just become too big to fail, definitely. Should Jimmy show any of the receipts? Is this just timestamps in the actual Umperville video?
So they wired $124,000 this morning. So thank you again very much. Thank you to...
Can Jimmy supply any receipts for the 100 wells that were built? YouTube drama censoring and deleting positive posts. Yeah, I know that subreddit does not like him. I think Umperville actually commented on that subreddit and he got like downvoted into oblivion. I think the worst thing you can ever do as a YouTuber is comment on that subreddit. Rosanna Pansino smoking marijuana grown from her father's ashes. It's been posted within the subreddit before. We've removed it 3 times. This isn't drama, it's weird. I mean, that's true though. Like that is... I actually agree with the mod there. It's like she's already gone on record to say when her dad died, she wanted to like smoke him because that was his final wish or something like that. Like it's not drama, it's just weird. When people hate Mrbeast, this is not drama, redundant post. I mean, I don't agree with that one. Dogpack a liar. Should we still trust Rosanna? This is not drama. I mean, that technically is drama. Mrbeast allegations that seemingly have no evidence. Comment post removed for misinformation. Oh, Jesus. Okay, it's pretty much just all fucking YouTube drama. Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, YouTube drama does not like Mrbeast. They really don't. I mean, if I go on the subreddit now, probably be able to... The Mrbeast interview with Umperville is atrocious, especially the Jake Weddle part. Umperville's interview was too soft. I do agree with that. I know this subreddit is just going to want to lynch him, which is just stupid. But I think it was a little softball. But again, I would have not done a better job given his position. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. Yeah, that's everything. I think, honestly, it's time we just wrap up this, like, Mrbeast saga now. I think the main conclusion is the people that don't like him, their opinions will not change. They will still dislike him. The people that are oblivious to this will keep consuming the content. And I think it's just one of those. It's just going to keep, like, the wheels keep turning. He's too big to be cancelled. And I'll be honest, I think I agree with, like, a lot of people here. I'm very sick of, like, covering it and talking about it. I actually thought that'd be a quick stream, but, like, oh my god, I feel like I need to go lie down or something now, man, after covering that. Holy. But yeah, I thought Umper's interview was good. I definitely think he didn't push back a lot. Because I thought he wasn't pushing back because he was letting Mrbeast speak. But it was less of an interview, more giving him a platform. Which might have been the original intention, but then at the very end, he did actually push back. So it was an interesting video, to say the least. But yeah, I think Umper did a great job. There was just a little bit of softball, but you know, what are you gonna do? All right, I'm ending stream now, guys. I will catch you guys maybe later, maybe a stream tomorrow. Not sure. Probably got to record some videos now, but yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good weekend. Bye bye. Bye bye.